Gu Yuan has traversed into a body, becoming an ancient titan floating in the abyss of the universe, rivaling the size of galaxies. The bad news is, he is in a near-death state, filled with void viruses that can devour planets, abyssal parasites that tear apart dimensions, and countless rebellious cancerous entities. The good news is, he has awakened the divine body system, which can connect to Blue Star and disguise his internal world as a holographic online game called Titan Genesis. Thus, a group of mad fourth calamities has descended, cold, dead silence. It feels like being submerged in absolute zero liquid nitrogen. Every inch of consciousness is being violently bitten by a creature called nothingness. Gu Yuan struggles to open his eyes. What he sees is not the familiar ceiling, but a dark red nebula filled with death, and the occasional faint shooting stars piercing through the darkness in the distance. No, that is not a nebula. Gu Yuan's consciousness quickly elevates, and his grand perception instantly covers a radius of several light years around him. He is shocked to find that the dead nebula is merely a scar on his chest, and those shooting stars are just the remnants of spiritual energy dissipating into the universe. I have traversed. Memories flood in like a tide. The former Earth youth Gu Yuan has vanished, replaced by an ancient deity, the chaotic titan, floating at the edge of the universe, nearly extinct in this era. His true form is unimaginably large. If Earth were placed before him, even a speck of dust from his fingertip would outsize it. His blood flows like rivers of stars. His breath is a cosmic storm. With such a towering physique, he should be an invincible existence, sweeping through all realms and plucking stars from the sky. But reality delivers a heavy blow to Gu Yuan. Pain. A piercing, excruciating pain radiates from every corner of his body. Gu Yuan attempts to lift his right hand, only to find that this finger, capable of shattering stars, feels as heavy as a mountain, completely immovable. He can only use his feeble spiritual sense to look inward, and this sight makes his scalp tingle. The pulmonary star domain, once resplendent like a golden kingdom, is now shrouded in murky black fog. This fog is not lifeless, but billions of tiny, grotesque void locusts. They frantically gnaw at the spiritual energy crystal walls of his lungs, each bite sending a suffocating burn through Gu Yuan. This is severe bacterial infection causing pneumonia in both lungs. His gaze follows the long-dried blood vessels down to the entrance of the intestinal abyss, where a dark purple magic dragon spanning tens of thousands of kilometers coils. Within, it has thousands of tooth-filled mouths, deeply embedded like straws into the intestinal walls, greedily siphoning off Gu Yuan's dwindling life essence. That is a universe-level parasite, the void roundworm. Even more terrifying is the left arm frontier. It has completely turned into a gray wasteland, with countless twisted flesh buds madly proliferating, trying to counterattack the heart's main city. That is necrotizing fasciitis, and it may have already transformed into some form of divine cancer. What a joke! Despair wells up in Gu Yuan's heart. Such a big body, and it turns out to be a sickly one. The evil gods that once besieged this titan body have long departed, but the curses, toxins, and alien creatures they left behind have taken root and flourished within this massive divine body, forming a terrifying disease ecology that if there is no external intervention, in just 3 cosmic times, this great titan body will completely fall, turning to cosmic dust. Warning. Vital signs extremely weak. Warning. Immune system fully collapsed. White blood cell legion annihilated. Macrophage guards annihilated. Warning. Heart core shield durability below 0.01. Once the heart core is breached by parasites, the host will die completely. A cold mechanical voice suddenly blasts through the depths of Gu Yuan's soul. Gu Yuan's spirit jolts. System? As a traveler, he obviously knows what this is. Activating divine body reconstruction system. Activation successful. Host, Gu Yuan. Race, chaotic titan, juvenile/near death. Life level, tier 10, once was tier 12. Current state, multi-organ failure, severe. Infection, parasite erosion, cancer spread. Remaining survival time, 72 hours, Earth time. Only 3 days. Gu Yuan looks at the bright red countdown, feeling a chill in his heart. System, can you directly repair the body? Insufficient energy. Repairing the divine body requires massive high-dimensional energy, and the current host's energy is depleted. Do I just have to wait to die? Gu Yuan watches the void roundworms moving toward his heart, filled with unwillingness. Detected host possesses unique talent. Dimensional link. Plan simulation in progress. Best plan generated. 4th calamity plan. Description, the host's immune system has collapsed and cannot resist the invasion. The system suggests crossing dimensions, linking to the low-dimensional world Blue Star, summoning spirits to descend and reshape the host's immune defenses. Yuan is stunned. For a moment, then realizes, "You mean to find Earthlings to act as my cells and help me fight the virus?" Exactly. Low-dimensional beings, though weak, possess highly malleable and undying souls, can be resurrected. As long as a suitable biological carrier is constructed for them, they will be the perfect mercenaries. Would you like to initiate dimensional link? Yuan looks at the approaching black toxic fog, his gaze gradually turning fierce. This body is now a hell filled with monsters. Since his cells have all died, he will recruit mercenaries from the outside. As long as he can survive, it doesn't matter if they are Earth players or even demons, he dares to use them. Initiate, Yuan says in a deep voice, immediately link to the Blue Star network. Command confirmed. Anchoring Blue Star coordinates. Anchoring successful. Constructing virtual server. Digitizing host's internal environmental data. Generating game official website. Yuan's spiritual sense is instantly pulled into a strange space that he sees the system rapidly scanning and modeling his battered body. The damaged blood vessels become the crimson corridor, the lung filled with toxins becomes the storm poison domain, the intestinal tract occupied by parasites becomes the abyssal dragon nest. Please name this game. Yuan looks at this grand yet desperate internal world, falling silent for a moment. For Earth players, this is a game. But for him, this is a life-and-death war of creation. Let's call it Titan Genesis. Naming successful. Initial test quota set, 1,000 people. Official website has been published across major gaming platforms and social media on Blue Star. Generating tagline, 100 real holographic online game. An evolutionary journey across eras. Are you ready to become a deity? Meanwhile, on Blue Star, countless people browsing websites and scrolling through short videos suddenly find a black pop-up window on their screens that cannot be closed. No flashy effects. Just a line of text flowing with dark golden luster, accompanied by the sound of a massive heart beating in the background, as if it could consume souls. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat seems to strike at the depths of every soul. A line of text slowly appears. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly want to live? System automatically crossed out. Ahem, wrong one. The screen flickers, changing to new text. The world's first 100 immersive holographic online game Titan Genesis beta test is now open. This is not just a game. It is an opportunity for evolution. Click to reserve and descend immediately. Chapter 2, Arrival. Year 2045 of the Blue Star calendar. Although the Deep Blue Network had long conquered brain-computer interface technology, propelling human society into the era of universal holography, an insurmountable wall of size always stood before all game developers, a realism threshold of 75. This was a biological firewall set by the human brain to protect self-awareness from chaos. Whether it was the Penguin Empire's metaverse or Blizzard's Titanfall, any attempt to breach this threshold would force players to disconnect due to brain overload. Until that night, when a dark pop-up violently tore through this wall. In the heart of the Magic City, at a cloud apartment, the neon lights outside reflected off Chun Feng's pale face. He leaned wearily against the $1 million silver-winged life pod, staring blankly at the electronic diagnosis he had just received on the holographic screen. Neural synapse reaction delay syndrome. Chun Feng murmured, his fingertips trembling slightly. For ordinary people, this was merely a minor issue of occasional hand tremors. But for someone who once stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Realm Professional League and was hailed as the god of combat, this was a death sentence. His APM, actions per minute, had plummeted from a peak of 600 to 300, even lower than that of second-tier trainees. This fall from grace was more painful than death itself. Ding! A light sound echoed as the dark pop-up abruptly covered the glaring white background with black text of the diagnosis. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Chun Feng's lips curled into a self-deprecating cold smile, his eyes filled with gloom. It's 2045, and someone is still trying to deceive others with this outdated viral joke? He raised his hand, intending to close this prank. But at the moment his finger was about to touch the close button, he hesitated. Those words seemed to possess some kind of magic, piercing through his already numb heart like a needle. Anyway, his professional career was already ruined. Could life get any worse? If this was a scam, then let it deceive him. At least it was better than facing this diagnosis. With a sense of self-destruction, Chun Feng pressed the blood-red confirmation button. In the next second, there was no loading bar as expected. The life pod beneath him suddenly emitted a low rumble it had never made before, followed by an overwhelming torrent of data that instantly engulfed his consciousness. There was no dizziness, no nausea, only a sense of weightlessness as if his soul had been instantly extracted. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Kyoto City, in the late-night intensive care unit, a faint smell of disinfectant lingered. Liu lay on the hospital bed, struggling to move her eyes. Paralyzed from the waist down for 3 years, her world had been ruthlessly compressed to this 3-square-meter hospital bed. Even the most advanced holographic equipment could only allow her to float in the virtual world by capturing her eye movements and weak brain waves. But it could never simulate the feeling of her feet on the ground. Can I really run again? Liu looked at the pop-up in her retinal projection, her heart racing. This might be a lie, but for someone drowning, even a straw was worth grasping tightly. She closed her eyes and sent out a desperate cry in her mind. Confirm. The moment her consciousness returned, Chen Feng thought he had died. He was floating in a pure white space, surrounded by flowing light liquid, warm like a womb. In front of him, 4 gigantic gene spirals were slowly rotating, each radiating a powerful aura that made his heart race. A grand and majestic voice echoed directly in the depths of his soul. Please choose your evolution path. Chen Feng's gaze swept across the options. Guardian, as heavy as a mountain. Weaver, full of vitality. Spirit pivot, entwined with thunder. Finally, his gaze locked onto the second option. Hunter, prototype, killer T-cell, position, swift assassin, weak point breaker. Description, executioner walking in the shadows, specializing in killing rebels. Swift assassin. Chen Feng looked at the streamlined black bone blade, and the long dormant blood in his heart reignited at this moment. The reaction speed he had lost in reality. The pleasure of controlling his body. He wanted to regain it here. I'll choose this one. Chen Feng's voice was hoarse but firm. This time, I will take back everything I lost. At the same time, in another corner of the pure white space, Liu was staring blankly at her legs. They were a pair of non-human limbs covered in white exoskeleton, their lines smooth and full of power. She tentatively issued a command to lift her leg. It moved. No delay, no hindrance. Liu tried to jump in place, and her body gracefully soared into the air. The sensation of vibration under her feet upon landing was so clear, so real. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She bounced around in the space, laughing like a mad woman, and finally, with trembling fingers, pointed to the profession named Weaver. Since heaven has given me a chance for rebirth, I will use these hands to repair and heal everything. Coordinates, Hardcore Sanctuary. Boom. Chen Feng felt as if he had been stuffed into an intercontinental missile, crashing heavily to the ground. The violent impact made him stagger, but he quickly steadied himself. When the dust settled and he saw the world before him, the former professional god was utterly speechless. This was too exaggerated. This was a grand world of dark red. The sky was a dome woven from countless scarlet tubes. Those thick pipes as translucent as dragons, with golden red torrents surging within, producing thunderous roars. The air was filled with an unfamiliar scent, like rust, yet also like high-purity ozone. Inhaling it into his lungs gave him a slightly intoxicating exhilaration. And the most shocking was the floating crimson sun in the center of the square. It was a giant heart core pulsating violently. Thump, thump. With each beat, Chen Feng could feel the ground trembling beneath him, resonating with his bones. This was not sound effects. This was the heartbeat of a deity. Chen Feng looked down at his claws, as black as ink and polished like obsidian, and swung them hard in the air. The sound of air being torn was clearly audible. No delay, no stutter, even sharper than his peak physical state in reality. Is this really a game? A surprised female voice came from beside him. Chen Feng turned his head to see a petite female character with a huge mechanical backpack squatting on the ground, holding a dark red fragment. It was Liu. Her face flushed with excitement. Look, the material of this floor. The system just prompted me that I collected trace myocardial fibers. And I just pinched myself. It really hurts. But it's a pain I can endure. At this moment, the square was filled with flashing white lights as 1,000 first test players descended one after another. Some transformed into guardians, wearing heavy white bone armor, testing physical collisions by slamming their chests together like the Hulk. Others became spirit pivots, wrapped in blue arcs of electricity, attempting to zap their teammates' hair with their fingers. Just as this group of country bumpkins was marveling at this epic-making physics engine and graphics, a sudden change occurred. Warning! Warning! Detected hostile biological invasion. Coordinates, pericardial defense line E3 area. The piercing alarm instantly drowned out the grand heartbeat in the background. A crack suddenly appeared in the red dome above the square, as if a wound had burst open. A mass of black mist spread out quickly, like ink dropped into clear water. Roar! Accompanied by a teeth-gritting screech, the first monster charged out from the black mist. It was a black arthropod creature the size of a calf, oozing green pus, its compound eyes flickering with bloodthirsty red light. As soon as it landed, its sharp mouthparts corroded a large pit into the fleshy floor, emitting hissing white smoke. That is the void locust, a pathogenic bacterium within the ancient abyss. The cold and authoritative voice of the system echoed in the minds of all players. Server-wide epic quest. First blood. Objective. Exterminate the void locust vanguard invading the pericardial defense line. 0500. Reward. Unlock pain regulation system. Open bioenergy exchange list. There was no cutscene, no NPC chatter. Monsters charged directly at the players. The foul stench hit many players like a slap, causing several timid ones to pale and even collapse to the ground, their legs weak. This overwhelming sense of pressure was something that no previous games, viewed through a screen, could compare to. However, there were also some whose eyes changed. Chun Feng lowered his center of gravity, and beneath the black chitinous armor, his eyes, once filled with fatigue and gloom, now burned with fierce fire. This feeling, this racing heartbeat, this surge of adrenaline, this is what I wanted. A sinister smile cracked across Chun Feng's lips. The bone blades on his arms sprang forth with a crisp sound. In reality, he was a useless person who couldn't even hold a cup of water steady. But here, he was a hunter. As long as he dared to show his health bar, he could kill gods. In the instant that a locust lunged at a stunned player, Chun Feng transformed into a black bolt of lightning, instantly cutting into the battlefield. Chapter 3 First Battle Victory Roar. The black mist surged, and the foul wind rushed forward. The first wave of void locusts broke through the defense line. In the player's field of vision, these originally tiny bacteria were rendered by the system into grotesque monsters that were half mechanical and half biological. They were the size of wolfhounds, with green toxic code flowing over their shells, and their sharp mandibles spun like rotating blades, exuding a nauseating stench. There was no beginner protection period. A locust kicked off with its powerful hind legs, like a black cannonball, directly charging at Chun Feng in the front. Bring it on. Chun Feng's gaze sharpened. As a former professional deity, his consciousness instantly completed the entire process from prediction to tactical formulation. He sidestepped to the left, evading the lunge, and prepared to counter with a backstab. This was muscle memory ingrained in his bones from divine domain. His brain issued commands. However, oh no, Chun Feng's pupils dilated sharply. He realized it, but his body didn't keep up. This LV-1 new body was like a rusty old machine, and the severe sense of lag distorted his movements. Hiss! The originally perfect dodge turned into a clumsy stumble. Although he avoided a fatal blow to the throat, his left shoulder was still viciously torn open by the locust's claws. 35. Bleeding. Warning. External armor damaged. Intense pain shot through his body, although the sensation was weakened by the system. The real feedback of flesh being torn still made him break out in a cold sweat. Chun Feng quickly retreated and immediately opened his character panel. ID. Feng Xing Tian Xia. Class. Hunter, LV-1. Status. Light injury, strength. 6. Physical attack weight. Agility. 9. Movement speed attack speed neural response. Constitution. 5. Life defense, spirit. 5. Perception skills. Total attribute points. 25. Note. The average single attribute for adult males on Blue Star is 5. Total 20. Damn it. Chun Feng looked at the agility of 9, smiling wryly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although it was nearly double that of an ordinary person, this was already the initial limit of the hunter. To maintain balance, his constitution and spirit were both at the lowest tier. Forget about the identity of a deity. Chun Feng took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and pragmatic. Right now, I am just a low-stat cannon fodder. The locust lunged at him again. This time, Chun Feng didn't try to show off his skills. He utilized his only advantage, the bone blade. At the moment the claws were about to touch his face, he didn't retreat, but charged in, paying the price of being scratched on his chest, and drove the bone blade fiercely into the soft joint of the monster's abdomen. Weak point hit. 80. On the other side, screams echoed. Not everyone had Chun Feng's combat awareness. Faced with these hyper-realistic monsters, many players were directly knocked to the ground, torn to shreds. Help! It hurts so much. It really hurts. This monster's attack power is too high. I'm almost out of health in just 2 hits. In the crowd, an unlucky player with the ID, Yi Shun, was surrounded by 3 locusts and was instantly torn to pieces. Player Yi Shun has died. His body turned into white light and dissipated, all his equipment dropping to the ground. Immediately after, all players' system interfaces popped up a bright red death penalty notification. Warning, player death. Extracting core energy to remake body. Punishment determination. Deducting 50 current level experience. Dropping 50 bioenergy, currency. Resurrection waiting time, 30 minutes. Seeing this notification, players who were originally thinking of infinite resurrection suddenly became clear-headed. Lose half my money. And experience too? This penalty is too harsh. This isn't a fast food game. This is hardcore soul exploration. From a high-dimensional perspective, the ancient abyss coldly observed all of this. He hadn't set the clearing to be so ruthless, but he had to make players feel the pain to learn to cooperate. Everyone, don't panic. Have all the Guardian-class players died? Step up. A roar exploded in the chaotic square. Wang Daqiang, ID, Dali Chu Chi Ji, crashed into the swarm like a moving mountain. He also glanced at his panel. His total attributes were also 25 points, but distributed very differently. Class, Guardian, LV1. Strength, 8 agility, 3, clumsy as a turtle, constitution, 9, tough skin and thick flesh, spirit, 5. A locust bit down hard on his arm, making a crisp sound. A white mark appeared on his heavy white plate armor. 8, block, ha ha ha. Is that just a scratch? Wang Daqiang laughed maniacally. Although everyone had the same attributes, he, having worked physically for many years, understood better than those couch potatoes how to utilize his body's center of gravity. He grabbed the locust by the neck and used his 8 points of strength to block the swarm behind him like a wall. What are the Guardians doing? Follow my lead. Block the position. Wang Daqiang shouted. Where are the mages in the back? Attack it. With the tank absorbing damage. The originally chaotic players finally found their rhythm. Dozens of spirit weavers, players stood in the back. Their attribute distribution was extremely specialized. Spirit Weaver, LV1 Strength 4, Agility 5. Constitution 4, Spirit 12. The high 12 points in Spirit allowed them to mobilize stronger energy. Zing. Dozens of blue electric arcs focused on one locust. Class feature, Neural Disruption. That monster was instantly electrocuted, convulsing and entering a stiff state. Healer. I'm low on health. A guardian shouted from the front. Here I come. Li Yu, ID, Yun Zhongyu, rushed over with a heavy mechanical backpack. Weaver, LV1 Strength 5, Agility 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 8. This was a jack-of-all-trades attribute distribution, balancing survival and support capabilities. She rushed to the player's back, pressed down on the wound with both hands, and activated her class skill. Skill, Biogel Injection, consuming 20 points of spirit energy. It restores the target's health per second and repairs armor. White foam surged out, quickly hardening into a scab. That guardian looked at his rising health bar with joy. Awesome, girl. That has some serious healing. Brothers, with a healer here, what are we afraid of? Charge. Charge. Guardians tanking damage, spirit weavers controlling the field, and hunters reaping the rewards. The prototype of the iron triangle of the 4 classes was quickly forced out under the pressure of survival. When players realized that although this group of monsters was fierce, as long as they cooperated, they could kill them, the greedy nature of the 4th calamity completely overwhelmed their fear. Don't steal. That low health one is mine. That dropped light orb is bioenergy. Quick, pick it up. Half an hour later, as the last void locust had its neck severed by Chun Feng's blade, the hardcore square finally fell silent. The ground was littered with green insect corpses and shattered player armor. Out of 1,000 players, only a little over 600 were still standing at that moment. The remaining 300 were reading the countdown to respawn in the small black room. Chun Feng leaned against a massive pillar of muscle fiber, panting heavily. His health bar had only 10 points left, and his stamina bar was completely depleted. Battle ended. Total gains, 85 bioenergy. Level progress, LV199 LV2. Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes 1. Gained 2 free attribute points. Having leveled up, Chun Feng did not hesitate to allocate all 2 precious free attribute points to agility. Agility, 912, level up 1. Point allocation 2. Chun Feng clenched his fist and tried to swing his arm. Whoosh. The feeling of heaviness in his body and the blockage that hindered his awareness had significantly diminished. He felt as if his thoughts had become clearer, as if he had just woken up from a good sleep. The game's feedback mechanism was truly impressive. Even the sensation of becoming stronger was simulated so well. Chun Feng marveled at this, but did not think much of it, considering it a high-end effect of the brain-machine interface. At that moment, the system announcement echoed again above the square. Warriors, you have defended your honor. Server announcement. Detected that the player community has accumulated enough bioenergy. The Gene Shop, LV1, is now open. Area unlocked. Crimson Starway, first defense zone. Chun Feng closed the shop and looked into the distance. The city they were in, City of Origins, Heart, was actually a supercontinent floating in the void. At the end of the square, there was a grand passage leading into endless darkness. It was the Crimson Starway, artery, composed of countless crimson giant tubes. It was as wide as a true galaxy. surging with streams of golden red energy. Standing at the entrance, players felt like ants standing by the Amazon River. The system prompt sounded at the right moment. Current location, city of origins, core area, next destination, Judgment Gate, bicuspid defense line. Distance, 120,000 kilometers, 120,000 kilometers? Chen Feng was stunned. He opened the mini-map and found that the so-called Judgment Gate was merely a large door to exit this novice village. The more distant areas on the map, such as the one marked as Storm Abyss, Lungs, were displayed in light years. Was this map way too big? Wang Dachang also came over, looking at the map in disbelief. Are we supposed to run until our legs break? Chen Feng shook his head, his gaze deep. With such a large map, there must be a vehicle system. But now, he looked towards the deep Crimson Starway, where countless shadows could be faintly seen drifting. We need to fight our way through this door first. Chapter 4. Crimson Star River. The glow of the Gene shop gradually faded. The players who were still immersed in the joy of leveling up now looked at their withered wallets, letting out wails of despair. It's too dark. This planner is too ruthless. A player with the ID Miracles from Strength squatted on the ground, staring at the skill book titled Savage Charge, with drool almost spilling out. But the price tag of 200 bioenergy left him in despair. In that earlier battle, everyone fought hard for over half an hour. And after accounting for deaths and equipment repairs, most people had only a few dozen points left. I just took a look. A basic white bone sword costs 150 points. A nearby hunter player complained, this ISNT playing a game. It feels like working for the system. Fengxing Tianxia frowned as well. As the main damage dealer, he had a balance of 135 points, which was comparatively wealthy, but still far from enough to buy a skill book. He could only settle for a compromise, spending 10 points to buy a high-hardness sharpening stone, to carefully polish and repair the initial bone blade that had dulled during the fight. He saved the remaining money. Fengxing Tianxia was very calm. In this hardcore game, attributes and skills were the way to go. Ordinary equipment could be compensated for with technique. But the lack of skill mechanics was fatal. In the high-dimensional void, Yuan looked at the group of players cursing at the shop below and felt not anger, but a bit guilty. It wasn't he that he was heartless, he was also poor. The divine state panel on his retina was turning red. The heart core shield energy was only at 0.05 in a critical state. The bioenergy submitted by the players, plus transaction taxes, totaled only 500 points. Repairing the damaged heart membrane required 5,000 points, and maintaining the holographic network operation cost another 100 points per hour. Yuan sighed, made a mental note, and painfully allocated 5,000 points of energy. At the edge of the heart core square, the corroded pits and cracks began to slowly writhe, with countless golden flesh buds intertwining and growing. In just a few moments, the broken battlefield was revitalized. I need to give them a bit of sweetness. That artery leading to the lungs is too far. If I walk there on foot, I might die halfway. He turned his gaze to the rushing giant blood vessel. There, countless huge red blood cells were flowing along, like natural vehicles. I need to package these things a bit. Yuan thought, modifying the system description. Server announcement. The journey to the next destination, Judgment Gate, is long. Hint. The Crimson Starway flows with natural vehicles known as Crimson Boats. Intelligent players should know to go with the flow. Crimson Boat. Fengxing Tianxia's eyes lit up as he looked towards the end of the square. There was the starting point of the Crimson Starway. Standing at the edge and looking down, everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight before them. This was not a river. It was clearly a golden red energy star river, dozens of kilometers wide. Countless glowing liquids surged within it, and amidst the torrent floated numerous huge, flat red discs. Each disc had a diameter of at least 10 meters, with slightly raised edges, covered in a layer of soft fluorescence, looking like sci-fi biological flying saucers. So this is the so-called Crimson Boat. A female player with the ID Cloud Grapefruit exclaimed softly. The artwork here is simply amazing. The scene of these giant objects drifting in the energy river would make a perfect wallpaper. What are we waiting for? Miracles from Strength slapped his thigh and excitedly stood up. The system has made it clear, that's a free bus. Brothers, get on board. He, relying on his tough skin and strong build, was the first to dash to the edge. Looking at the rushing star river below and a giant disc slowly floating by, this fierce man took a deep breath and leaped. The system instantly popped up a judgment. Action judgment successful, strength judgment passed. Boom. Miracles from Strength crashed onto the red disc like a cannonball. The disc was extremely elastic. When he landed, it caved in dramatically and then bounced him high up. Wow. So bouncy. He flailed in the air, finally landing flat on the center of the disc, gripping the edge's raised bone handrail tightly. Steady. Brothers, come up. This thing is super stable. Miracles from Strength stood on the rapidly moving disc, waving at the stunned crowd on the shore. Looking just like someone who had just secured a seat during the spring festival travel rush. Can it really work? Other players saw this and began to imitate him. In an instant, the edge of the hardcore square sounded like dumplings being dropped into water, with splashes echoing everywhere. Fengxing Tianxia did not rush to jump. He observed the flow rate and landing point for a while, then turned back to look at the still hesitant Cloud Grapefruit. Stay close to me. I only have 6 agility. I'm afraid I won't make it across. Cloud Grapefruit looked nervously at the rushing torrent below. It's okay, I'll pull you. Fengxing Tianxia reached out his hand. Yun Zhongyo was taken aback as she looked at the black-shelled hand in front of her. Gritting her teeth, she extended her own hand. Jump! With a low shout, both of them leaped at the same time. In the air, Fengxing Tianxia displayed remarkable body control. Not only did he accurately predict the landing spot, but he also pulled Yun Zhongyo along, alleviating the impact of their descent. Thud! The two landed steadily on a massive crimson ship. The ground beneath them felt soft yet resilient, surrounded by rapidly retreating scarlet light and shadows, with an infinitely high dark void above. Wow! Yun Zhongyo steadied herself by holding onto Fengxing Tianxia's arm, gazing at the dreamlike scene, and couldn't help but exclaim. This is simply a superluminal jump corridor. So cool. At this moment, most players had already boarded these natural vessels. The grand fleet of starships surged forward along the magnificent energy corridor, heading into the depths of the profound darkness. The voyage did not last long. Fengxing Tianxia was sitting at the edge of the disk, resting his eyes to recover stamina when he suddenly felt the flow beneath his feet slow down. The system's red alert suddenly lit up. Warning! Crystal deposits are obstructing the front navigation route. Triggered event. Clear the route. Objective: smash the wall of size and kill the amber devourers guarding it. Everyone looked up. They saw that the originally wide river channel had suddenly been blocked by a massive yellow mountain in the center. It was a giant wall made of yellow, semi-transparent crystals, refracting eerie light under the brilliance of the starry river. On the wall, countless soft-bodied monsters, only half a human height and oozing golden slime, were wriggling. A roadblock? Miracles of Strength stood at the forefront of the starship, staring at the yellow mountain and cursed. Is the planner sick? A crystal mountain piled in the middle of an interstellar route? Although he cursed, his body was honest. Brothers, time to fight. That monster looks soft and squishy. Definitely easy to bully. Charge and smash them. However, when the first starship collided with the yellow mountain, the players realized they were wrong. Bang! There was no sound of impact as imagined. The starship seemed to sink into a swamp, stuck tightly by the viscous substance, unable to move. Immediately, the amber devourers on the wall sprang into action. They had no sharp claws, instead opening their bodies and lunging directly at the players. This monster has no damage. A player who was wrapped by the slime monster noticed his health bar hadn't dropped much and was about to laugh when his expression suddenly changed. No way. My agility has dropped to 0. The area wrapped by the slime monster quickly solidified, forming a thick layer of yellow hard shell. The entire person felt like being sealed in amber, unable to move even a finger. It's a control monster. Don't get wrapped up. Fengxing Tianxia shouted from the ship behind. Mages. Spirit channelers. Use lightning to paralyze them. However, this time the spirit channelers also hit a wall. Dozens of lightning bolts struck the slime monster, but it was like a mud bull entering the sea, causing no ripple at all. Damage ineffective. Insulator. Damn. Is this monster magic immune? Physical attacks can't do anything. The knife just slides off. What to do? As they watched more and more starships being stuck and players turning into amber specimens, the entire fleet fell into paralysis. What is the weakness? Fengxing Tianxia stared at the monster's panel description, his brows furrowing. The system did not provide a direct hint about weaknesses. Players needed to explore it themselves. Just then, Yun Zhongyo, who had been hiding behind him, suddenly tugged at his shirt. Look at this environmental buff. Yun Zhongyo pointed to an inconspicuous little icon in the upper right corner of the screen. Environment. High-energy ether flow. Description. The current area is filled with extremely volatile gas. Fire attribute effects increased by 200, highly flammable. Since the planner gave this environmental hint, the solution must be related to fire, Yun Zhongyo analyzed. But there are no torches for sale in the shop, and we don't have fire mages. Fengxing Tianxia looked at the environmental icon, and then at the group of players clad in heavy chitinous armor nearby, wielding rough bone weapons. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. High-concentration flammable gas colliding with bone and shell creates sparks. This is the most basic physical engine interaction. He suddenly looked towards Miracles of Strength, who was entangled by a slime monster. Daqiang, smash your armor with your weapon. Or smash someone else's. Huh. Why would I smash myself? Daqiang looked confused. That's the flint principle. Fengxing Tianxia shouted. Your shells and weapons are all made of high-hardness chitin. In this environment, as long as you create a spark, it can explode. Although Daqiang didn't understand the physical parameters, he understood the operation. All right, brothers, come, light me up. He raised his heavy bone hammer and smashed it down on the shoulder armor of another trapped player. Hold on, brother. Clang. A clear sound of impact rang out. A dazzling spark erupted in the darkness. In this extremely flammable high-energy environment, what was originally an insignificant spark was like a cigarette but dropped into a powder keg. Boom. An orange-red flame exploded into existence, instantly igniting the slime monster entangled with the player. The amber monster, which had been impervious to blades and guns just moments ago, let out a shrill scream upon encountering fire, rapidly melting into a puddle of black water. Critical hit. 500. Environmentally vulnerable. Damn, it really works. Daqiang looked at the flames burning on his body. The high constitution of the Guardian allowed him to endure this burning for a short time, making him look like a vengeful flame rising from hell. Haha, I'm on fire. He charged into the pile of monsters like a fireman, grabbing 2 slime monsters. Come on, hurt each other. Other players also reacted. Guardians are responsible for creating sparks. Spirit channelers blow wind to aid combustion. Hunters handle the finishing blows. In an instant, a bizarre self-harm ignition battle unfolded on the entire Crimson Star path. The originally indestructible amber wall began to melt and collapse under the player's imaginative tactics. From a high-dimensional perspective, Yuan watched this scene and couldn't help but facepalm. These guys are really using themselves as lighters. They mastered the realistic physics engine. However, seeing the open blood vessels and the cleared patches, Yuan had to admit that although this group of 4th Calamity players had wild methods, they were indeed effective. Since they love fire so much, Yuan glanced at the high-energy amber energy being absorbed by the players. A thought crossed his mind. The next second, a server-wide announcement popped up. Congratulations! Player tactics have triggered hidden class mechanism. Guardian class has a new advanced route. Inferno Guardian requires consuming high-energy amber essence to unlock. At this moment, the Guardian players, who had been complaining about the slime being disgusting, looked at the ground covered in black oil and amber fragments. And their expressions instantly changed. Don't grab. This oil is mine. Whoever grabs it gets angry. I want to change to Fireman. Chapter 5. Server Maintenance and Withdrawal Reactions. The Grand Crimson Fleet sped through the golden-red energy star river. For the players standing on the Crimson ships, this was a superluminal interstellar journey. The surrounding walls were as high and distant as the heavens, and the energy torrents beneath their feet roared and surged. Too slow. Yuan, from a high-dimensional perspective, looked at the progress bar that crawled along like a snail and shook his head helplessly. His divine body was too massive. For microscopic cells, traveling from the heart to the lungs was akin to an interstellar expedition. Even drifting along the arterial blood flow required a long period. I can't let them drift indefinitely. Players will get bored and quit. Yuan's gaze swept forward. Not far from the heart's exit, there is an important gateway, the pulmonary valve. Due to long-term energy accumulation, a natural transfer space station has formed there. Let's establish the first outpost there. Server announcement. The transfer station, Sign Corridor, is about to be reached. Tip. The journey is long. For resupply and maintenance, all kin are requested to dock at the corridor. With the system broadcast, players saw the endless star river ahead suddenly diverge. A magnificent and breathtaking white giant gate spanned the heavens and the earth. It was composed of 3 semi-transparent, softly glowing giant valves. Each valve stood tall like a Himalayan mountain, abruptly cutting off and diverting the rushing blood flow. This modeling is incredible. Fengxing Tianxia looked up at the giant gate, feeling a mix of megalophobia and awe. The starship slowly docked. This was not the lungs, but a white land formed from calcified deposits. At this moment, a lonely figure was already standing on the land. It was a 3-meter-tall giant, clad in tattered golden heavy armor, wielding a broken spear. Beneath his helmet was a void of black mist, with only 2 points of ghostly blue flame flickering. This was an NPC, Ancient Watcher Zero, created by the Ancient Abyss using its remaining divine power and immune memory. Players rushed ashore, immediately surrounding this unique NPC. Wow. An NPC. Alive. Big brother, can you give a quest? The Li Chu Chi Ji boldly poked the giant's armor with his bone hammer. Clang. With a crisp sound, the giant suddenly turned its head, its ghostly blue eyes fixed on Li Chu Chi Ji, scaring the strong man to retreat 3 steps. The giant emitted a hoarse voice like metal scraping. Newborn kin? So weak. You don't even qualify to survive that disaster. Although it mocked with its words. A large golden question mark lit up above the giant's head. Quest: clear the corridor silt. Publisher: Watcher 0. Description: the gate of the Sighing Corridor is blocked by void dust. This has obstructed the passage to the Stormstar domain. As new recruits, this is your only value. Objective: clear the hardened silt near the gate, 0-1000. Reward: unlock the corridor teleport point, gain 50 bioenergy. TCH, so it's a menial task. Li Chu Chi Ji pouted, but his body honestly accepted the quest. Fine, as long as there's money to be made. I'm crazy to buy that skill book. In an instant, the originally quiet corridor became bustling. Although it was just a dull mining and cleaning task, this group of players played it creatively. Some competed to see who could dig faster, while others studied whether the silt could be made into equipment. In the high-dimensional space, the ancient abyss watched the continuous influx of bioenergy into the system, nodding in satisfaction. After several hours of crazy slaughter, exploration, and cleaning by the players, his bioenergy reserves finally broke through a threshold. Current bioenergy reserve, 12,000 points. Core shield energy, 005008. The energy is sufficient. The ancient abyss's gaze sharpened. Although the first batch of 1,000 players was useful, their number was too small. Facing the billions of virus legions in the lungs, this amount of troops was barely enough. Expansion was necessary, but a problem arose. The ancient abyss's divine soul was extremely weak right now, and maintaining the high-dimensional real-time connection with these 1,000 people consumed most of his computing power. To bring in more players, he had to disconnect, using the energy at hand to perform a deep repair and expansion of the server, which is his own divine soul network. He could only inconvenience these guys for now. With a wave of his hand, the ancient abyss pressed the kick button for the entire server. Server announcement: to all dear kin. Given that the Sighing Corridor area has been opened to accommodate more warriors, this world will undergo a version update and server expansion. Estimated maintenance time, 8 hours. Countdown, 10, 9, 8 what? Server maintenance? Li Chu Chi Ji, who was digging in the silt, froze. No. I just need to dig one more piece to have enough money for the skill book. Just give me one more minute. This game actually has server downtime? Fengxing Tianxia was also caught off guard, as he was preparing to explore the dark areas deep within the corridor. But the system was merciless. 3, 2, 1. Connection disconnected. Everyone's vision went black in an instant. Blue Star, the real world. It was already deep into the night. Magic City, Cloud Apartment. The cover of the life pod slowly slid open. Fengxing Tianxia, Chen Feng, took off the neural connection helmet and suddenly sat up. A strong, nauseating heaviness instantly hit him. In the game, he was an agile hunter with a score of 12, able to leap and scale walls. His body is light as the wind, but here, when consciousness returned to flesh, he felt like a drowning person wearing hundreds of pounds of lead. His fingers were stiff, reactions sluggish, even breathing felt laborious. This feeling, Chen Feng raised his hand, wanting to grab the water cup on the table. The brain issued the command: reach out, grip. In the game, this action would be completed with lightning precision. But in reality, that hand trembled as it reached out, fingertips barely brushing the cup's side. Bang! The cup toppled over, rolling to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Chen Feng froze in place, maintaining the reaching position, staring intently at his unresponsive right hand. Everything on the Star River just now felt like an extremely real dream. Chen Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly, bent down, and struggled to pick up the cup. Although reason told him this was just a game, the huge sense of loss from once having a perfect body gnawed at his nerves like a drug addiction. He didn't want to stay in this useless shell. He wanted to go back. Back to that world where he could control everything and wield bone blades to tear apart monsters. Chen Feng lay back in the life pod, staring intently at the countdown showing server maintenance. 8 hours. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Hurry up. At the same time, in Kyoto City, in the special care ward, Yun Zhongyu, took off her helmet, the first time she had been forcibly logged out of the game. The ward was silent. Only the ticking of the machines. She subconsciously tried to lift her leg, just as she had done countless times in the game. But this body remained completely still, rigid, cold, without sensation. Liu froze for a few seconds, suddenly covering her head with the blanket, suppressed sobs escaping. Why did I have to wake up? The feeling of running and jumping in the Star River was so real, yet lying in bed now felt so cruel. This was not a game. It was the most beautiful dream woven for someone like her, and also the most brutal punishment. She glanced at the time. 7 hours and 59 minutes left. Liu wiped her tears, her gaze turning somewhat fanatical. She wouldn't sleep. She would watch this countdown, even if it was just 1 second. She didn't want to be late in going back in. In the high-dimensional space, the Titan body. The ancient abyss was unaware of the massive withdrawal reaction his server maintenance had caused among the players. At that moment, he was using the 12,000 points of bioenergy to make a gamble. System, invest 10,000 points of energy to repair the Divine Soul Network nodes. Invest 2,000 points of energy to hatch new kin bodies. Command confirmed. Constructing new soul link channel. Estimated expansion quota, 10,000 people. As the energy flowed in, the ancient abyss felt his previously muddled consciousness become slightly clearer. In that moment, the intense pain that felt like my brain was about to split eased a bit. Great. The server upgrade was successful. Yuan looked at the new announcement generated by the system, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Since we're going to play, let's play big. Those viruses probably have sensed the movement here at the heart and are gathering their forces. So, I'll prepare an army of 10,000 for them. He typed a new announcement on the official website. Titan, Genesis second test, is about to begin. Version update, prelude to the storm, additional slots, 10,000 people. New race class branch, Flame Prison Guardian, Advanced Guardian. The place we are going is both the Sea of Stars and the Abyss of Hell. The online world of Blue Star exploded as this announcement was released. Those in the first batch who didn't grab a spot and were mocking the virus pop-up. Upon seeing the gameplay videos released by the first test players showcasing cosmic drifting, tearing apart monsters, and chitinous lighters, regretted it deeply. On the forum, discussion threads about Titan instantly flooded the boards. I'm begging for an activation code. I'll pay 10,000. Get lost upstairs. I'll pay 50,000. This physics engine, these light and shadow effects, is this really what human technology can achieve? Enough talk. Who else wants to team up? I'm a professional commander, and I must get into the second test. A storm named the Fourth Cataclysm is gathering strength, preparing to sweep through Yuan's entire divine world. Chapter 6. The front line of the storm. Server maintenance completed. Connecting to the Soul Network. Welcome back to Titan, Genesis. Current online players. 100,000. At 8 a.m. Blue Star time. As the maintenance countdown reached 0, 10,000 new players from the second test surged into the game like a floodgate opening. Coordinates. Sign corridor. Outpost at the Heart-Lung connection. This massive platform, made of white calcified material, was instantly submerged in dense white light. The originally empty and desolate outpost was now bustling with people, the noise nearly toppling the 3 towering membrane gates above. Wow, is this really a game? The smell of the air, the feeling of the wind on my face. Don't crowd. Who stepped on my foot? The pain sensation system is real. Is this the legendary Heart Core Sanctuary? Oh no, the map shows this is the outpost. The 10,000 newbies, dressed in initial basic gear, chitinous underwear. We're like Lu Lao Lao just entering the Grand View Garden, exploring everything around them. In the center of the crowd, the 1,000 first test veterans who retained their equipment and levels became the most eye-catching figures. Especially the player named Miracles of Strength. This guy was standing on a tall rock, holding a massive bone hammer, clad in a full set of, though pieced together, chitinous armor, looking formidable. High-energy amber essence for sale. He shouted, "This is a great item, essential for making torches and enhancing weapons. Only 50 bioenergy each. Fair prices for everyone." Miracles of Strength yelled, instantly surrounded by eager newbies. "Big Shot, how do you level up in this game? Big Shot, why can't I accept any quests?" Miracles of Strength chuckled, pointing to the dim corners around the corridor. "Don't just think about rushing through the main gate. That's a high-level area. You'll die if you go in. See the dust around here? There are void dust mites and mud monsters hiding there, placed by the system for you to practice." As he said, the Titan's body was too enormous. Even in this relatively clean sign corridor, countless tiny cleaning organisms and metabolic waste thrived in the corners and crevices. For LV1 newcomers, these were the safest experience packages. Server-wide announcement. Profession Advancement System is now open. Just as chaos erupted in the square, the system's golden light curtain unfolded before everyone. This was the player's most concerned job transfer tree. Tip: after reaching LV10 in all basic professions, you can go to the Mentor for a transfer trial. A massive holographic chart slowly unfolded, detailing the conventional future of the 4 major professions. Hidden professions not displayed: 1. Guardian, Tank, Advancement 1. Iron Bulwark, Focus, Ultimate Physical Defense and Taunt Control. The main tank of the team. Core skills: Unyielding Will, Shield Charge. Advancement 2. Frenzied Beast. Focus. Abandoning the shield for two-handed weapons. Relying on high health and lifesteal for melee damage. Core skills. Bloodlust. Earthquake Wave. Advancement 3. Hidden Branch. Requires specific conditions to explore. 2. Hunter. Assassin. Advancement 1. Phantom Blade. Focus. Stealth. Backstab. Instant Burst. A master technique for hitting the backline. Core skills. Shadow Step. Execution. Advancement 2. Toxic Ranger. Focus. Continuous poison damage. Trap laying. Long-range kite. Core skills. Toxic Refinement. Corrosive Trap. Advancement 3. 3. Life Weaver. Support. Advancement 1. Life Sage. Focus. Powerful single target and group healing. Purifying negative states. Pure Healer. Core skills. Rain of Life. Light of Revival. Advancement 2. Flesh Artisan. Focus. Battlefield Architect. Using biological materials to build bone walls, turrets, and alter terrain. Core skills. Barrier Growth. Bone Spike Jungle. Advancement 3. 4. Spirit Manipulator. Mage. Advancement 1. Lord of Thunder. Focus. Frenzied Lightning Output. Group Paralysis Control. Core skills. Thunderstorm. Lightning Chain Overload. Advancement 2. Mind Hacker. Focus. Mental Control. Illusions. Making monsters kill each other. Core skills. Mental Whip. Confusion Command. Advancement 3. Looking at this detailed job transfer chart, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Fengxing Tianxia's eyes. LV10. He glanced at his current level, LV2, 15. Although he was one level ahead of the new players, he still had a long way to go before transferring. In the grand world of Titan, each level up required massive amounts of bioenergy. Fengge. Pick me, pick me. Miracles of strength squeezed out from the crowd. Followed by Yun Zhongyu. I also want to level up, Yun Zhongyu said softly. I just looked. And the Life Sage skill seemed to be able to dispel the environmental toxins here. I want to transfer as soon as possible. Fengxing Tianxia nodded. Then shouted in the regional channel, Elite Exploration Team, march into the Storm Abyss. I need 2 spirit manipulators, must be able to follow orders, no pure newbies. Only LV2 old players. Since it was a large server with 100,000 players, he didn't need to go solo anymore. In this hardcore game, a well-equipped fixed team was more important than anything else. Soon, 2 spirit manipulator players with IDs of Thunder King and Data Maniac joined the team. Let us go? Fengxing Tianxia didn't waste any time, leading this 5-person squad through the bustling crowd toward the already open membrane gate. Behind the gate was the new map, Storm Abyss. Coordinates, Storm Abyss, edge of right lung lobe. As soon as they crossed the massive white gate, the environment changed dramatically. Whoosh. The howling wind sounded like wailing ghosts. This was no longer the calm blood vessels, but a wasteland filled with turbulence and toxic gas. The sky was gray, with countless massive holes hanging overhead, each a lung alveolus entrance several kilometers in diameter. With every breath of the Titan, a violent hurricane would swirl among these holes. And on the ground, there was charred sponge-like tissue, with yellow-brown dust filling the air. Environmental warning. Entering inflammatory storm zone. All members take 1 point of burning damage per second. Support. Activate continuous healing. Fengxing Tianxia calmly commanded. Yun Zhongyu immediately activated biological gel injection, wrapping everyone in a thin layer of recovery film, barely offsetting the environmental blood loss. There are monsters ahead, be cautious. Fengxing Tianxia lowered his body, pointing to the charred, sponge-like ground in front. A new kind of monster, never seen before, was wandering there. They looked like some kind of burnt rock giant, standing 2 meters tall, with molten lava flowing from the cracks all over its body, wielding burning rocks in its hands. Monster, Flame Poison Golem, LV5. Description, an elemental creature formed from necrotic tissue and high-temperature inflammation. High defense, immune to fire damage. Level 5 monster, an elite template. Dali Chukaji swallowed hard. We're only level 2, can we defeat it? This isn't even a boss, not even a mini-boss. Fengxing Tianxia's gaze was deep. This is just the most common patrol in the Storm Abyss. Looking into the distance, following his finger, everyone discovered that in the depths of the mist, there were countless flame poison golems, hundreds or even thousands. And further away, a giant flame demon, towering dozens of meters, could be vaguely seen wandering. In this grand world, there is no unique final boss. 4 micro-level players. A severe pneumonia here means billions of enemies. Every inch of land is a battlefield. We don't need to clear the map. That is something only millions can do. Fengxing Tianxia calmly analyzed. Our goal is to establish a stronghold. Daqiang. Go pull the monster, just pull this one. This monster is heavy and easy to kite. Got it. Dali Chukaji raised his crude chitin shield and charged forward with a loud shout. Hey, look over here, Grandpa. The flame poison golem slowly turned around, letting out a dull roar, raising its burning fist to smash down. Bang! Dali Chukaji was knocked back 2 steps, losing 1/5 of his health. That is powerful. But as long as I'm not surrounded, Grandpa can play with you all day. Attack! With Fengxing Tianxia's command. The backline lightning mage and data maniac simultaneously swung their staffs. Zizizi. 2 blue arcs of electricity accurately struck the joints of the golem's knees. Although the damage wasn't too high, the golem's movements clearly stiffened for a moment. In that instant, Fengxing Tianxia moved. Like a black ghost. He swiftly cut into the golem's back. The bone blade in his hand had limited damage to the rocky skin, but he wasn't targeting the skin. He was aiming for the crack on the golem's back, where the lava flowed. That was the energy core. Uft. 45. Weak point strike. The 5-person team coordinated perfectly. Even though they were 3 levels lower, they still managed to take down this elite monster within 2 minutes. Boom. The golem fell, exploding into a pile of rubble. Killed flame poison golem, LV5. The whole team gains 30 biological energy. Gain material, flame poison crystal core, can be used for weapon enchantment. Awesome. The experience bar visibly increased. Dali Chukaji excitedly picked up the red crystal core. Just 100 more, and I can level up to 3. Don't be careless. Maintain the rhythm. Fengxing Tianxia looked at the monsters scattered across the mountains in the distance, showing no signs of relaxation. We are dancing on the edge of a knife. If we pull more than 2 monsters, we will be wiped out. High-dimensional perspective. Yuan watched the gradually brightening star-like battle lights in the lung area, nodding slightly. Although most new players were still lamenting in the corridor, fighting fiercely over a single LV1 dust mite. The elite team, led by Fengxing Tianxia, had already stabilized their foothold at the edge of the lung. This is the adaptability of the 4th calamity. Yuan glanced at his energy reserves. With 11,000 players online simultaneously, the consumption of biological energy surged, but the acquisition speed increased exponentially. As long as they could establish a stable forward base over there, I could continuously recover energy and repair the divine body. But he also knew that the situation in the lungs was far more complicated than what players could see. There was not only inflammation, flame poison golem, but also the more deadly virus legion. Those true invaders were currently lurking deep in the alveoli, greedily eyeing this group of vibrant new cells. Hurry up and grow, warriors. Yuan whispered. The real war has yet to begin. Chapter 7. Desperate Map Running and Flesh Fortress. Blue Star Time. The 3rd day after the 2nd test began. Coordinates. Sighing corridor. Intersection of heart and pulmonary artery. In just 3 short days, this place had transformed from a desolate calcareous highland into a bustling slum. The influx of 11,000 players made this outpost, which could originally accommodate only 1,000, overcrowded. The ground was littered with traces of players setting up stalls, and some even built makeshift tents from collected chitin fragments. High prices for flame poison crystal core. Whatever the quantity, come farm the corridor sludge monster. Listen for the foreman, supplies included. Help. Who can lend me 5 points of biological energy to repair equipment? I've been running naked for 3 days. However, more than the excitement, there were complaints. This game map is too big, right? A novice player with the ID walking grass sat on the ground, rubbing his legs, though he felt no pain. He felt tired mentally, looking desperate. Running to the downwind area, monster spawn point in front takes 2 hours just for the run. If I die, it takes another 2 hours to respawn. I spent the whole day just running the map. This is the biggest pain point all players are facing right now. The Titan's body is far too vast for players at the cellular scale. From the safe zone of the sighing corridor to the nearest monster spawn point at downwind area. There is a long expanse of blood vessel wasteland in between. Moreover, there are randomly spawning wandering monsters along the way, making solo travel extremely risky. This hardcore setting of 5 minutes to die and 2 hours to run back has discouraged many newbies with poor mentalities. Coordinates. Storm abyss deep in the right lung lobe, unexplored area. The environment here is even harsher than the edge areas. Gale swirled with scalding flame poison dust. With visibility under 50 meters. The ground was no longer a hard calcareous layer, but soft, slippery, and constantly wriggling lung tissue. Uft. A black bone blade accurately sliced through the core at the back of a flame poison golem. Fengxing Tianxia gasped, kicking away the rubble underfoot. And behind him was a weary elite squad. After 3 days of frantic leveling, their average level had reached LV5, making them the highest level first-tier team in the entire server. But even so, they had reached their limit. Feng brother, we can't go any deeper. Yunzhongyu glanced at the nearly empty supply pack. We only have 3 bottles of recovery potions left. If we encounter a group of monsters again, we will be wiped out and have to return to the city. If we die and go back, today will be for nothing. Dali Chukaji was also exhausted. His once proud chitin shield was now pockmarked, with durability nearly at zero. This broken game. Can't they set a respawn point up ahead? Dali Chukaji cursed and sat down on the ground. I don't want to run a marathon anymore. Fengxing Tianxia said nothing. He stood on a protruding gray-white rock, looking through the mist ahead. There, the fog thickened, presenting a strange dark green. Countless massive, spider nest-like sacs could be vaguely seen hanging in the air, with dense black shadows weaving in and out among them. That was the true virus nest. Unlike the inflammatory golems on the outskirts that mindlessly smash, the monsters there are organized. We really can't get through. Fengxing Tianxia calmly analyzed. Relying on just the 5 of us is like a drop of water in the ocean. To advance the front line, we must bring the large team over. How to pull them? The Lingshu master of the same team, the Electro Monarch, raised his hands in exasperation. Everyone wasn't foolish. No one wanted to run for hours only to meet their death. Fengxing Tianxia looked down at the massive, solid calcified rock beneath his feet. This was a natural high ground, easy to defend but hard to attack, and it was situated on the leeward side of the storm. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind, since the system didn't provide a resurrection point. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Fengxing Tianxia's eyes. Then let's create one ourselves. He looked at Yun Zhongyu and the team. Yuzi, I've seen the advancement roadmap for Weaving Master. Although you need to reach level 10 to change classes, there's a basic skill called material reconstruction, right? Yun Zhongyu was taken aback for a moment. There is, but that skill can only be used to repair cover or create temporary obstacles. If you use monster bones, shells, and mix them with that high-viscosity biological gel, can you create a wall? Yun Zhongyu blinked, and after a moment of thought, her eyes lit up. Theoretically, yes. This is the embryonic form of flesh and blood craftsman. Then let's do it. Fengxing Tianxia issued an order in the team channel, stop farming monsters. From now on, our task is to collect materials. Dechong, go move those stones left by the golems. Monarch, you all go collect monster slime. We are going to build a flesh fortress here. From a high-dimensional perspective, Gu Yuan watched as this small team suddenly stopped advancing and began frantically collecting the surrounding debris, monster corpses, like ants moving their home. Want to build a house? Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback, then showed an appreciative smile. As expected of our compatriots, civil engineers, with the spirit of civil engineering. When game mechanics limited them, they would find ways to use the rules to create miracles. Since you have this intention, I will help you a little. Gu Yuan knew very well that if the issue of map running wasn't resolved, the 10,000 players from the second test would soon dwindle. Establishing a forward base in the lungs was imperative. He tapped his fingers and silently added a new item in the gene shop and unlocked special area permissions. Server-wide system announcement. Detected the pioneering actions of player Fengxing Tianxia's team. Area permissions unlocked. Storm Abyss construction mode. New store blueprints added. Biological beacon. Simple resurrection point. Requires 5,000 biological energy and core materials. Flame poison crystal core X100. Chitin wall blueprint. Requires guidance from weaving master skill. Defense turret blueprint. Requires energy from the Lingshu master. When this announcement was made, the entire server exploded. What the heck? We can create resurrection points ourselves? 5,000 biological energy. That's an astronomical price. Feng God is amazing. He actually triggered the construction system. At this time, Li Chu Chi Ji, who was moving stones, also saw the announcement and almost dropped the stone on his foot. 5,000 points. And 100 crystal cores? Selling all 5 of us wouldn't be enough. Although they were the top tier in the server, all their money was spent on potions and repairing equipment, and their liquid funds totaled less than 500. However, Fengxing Tianxia appeared unusually calm. He opened the server-wide area channel, and this was his first time speaking officially on the public screen. Fengxing Tianxia. Coordinates, Storm Abyss 334-128. We have discovered a safe high ground here and are preparing to establish the first frontline fortress in the server. Once completed, it will have a resurrection point, repair station, and supply station. From now on, players can farm monsters in the Storm Abyss without having to run 2 hours of wasted distance. However, the construction cost is huge, and we need to crowdfund. Fengxing Tianxia. All players who donate materials or biological energy will receive permanent residency rights and tax-exempt repair rights for the fortress. We will not force anyone. If you want to continue farming corpses, you can ignore this. After this message was sent out, the channel fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Then, the information flow exploded. I'm a guardian. I have strength. I'll go move bricks. I'm a weaving master. I can spit out glue. I'll go build walls. I only have money. I'll donate 100 points of biological energy. Boss, take me with you. Damn it, I finally don't have to run a marathon anymore. I'm going over now. Hours later, a spectacular scene appeared on the originally desolate rocky high ground. Thousands of players, enduring the environmental toxins that drained their health every second, formed a long line. Some carried massive golem debris, some dragged monster corpses, and others used rudimentary tools to level the land. Yin Zhongyu became the chief engineer on site. Dozens of weaving masters surrounded her, and under her command, they not only sprayed gel, but also stacked the bones and shells of those monsters like building blocks, sealing the gaps with gel. A fierce, rough, yet wild and beautiful gray-white bone wall was rising at a visible speed. Meanwhile, Li Chu Chi Ji, accompanied by a group of guardians, acted as a pile driver. They used their high-strength attributes to drive large chitinous spikes deep into the ground as the foundation. As for the massive gap of 5,000 biological energy and 100 crystal cores, in pursuit of a common vision to avoid running to farm corpses, the 10,000 players displayed incredible unity. You donate 1 point, I donate 2 points, and the crowdfunding progress bar shot up like a rocket. In just 3 hours. Crowdfunding progress. 100 Fengxing Tianxia stood at the center of the high ground, holding the biological beacon core materialized by the system. It was a crystal emitting a soft white light, flowing with the divine power granted by Yuan. He took a deep breath and forcefully inserted the crystal into the altar at the center of the high ground. Boom! A dazzling white beam of light shot up into the sky, dispersing the yellow-brown toxic mist within a radius of 500 meters. A gentle energy field spread out, and all players within the area heard the heavenly system prompt. Entering safe zone. Environmental toxins have been isolated. Health recovery speed 200. Resurrection point has been activated. We did it. Cheers echoed in the sky. Countless players were so excited they embraced each other in tears, though 2 chitinous shells clashing together only made a clanging noise. This fortress, built brick by the players themselves, though ugly and crude, at this moment gave them a sense of belonging greater than any exquisite game building. Fengxing Tianxia looked at the cheering crowd around him, a slight smile on his lips. He turned around and looked outside the fortress. Beyond the light curtain, the thick dark green mist seemed to be disturbed by the commotion here. Countless pairs of crimson compound eyes began to light up deep within the mist. The true viral legion had awakened. Chapter 8. Trench Warfare Coordinates. Storm Abyss Frontline Fortress Dawn. This gray-white fortress, built over 3 hours by thousands of players using monster corpses and chitinous waste, now stood on the high ground where the wind howled. Although it looked like a shoddily constructed illegal building, with sticky biological gel hanging on the walls, in the eyes of those 11,000 players, this was their home in this hell. Moreover, after 3 days of grinding, the players of the second test had undergone a complete transformation. They were no longer the newbies running around in shorts. Each one was equipped with several pieces of chitinous armor. And they no longer held stones, but standard bone spears or bone knives carved from monster bones. The average level had also reached LV3 and LV4. This was the result of 3 days of hard work. However, before they could celebrate their housewarming joy, the tremors beneath them made everyone close their mouths. Thud, thud, thud. That wasn't the heartbeat of a titan. It was the muffled sound of countless feet stomping on the sponge-like pulmonary tissue. They were coming. Standing at the highest watchtower of the fortress, Fengxing Tianxia gazed through the white safety zone barrier towards the distant deep green mist. At this time, his level had reached LV6, 12, still leading the entire server. However, the members of his elite squad were generally around LV5. Suddenly, the biological beacon in the center of the fortress erupted with a blinding red light. A massive holographic projection unfolded in the air. In the image, the NPC, Watcher Zero, whom he had seen in the sign corridor, appeared again. Pointing his spear into the depths of the fog, his voice was hoarse and urgent. Warriors, the filth of the abyss has sensed the igniting of the holy fire. They are gathering, trying to extinguish this last glimmer of hope. To protect this last hope of survival. Over the past few days, Yuan had manipulated NPC Zero to narrate a story of repelling the abyss and reclaiming the territory, with all players seen as a massive raiding team moving toward a common goal. As the NPC's words fell, a bright red system task panel popped up in front of everyone. Server-wide urgent campaign, Dawn Defense Battle, objective, hold the fortress for 2 hours. Repel the minions of the Flame Demon. Special buff activated, Life Beacon Overload. Effect. Death within the fortress range has no cooldown on resurrection, and consumption is halved. Failure penalty, fortress destroyed, frontline pushed back, Shop privileges reduced, level decreased. Seeing the words no cooldown on resurrection. Players who had previously been hesitant due to fear of losing levels instantly brightened their eyes. It's been 3 days. I've endured and run maps for 3 days. A player with the ID Walking Grass, a guardian, raised the huge leg bone, weapon, in his hand, finally not having to run for corpses today. Brothers, let's unleash the grievances of these 3 days. Damn it, let's fight them. For the experience. Kill. The mist was torn apart. Countless black, tide-like creatures surged out. Leading the charge were the virus-infected crawlers. They were transformed from necrotic alveolar cells, resembling skinless hunting dogs, with twisted limbs and sharp teeth. They were densely packed. Their numbers incalculable, overwhelming. Most were below LV4. The black wave crashed violently against the gray-white bone wall. Boom. The tremendous impact shook the entire fortress. The battle heated up the moment they made contact. Guardians, hold the gap. Don't let them climb up. Fengxing Tian Xia commanded loudly. At the base of the wall, thousands of Guardian players formed the first line of defense. After 3 days of practice, they had learned to cooperate. The frontline Guardians planted their bone shields into the ground, while those in the back rested their spears on the shields, instantly forming a spiked iron wall. Cold weapon positional warfare. Kid, get down. ALV-4 Guardian shouted angrily, smashing 2 crawlers away with a shield bash. The speed-oriented crawlers had no ability to break through, and this was not just a melee. Spirit Menders. Electrify. On the wall towers, 3,000 Spirit Menders simultaneously raised their bone staffs. After 3 days of grinding, their spirit attributes had generally reached over 15 points, and the staffs in their hands were no longer mere sticks. 3, 2, 1 Electrify, shouted a high-level player with the ID Lightning Mage. ZZZ. 3,000 blue arcs of electricity intertwined in the air, forming a massive electric net that violently enveloped the monster horde below the wall. Crackle. Hundreds of crawlers were instantly charred and stiffened in place. Hunters. Reap. Countless shadows leaped down from the wall. They were the Hunter Legion. Utilizing their high agility, they weaved through the monster horde, specifically targeting the remaining health of those paralyzed by electricity. Awesome. This experience is flooding in. I leveled up. I'm at LV4 now. The intense battle brought high rewards. The experience bar, which had been slow to rise, began to soar with such monster density. The thrill of this positional warfare was far more satisfying than grinding monsters alone. However, the monster's assault did not weaken. Bang! Bang! The earth trembled. From the depths of the fog, hundreds of heavy plague giants, LV8, entered the fray. They were true elite monsters, standing 3 meters tall, bloated, with thick layers of keratin covering their skin. They ignored the currents from the spirit menders and advanced with heavy footsteps, crashing into the fortress walls like siege vehicles. Boom. A section of the wall made of chitin waste instantly collapsed. Gap. The wall has fallen. Damn it, the giants are in. Dozens of plague giants rushed into the crowd, swinging their massive bone clubs, sending 5 or 6 players flying like bowling pins, their health bars instantly empty. Although players had leveled up, it was still difficult to face LV8 elite monsters head-on. Don't panic. Draw aggro. Fengxing Tianxia leaped down from the tower. Midair. He activated the hunter's skill, Bone Blade Thrust. His whole body transformed into a black streak of light, precisely stabbing into a giant's eyeball. Puff. 150. Weakness critical hit. The giant roared in pain, covering its eye and flailing its arms. Dolly. Take the aggro. Dolly Chukaji, now at LV5, charged in from the side. Wielding the Fine Bone Hammer 3, he had spent a fortune to enhance. Yes, the shop now offered enhancement services at a hefty price, but for Titans, the cost of enhancement was far less than the cost of resurrecting players. Dolly struck hard on the giant's toe, and then leapt up to pound the giant's knee. Look here, you grandson. The giant was enraged, raising its foot to stomp on Dolly. Dolly rolled on the ground, though in a clumsy posture, he successfully dodged the attack. Concentrate fire. All hunters, target the back row. Fengxing Tianxia bellowed. Have you all forgotten the weakness attacks I taught you these past few days? Fix those feet. Even scraping should kill it. Several hunter players, utilizing their high agility, climbed like fleas on the giant, their daggers targeting the joints, eyes, and neck of the giant. This was the classic swarm tactic of the 4th disaster. As long as you dared to show your health bar, even if you were a god, we could each take a stab and scrape you to death. It exploded. Equipment drop. As the first giant crashed to the ground, a blue glowing item dropped out. Fine level blueprint. Chitinous heavy armor. Chest. The blueprint was a design carefully crafted by Yuan. For players, battling monsters essentially only yielded materials without other gains. These blueprints were essentially a means for Yuan to reclaim resources from players. Players consumed materials and resources to obtain equipment, gaining strength to tackle higher-level challenges. Yuan reclaimed energy to survive and invested in future profits, a win-win situation. Of course, Yuan won twice. The moment the blueprint dropped, the eyes of surrounding players turned green. It's been 3 days, and everyone has been wearing tattered makeshift gear. Who wouldn't want to wear a stylish blue outfit? Damn. Blue gear blueprint. Kill. Steal the monster. That's a walking treasure chest. Players who had been passively defending suddenly charged out of the fortress, surrounding the plague giants from behind. Dozens of players surrounded one giant, and the scene became extremely brutal. Healer, keep the front guardians alive. Don't let them die. Yun Zhongyo, LV5, shouted hoarsely. She led 2,000 weavers, no longer mindlessly spraying gel, but instead using advanced techniques. Civil engineering team, quick, set up a bone spike over there. Dozens of weavers teamed up, using the material restructuring skill to instantly raise sharp bone spike traps on the ground, directly impeding a charging giant. The battle continued for an hour and a half. The fortress walls had collapsed halfway. The ground covered with a thick layer of monster corpses and broken swords and shields dropped by players. The light of the biological beacon had dimmed considerably, but the black tide had finally begun to recede. The remaining monsters seemed to receive some kind of order, retreating like a tide back into the depths of the mist. Battle ended. Defense successful. Everyone receives a large amount of experience, 100 biological energy, 500 fortress reputation. We won. Miracle of Strength sat limply on the ground, looking at his health bar, which was left with only a sliver, and his well-crafted bone hammer that had 0 durability. It was really exhilarating. This was much more tiring than moving bricks, but also much more enjoyable. He glanced at his level. LV6, 45. This battle had directly leveled him up. Looking around, the average level of the players still standing on the battlefield had risen to LV5. And hundreds of players in the first echelon had even all broken through to LV6. Although everyone looked terrible, with broken equipment and covered in dirt, each face wore a satisfied smile. Fengxing Tianxia stood on the broken wall, gazing at the temporarily quiet mist in the distance. He knew this was just a probe. The so-called regional lord, the flame demon, had yet to show up. But so what? He turned to look at the group of madmen behind him who were cheering, bantering, and picking up loot. 3 days ago, they were a scattered group. 3 days later, they had become a disciplined legion. Clean up the battlefield. Fengxing Tianxia issued the command in the public chat. Repair the walls, replenish ammunition. All drop materials are to be stored. We need to make a major adjustment. In the next wave, we will push back. Build more main cities on the front line. Chapter 9, World Boss. Blue Star Time, the 7th day after the second test began. Coordinates, Storm Abyss, Dawn Fortress. After a week of frantic infrastructure building and leveling up, the scenery here had undergone a tremendous transformation. What was once a temporary stronghold with only a few broken walls had now expanded into a substantial city of bones. The walls had been raised to 5 meters, surrounded by bone spike traps, and even designated trading areas and resurrection squares had been carved out inside. Players' average levels had risen to LV7, and the hardcore players of the first echelon had even reached the threshold of LV9, just one step away from job change. But the charm of Titan, Genesis, was not just about leveling up by killing monsters. In the Fortress Tavern, which was actually just an open area surrounded by large stones, a group of players without weapons but carrying expensive memory crystals were excitedly chatting. Brothers, I flew upstream of the Crimson Star River for 2 hours yesterday. The player with the ID Star River Wanderer was showcasing his holographic recording. Can you guess what I saw? At the source of that Red Star River, there's a gigantic pulsating core like a planet. The sense of oppression from that giant is wallpaper-worthy. What's that? Another player with the ID Archaeological Excavator scoffed. I dug up a fossil with strange patterns in the underground fissures of the Storm Abyss yesterday. The system says it's a relic of the ancient war, remains of immune cells. This game definitely has a deep and unfathomable background story. Although these players were not high in level, the videos they posted on the forum, Titan Geography Magazine, and Abyss Ancient Civilization Research were even more popular than strategy guides. This further convinced many that the game had a complete history and ecology, 30 kilometers deep in the Storm Abyss. While the casual players were admiring the scenery, the elite team, led by Fengxing Tianxia, was undertaking a desperate expedition. The wind speed was increasing. Yun Zhongyu clutched the rocks beside her tightly. Here, the howling wind made visibility less than 10 meters. At this moment, Fengxing Tianxia had reached LV980. He was the most likely player in the entire server to reach the first job change. to search for higher-level monsters and resources. He decided to venture deeper into this uninhabited area. According to the clues provided by Star River Wanderer, there should be a huge high-heat reaction source nearby. Fengxing Tianxia looked at the red mark on the map. As long as they secured that location, they could establish the 10th outpost. Fengge. The ground is shaking. Miracle of Strength, LV8, suddenly stopped, his expression grave. This tremor was different from before. It was accompanied by a dull, thunderous roar. Boom. The dark green mist ahead was suddenly torn apart by a terrifying heat wave. What is that? Miracle of Strength looked up, and his shield clattered to the ground. He saw a terrifying figure over 100 meters tall, slowly rising in the distance. Its body was made of burning black rock, with golden magma flowing within. It had no facial features, only a burning abyssal maw. With each breath, the surrounding air ignited, turning into a rain of fire. From the macro perspective of the Titan, this was just a relatively active, insignificant spark of inflammation. But in the eyes of a player at only LV9, this was the arrival of a myth. Warning. Encountered an extremely dangerous creature. Entity name. Living Flame Ember, Wandering Elite. Level, LV. Description. The embodiment of disaster in the storm abyss. A destructive fire that mortals cannot gaze upon. An elite monster? The system calls this an elite monster? The team's spiritual pivot, the Lightning King, shouted in terror. His voice pitchy. Its toes are taller than me. This is clearly a world boss. Run. Without any hesitation, Fengxing Tianxia shouted loudly. This was not something players at their current stage could fight against. Just the high-temperature radiation it emitted had caused everyone's health bars to drop rapidly. System warning. High-energy thermal radiation detected, losing 10 health points per second. 10 seconds to death? How do we play? Yuan Zhongyu was just about to cast a heal on herself when that flame giant merely took a step. Boom. A visible shockwave swept over. Dodge. Fengxing Tianxia suddenly pushed Yuan Zhongyu, shoving her into a crack in the rocks. But he was a moment too slow. The heat wave swept over, and Fengxing Tianxia felt as if he had been thrown into a steel-making furnace. The health bar on his retina evaporated in an instant. You have died. Following closely was Miracle of Strength. This number 1 guardian in the server tried to raise his shield to block the splattering embers. Although he couldn't win, he wanted to test its damage. He activated Ruthless Charge, like a brave ant charging at an elephant's foot. Bang! Without any suspense, he vaporized. In just 3 seconds. The top elite team in the server, aside from Yuan Zhongyu who was lucky enough to remain with a sliver of health hiding in the crack, was completely wiped out. Blue Star, the real world. Magic City, Cloud Apartment. Huh. Chen Feng suddenly sat up from the life support pod, gasping for breath. His entire body soaked in cold sweat. The pain of being burned by the flames seemed to linger in his nerves. It was too strong. Chen Feng looked at his trembling hands. That mass, that sense of oppression made their current strength seem like a joke. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. But at the same time, an unprecedented desire for conquest surged wildly in his heart. This is a common desire encountered by every gamer when facing challenges. One day, I will step on that big guy. Chen Feng crawled out of the pod, instinctively reaching for the water cup on the table. Still shaken from the intense stimulation of death, his mind was a bit hazy, and his elbow accidentally bumped into the edge of the glass cup on the table. Clatter. The cup slipped and fell to the ground. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. In his vision, the falling water cup seemed to transform into a slow-motion monster attack from a game. There was no conscious thought involved. His right hand instinctively reached out, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 fingers precisely pinched the cup's rim in midair. The movement was fluid and swift as lightning. Chen Feng froze. He maintained the posture of bending down to catch the cup, staring intently at his right hand. This was a hand afflicted by synaptic reaction delay syndrome. The doctor had said that his nerve response speed would slow down increasingly, his hand would tremble more, and he might not even be able to hold chopsticks steadily, let alone catch a flying cup. But in that moment just now, that long-lost feeling of control, reminiscent of his peak times, had truly returned. Chen Feng set the cup down, his brow furrowed. Perhaps it was just an adrenaline-fueled stress response. He didn't believe in miracles. As a professional player, he only believed in data and repeated validation. Chen Feng took a deep breath and pulled out a set of Jenga blocks from the drawer. This was what he usually used for rehabilitation training. In the past 6 months, he had struggled to stack even to the 5th layer because his fingers would involuntarily tremble. The first block, steady. The second block, steady. The 10th block, steady. When the 15th block was firmly placed on top of the tower, Chen Feng's hand suddenly stopped. Not because he couldn't hold it steady, but because he realized his palm was covered in cold sweat. No tremors. Chen Feng looked at his hand. His eyes filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief and joy. Although it was only for a few minutes, that sense of control was rapidly fading, and his fingers began to show familiar slight tremors again. But the stability he had just experienced was real. This game. Chun Feng abruptly turned to look at the life pod, his expression becoming extremely complex. It was said that the brain-computer interface could stimulate nerve endings and produce therapeutic effects. But he quickly opened the official forum of Titan, his fingers flying across the keyboard, searching for keywords, body changes, offline reactions. In a nondescript corner, he found a post titled, "I'm not sure if it's an illusion, but the sleep function in this game seems to cure insomnia." Poster, Dali Chukaji. Content, brothers. I'm a brick mover, suffering from chronic lumbar strain. But these days, after gaming, I feel warmth in my back after going offline. And today it doesn't hurt at all. I just tried to carry a bag of rice and didn't even strain my back. Does this game have some kind of bioelectric massage function? The replies below were mostly sarcastic. The poster is overthinking it. That's just a psychological effect. Or maybe you're just exhausted from exercising in the game and numb in reality. Chun Feng stared at the post without replying. He silently closed the webpage and looked back at the Jenga blocks. If that were true, Chun Feng clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I have to try. High-dimensional perspective, Titan divine body. Yuan was not concerned about Chun Feng's psychological struggle on Blue Star. He had just caught a glimpse of the battle deep within the storm abyss. To say it was deep, it didn't even count as a small part of the tiniest bronchus. After all, with the body scale of a Titan, even a small bronchus is tens of millions of kilometers long. In the eyes of players, the embers of destruction towering to 100 meters were merely a trivial spark among countless necrotic lesions in the lungs from Yuan's perspective. Just like a match lit in the dark universe. But was such a degree of inflammation enough to wipe out the current players? Yuan looked at the instantaneous zeroing of life signals for the Fengxing Tianxia team in the back-end data and shook his head slightly. Too weak. Compared to my body size spanning several light years, they are not even bacteria right now. At most, they are just a group of relatively active viruses. However, Yuan also noticed the surge in biological energy feedback after the players perished. The head players hadn't been slacking off these days. Good. A smirk appeared on Yuan's lips. Regarding the feedback to reality, he did not intend to directly tell the players that playing the game could heal diseases and enhance physical qualities. Such matters should be discovered, validated, and crazed over by them themselves for the best effect. Since they had been struck by that spark, let us give them a glimmer of hope to grow stronger. Yuan lightly tapped, adding a new line of text description in the locked area of the gene shop, setting a very high unlocking threshold. Special item preview. Titan S Blood, diluted version. Unlock condition. The first class changer in the entire server is born. Effect. A gift from the deity. Perhaps able to break the shackles of mortals. After finishing all this, Yuan closed his eyes and began to use the biological energy contributed by the players to repair the cracks in the heart valve. Grow quickly, warriors. That spark was merely the most insignificant dust in this storm abyss. Chapter 10. The first class changer coordinates. Storm Abyss Resurrection Square of Dawn Fortress. Connecting neural signals with a synchronization rate of 100. Resurrection countdown reaches 0. A flash of white light. The figure of Fengxing Tianxia rematerialized in the resurrection square. The sense of emptiness from having one's soul extracted had just faded, replaced by the familiar noise. Brother Foam, you're finally online. Dali Chukaji, who had revived earlier, approached with a bitter expression. That wave just now was a huge loss. Dying once cost me half my experience, and I have to run back to retrieve my shield. That's the price of challenging beyond your level. Fengxing Tianxia looked grim as he checked his status. Although revived in a safe zone, he was afflicted with a weakened status lasting 30 minutes, with all attributes reduced by 10. That flame giant had left Dali Chukaji shaken. It was impossible to fight. The aura damage was too high, and no amount of skill could compensate for it. That thing was probably meant for later stages. Fengxing Tianxia, however, was not discouraged. As a professional player, he had seen many cases of accidentally entering high-level areas. Opening the system interface, Fengxing Tianxia's gaze locked tightly onto the bottom of the gene shop. That special item, named Titan S Blood, diluted version, still lay there quietly, priced at 3,000 biological energy. The key point was the red text of the unlocking condition. Unlocks after the first class changer in the entire server is born. Can be purchased after the first class change. Limited, thinking of his earlier speculation. Fengxing Tianxia's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken slightly. Since I can't beat it, then I'll get stronger and go back to fight. Fengxing Tianxia closed the interface. His voice cold. Dali, how much money do we have left? Huh. I lost quite a bit when I revived. And now there's only a little over 200 left. Buy all, return scrolls, and potions. Speaking of return scrolls, this was a new item that the system had just stealthily updated yesterday. Although it cost as much as 50 biological energy each, its appearance greatly changed the game pace, eliminating the need to waste time on tedious map running. I won't sleep anymore. Fengxing Tianxia drew the spare bone blade from his waist, pointing towards the endless sea of monsters outside the fortress. Others will take turns to log off and rest. I'll lead the team. As long as I don't fall, we'll keep grinding. I want to reach level 10 within 24 hours. Then I'll try this item. Dali Chukaji was taken aback for a moment, then grinned widely, revealing a set of big white teeth. Sure, you're the boss, you say it goes. I'll join you in this crazy run. I also want to see what this so-called Titaness blood is all about. Blue Star time. The 9th day after the second test began, the entire Titan server fell into a strange frenzy. Players who had originally been focused on building and sightseeing suddenly discovered that the aloof top player Fengxing Tianxia had gone mad. He was like an unyielding killing machine, leading his elite team, tirelessly clearing monsters on the outskirts of the storm abyss day and night. As a result, the leveling atmosphere of the entire server has reached its peak. The god of sharpness is about to reach level 10. What are we waiting for? The first job change comes with special rewards. Let's roll. For the job change, the monsters in the storm abyss are in trouble. Originally, monsters would attack players, but now it has become players camping and guarding corpses. A flame-poison golem just appeared near the fortress, and before it could let out a roar, it was surrounded by dozens of strong men and instantly turned into rubble. In game time, 22 hours. Storm Abyss, E7 area, a high-risk monster spawning point called the Decayed Canyon. Uft. The bone blade in Fengxing Tianxia's hand was now covered with cracks. One last sidestep, slide, backstab. The LV-8 elite crawler in front of him let out a reluctant hiss and fell into a pool of black blood. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky in this abyss filled with gloom and poison gas. Congratulations. Level up, LV-9 LV-10, reach job change limit. All attributes 2, gained 5 free attribute points. Tip: you have reached the limit of your initial form, and the experience pool is locked. Please go to the sign corridor to find the Guardian Zero to initiate the job change trial. Finally, Fengxing Tianxia looked at the experience bar that was finally filled and leaned against the rock, feeling exhausted. Fengge. Awesome. Strong effort brings miracles, LV9. Shouted someone beside him. Quick. Use the return scroll. Go do the job change quest. Don't let others steal it. Without any hesitation, Fengxing Tianxia tore apart the expensive parchment in his hand. Space twisted. His figure disappeared in the storm abyss and instantly appeared at the white starting point of the sign corridor. Coordinates: sign corridor, Guardian's base. The 3-meter-tall golden giant NPC. Guardian Zero still stood alone on the high ground. When Fengxing Tianxia walked up to him, this NPC, who usually only issued muddy-digging quests, finally lit up a golden exclamation mark above his head. Zero slowly lowered his head, his pair of ghostly blue soul flames staring at Fengxing Tianxia. You have touched the limits of this vessel. Zero's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of authority, but for this long war, you are still as fragile as an ant. If you want to gain greater power, you must prove your worth. Triggering key quest, advancement trial. Please choose your evolution direction. 2 cards popped up in front of Fengxing Tianxia. 1. Ghost Blade, difficulty, hard description, merge with the shadows and become an invisible reaper. 2. Toxic Ranger, difficulty, normal description, master corrosion and become the hunter of the battlefield. Note: hidden classes require special triggers and are currently not available. Hidden classes are rare and currently, players have only unlocked 1 advancement for the Divine Guardian. I choose Ghost Blade. Triggering job change quest, Blade in the Shadows. Quest description: deep in the folds of the storm abyss, a group of cunning toxic assassins, LV-10, lurk. They are attempting to disrupt our supply lines. Job change conditions: Ghost Blade in 5 minutes. Stealth into the canyon and assassinate 10 toxic assassins. Restriction: if you kill without being in stealth or are discovered by enemies, the quest fails. Fengxing Tianxia's gaze sharpened. This quest is hardcore. It tests not only damage output, but also skills and awareness. For the titans behind the scenes, this group of toxic assassins hiding in the alveolar folds is a troublesome concealed threat. And sending stealthy players to deal with them is indeed making the best use of resources. I accept. Fengxing Tianxia took the quest. Coordinates: storm abyss, folded canyon. This is an area with extremely complex terrain, filled with layers of fleshy folds. Fengxing Tianxia activated the temporary skill, Shadow Disguise, provided by the system, and he seemed to melt into the air. 5 meters ahead, a transparent monster with toxic spikes was patrolling. The control of breathing from reality was brought into the game. Fengxing Tianxia slowed his steps, each footstep landing on the point of maximum wind sound, masking the sound of his footsteps. Getting closer, closer. Just as that monster turned around, he struck. The bone blade accurately severed the monster's vocal organ and then pierced its core. Killed Toxic Assassin, 110. No alarm triggered. 9 more to go. In the next 4 minutes, Fengxing Tianxia displayed the terrifying dominance of a former professional god. He moved like a ghost through the canyon. No unnecessary movements. No hesitation. When the last monster fell, there were still 30 seconds left on the countdown. Trial passed. Congratulations to player Fengxing Tianxia for completing the job advancement. Job change, Hunter Ghostblade. All attributes greatly increased. Learn core skill, Shadow Step, Teleport Backstab. Execution line increased. Server-wide system announcement. Congratulations to player Fengxing Tianxia for becoming the first job changer in the entire server. Gene Shop LV2 permission unlocked. Fengxing Tianxia ignored the barrage of excitement in the world chat. He immediately opened the Gene Shop. The item that was once gray now emitted an enticing golden light. Blood of the Titan, diluted version. Purchase conditions, achieved. Price, 3,000 bioenergy. Fengxing Tianxia glanced at his balance. 3,050 points. This was all his assets saved from 22 hours of sleeplessness, not even daring to drink more potions, pinched from between his teeth. Exchange. Purchase successful. Item has been issued to inventory. He looked at the crystal vial in his inventory filled with a faint golden liquid, and a system prompt popped up. Usage instructions. This item is a soulbound item. Please consume it directly in the game. The effect will penetrate the neural link and feedback to your source consciousness. Source consciousness. Fengxing Tianxia took a deep breath. He stood at the edge of the cliff in the sighing corridor, tilted his head back, and drank the golden liquid from the vial in one gulp. The moment the liquid entered, it turned into a scorching magma. Boom. Fengxing Tianxia felt his brain roar. This heat did not enter the stomach of the game character, but flowed directly along the neural network, surging upward as if piercing through the dimensional barrier, striking deep into his soul. Ugh. He couldn't help but let out a low roar as the game's visuals began to twist and blur violently. System prompt. During drug absorption. Source consciousness. Nervous system. Damage detected. Initiating primary repair. Blue Star, Magic City. Shenfeng suddenly woke up from the life pod. He gasped for breath. Drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the water. The burning sensation of his soul being baptized by magma still lingered in his mind, causing him a splitting headache. What is going on? Shenfeng instinctively wanted to raise his hand to wipe the sweat. However, at the moment he raised his hand, he froze. The action that usually came with a heavy feeling and required deliberate commands from the brain to complete was now incredibly smooth. No stiffness, no trembling. His hand moved as he wished. Shenfeng stood frozen in place, staring at his right hand. He tried to do a basic finger exercise that professional players do. First section, flexible. Second section, fast. Third section, perfect. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the stack of building blocks on the table. That was his daily rehabilitation test. Usually, stacking to the 5th layer was the limit, and his hands would shake severely. Shenfeng crawled out of the pod and walked to the table. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand. Pinch, put down. Pinch, put down. Swish, swish, swish. In just a minute, a 30-story block tower stood steadily on the table, showing no signs of tilting. Even when he withdrew his hand, his fingertips did not tremble in the slightest. Clank. The last block was crushed by him, not due to losing control, but because he was too excited and couldn't control his strength. Shenfeng looked at the tower, feeling as if all his energy had been drained, slumping in his chair. It was all real. Not only had his hand injury healed, but he even felt that his 5 senses had become sharper than before. He could clearly detect the trajectory of a bird flying hundreds of meters away outside the window. This was probably not just a holographic game. It was a supernatural miracle. He glanced at the application for his return to the professional team that he had planned to send out. A last struggle to return to the professional esports scene as a substitute. Ripping. Shenfeng grabbed the application and tore it to shreds. What was the point of competing in professional leagues? Looking out at the night sky, Shenfeng's eyes burned with unprecedented ambition. In that world called Titan, there was a power that could elevate him to extraordinary heights. Even just a drop of blood from that world could create miracles in reality. If he could get more. He trembled as he opened the in-game voice channel. It was a private channel with his teammates. At that moment, Dali Chukaji and Yunjong, you were still waiting for him in the game. Hey, Brother Feng, why did you suddenly go offline? What does that potion taste like? Is it good? Chen Feng took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm, but the tremor in his tone betrayed him. Da Qiang, Yuzi, and Wang Fa, listen carefully. I will only say this once. No matter what you are doing right now, no matter how much money you have on hand, you should immediately liquidate all your assets in reality, buy nutrient solutions, get the best life pods, trade with other players for bioenergy, and then throw yourselves into the game. Grinding like crazy. There was silence in the channel for a few seconds. Dali Chukaji seemed a bit dazed. Brother Feng, are you okay? Why so serious all of a sudden? Chen Feng looked at his steady right hand and said slowly, do you remember I mentioned before that I have synaptic reaction delay syndrome? That Titan blood directly affected reality. It healed my hand. Completely healed. The channel fell into a deathly silence. Only Yunjong Yu's rapid breathing could be heard clearly through the static. Chapter 11. The Lava Battle of the Storm Abyss. In the voice channel, the deathly silence lasted for a full 10 seconds. Brother Feng. Yunjong Yu's voice trembled, sounding as if she might cry. This was no joke. I'm not joking. Chen Feng sat in the dark room, looking at his steady and powerful right hand, his voice chillingly calm. Just now, I tore up my application to return to the professional team. From today onward, my life, Chen Feng, will be fully committed to Titan. And this matter should remain confidential for now. Chen Feng's voice suddenly became extremely stern. Before we all level up and gain a significant advantage over ordinary players, do not disclose this to anyone. Understood? Understood. Got it. Chen Feng knew very well that once the news about the game being able to heal spread, it wouldn't just attract ordinary players, but also capital magnates and state machinery. At that time, if they, as casual players, didn't have a substantial advantage, they might not even get a drop. Although it was only a matter of time before large organizations found out. Everyone had their own selfish motives and hoped to seize the opportunity for themselves. Right now, the key that could change their fate was in the gene store. Chen Feng glanced at a screenshot from the game, furrowing his brows. After purchasing that one item, the store displayed restocking, with no specific time given. Restocking? Dali Chukaji paused for a moment, surprised that such a critical item had a cooldown. The system prompt read, current war zone divine essence recovery is insufficient, unable to condense. It seemed that having money alone wasn't enough. Chen Feng took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The system was pushing them to progress. Only by opening up new maps and recovering more resources could the store restock. High-dimensional perspective, Titan's divine body. Gu Yuan gazed at the vast star map. Although players were fiercely battling in the storm abyss, Lung entrance, establishing several outposts, to Gu Yuan's vision, this group of little ants was merely scratching the surface at the entrance of right lung lobe number 494, small bronchus, A7 area. This was a long corridor stretching tens of millions of kilometers, and the players' efforts over the past week had only advanced their position by less than 5 kilometers, with their activity range barely reaching 30 meters. Too slow. Gu Yuan looked at the despairing progress bar. At this rate, by the time they cleared this bronchus, he would likely be long gone. Relying on 1,000 people's minor skirmishes wouldn't work. This was an interstellar war and required a legion-level scale. Gu Yuan glanced at the rising attention and bioenergy reserves in the back end. Following the first job change event of Fengxing Tianxia, coupled with the explosive spread of hyper-realistic videos on the forum, the number of people applying for accounts on Blue Star had already surpassed 10 million. Time to expand the recruitment. Gu Yuan waved his hand, not only initiating the expansion but also using divine power to launch a precise information bombardment across major social media platforms on Blue Star. Titan, Genesis 3rd Test Preview, no deletion. Version code, Galactic Expedition, additional quota, 39,000 people, total, 50,000 people. New content, Legion System, Campaign Missions. Regional Lord Bounties. Tagline, this is not just a game. This is an epic expedition spanning light years. We are waiting for you in the abyss. This wave of recruitment directly turned the Blue Star player community upside down. 50,000 slots. Although compared to 10 million applicants, it was still a drop in the bucket. It was already the largest scale of a holographic game test on the market. In game time, on the first day of the third test, coordinates, Storm Abyss Dawn Fortress. White light poured down like a torrential rain. 39,000 new players arrived, instantly overcrowding the once spacious fortress. Make way. Don't block my view. Is this the world of Titan? It feels so real. Form a team. LV1 newbies looking for a carry. I can shout 666. Meanwhile, on the command tower of the fortress, Fengxing Tianxia coldly observed the scene. He had logged back in. Although he was terrifyingly strong after his job change, he did not rush to challenge the living flame embers. Because he knew, on this battlefield, individual strength was insignificant. The monster tide was endless, and he alone couldn't even make a splash. Long-term epic campaign released. Storm Abyss Lava Battle. Description: we are currently trapped in the narrow corridor at the entrance of the Storm Abyss. Ahead lies the lava zone, filled with endless darkness and fire. To survive, and to reclaim Titan's territory, we must launch a full-scale attack. Campaign objectives: advance the front line, push deeper into the fog, with each new 100-kilometer outpost established counted as a phase victory. Clear obstacles: eliminate high-risk creatures obstructing the advance. High-risk creature encyclopedia, expandable. Campaign reward mechanism, shared across server, every 10 kilometers advanced. Gene store, Titan blood, diluted version, stock 1. Advance 50 kilometers, unlock, guild establishment token in the gene store. Advance 100 kilometers, unlock, Chitinous standard set, green gear. Seeing the first reward, Fengxing Tianxia's pupils suddenly contracted. 1 potion for every 10 kilometers. This was more brutal than he had imagined. 50,000 players, only 1 slot would be generated for every 10 kilometers advanced. This meant that only the true top-tier powerhouses or leaders controlling massive resources were worthy of rebirth. Since the rules are like this, Fengxing Tianxia has opened the entire server's regional channel. As the only master of job change in the entire server, his speech comes with a golden border, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Fengxing Tianxia. I am Fengxing Tianxia. I know many of you want to go deep to see the scenery or find that legendary boss in the illustration that drops equipment, but you can't get past it. Starting 30 kilometers ahead is the lava zone, where the environmental temperature is extremely high and the air is full of fiery poison. If your level isn't high enough, you'll be dried out in 3 seconds if you go in alone. The channel was in an uproar. How do we play this? Even Fengxing can't get through? Fengxing Tianxia. There is a living flame blocking the entrance to the lava zone, which counts as an elite monster. But similar elite monsters should be plentiful in the lava zone. If we don't kill it, we won't even be able to build the first new outpost. If we don't push the front line, the shop won't have new goods. So, this is not just for me, but also for all of your gaming experience. Now, everyone who wants to go to the new map, listen to my command. Oh, by the way, it's best for newbies to level up a bit first. Coordinates: a 7 front line, flame corridor entrance. This is a narrow canyon terrain, with strong winds carrying hot waves howling past. At the exit of the canyon, the living flame ember, LV-12 Elite, stands like a burning lighthouse. The high-temperature aura it emits distorts the air within 100 meters around it. Any creature that steps into this range will suffer 3,050 points of burning damage per second. For players with only a few hundred health at this stage, this is a forbidden zone. This heat wave is too exaggerated. Dali Chuki G, LV-9, stood at a safe distance, feeling like his eyebrows were about to burn. Fengge, what do we do? Lay the ground. Fengxing Tianxia calmly ordered. We can't fight against the heat wave. That's environmental damage. We need to use the environment to combat the environment. Yunzhongyu, bring the Weaving Life Masters into the field. Received. Yunzhongyu waved his hand. And 2,000 Weaving Life Masters players stepped forward simultaneously from behind. They didn't attack, but carried large liquid storage tanks. All members prepare biological gel. Uft. 2,000 streams of white gel sprayed out like heavy rain, covering the scorching ground ahead. These gels made a sizzling sound upon contact with the high-temperature ground, quickly hardening to form a layer of white thermal insulation. Keep laying. Don't stop. Fill the ground. Under the efforts of the Weaving Life Masters, a white cooling passage was extending towards the feet of the monster. Guardian Core. Shield wall ready. Fengxing Tianxia waved his hand again. Dali Chuki G, LV-9, roared, raising the specially made, heavy bone shield, which had been thickened with 3 layers of chitin. Brothers, charge with me. Anyone who retreats is a grandson. Kill. 5,000 Guardian players followed closely, stepping on the gel path laid by the Weaving Life Masters, rushing into the high-temperature zone. Warning, entering high-temperature area, protected by gel. Damage reduced by 50. Suffering 15 points of burning damage per second. Healers, heal. Don't stop. The Weaving Life Masters behind were frantically casting healing skills while laying the path. The living flame finally became agitated. It let out a roar, and its massive fiery fist smashed down heavily on the group of guardians charging like ants. Boom. The fist struck the shield wall, and the heat wave exploded. The dozens of guardians in the front row instantly saw their health drop to 0, with a few even being killed by the shockwave. Hold on. Don't spread out. Dali Chuki G felt like his arm was about to break, but he held the shield tightly. As long as he wasn't T1 shot, he could be healed back. This is the brutality of positional warfare. The front line is fighting for their lives. Now, Fengxing Tianxiao's eyes sharpened. The giant's attack stiffness appeared. Spirit Weaver. Electric net cover. 3,000 Spirit Weavers were already poised to strike. Lightning come. The lightning mage pointed his staff. Zizizi. The sky full of lightning gathered into a blue ocean and slammed down on the giant. Although due to level suppression, everyone could only deal single-digit force damage. The accumulation of 3,000 single digits resulted in a blood collapse. The giant's health bar visibly twitched, and the real killing move was in the shadows. Fengxing Tianxia activated Shadow Step. He was like a black lightning bolt, instantly crossing the 100-meter battlefield and appearing directly behind the giant's burning spine, where there was a crack flowing with golden magma, its core. The purple, Shadow Fong, in his hand, carrying all the power of the server's first job changer. Stabbed in fiercely. Uft. 620. Weakness critical hit. Triggered passive. Wound tier, continuous bleeding. Roar. The giant roared in pain, wanting to turn around and swat this little bug. But Fengxing Tianxia had already turned into a puff of black mist and vanished, reappearing in another blind spot the next second. Don't think you can touch me. Fengxing Tianxia's voice was cold. He was like an elegant reaper, dancing amidst the giant's fury. Guardians. Lock its feet. Don't let it move. Spirit Weavers. Continue firing. Don't save mana. Weaving Life Masters. The gel in front has melted. Replenish it. Hurry up and replenish it. This was a meticulously precise demon-slaying operation. Over 10,000 players, including newbies who came to fish, though only a few thousand in the front row could actually touch the monster, operated like a massive machine, running at high speed under Fengxing Tianxiao's command. 10 minutes later, with a thunderous wail, the 10-meter-tall living flame finally couldn't hold on any longer, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into a rain of fire and experience white light. Killed living flame ember, LV-12 Elite. Obstacle cleared. We won. Cheer echoed through the sky. Fengxing Tianxia stood on the giant's still warm corpse, without celebrating. He glanced at the system panel. Frontline pushed, 305 kilometers. Titan Blood, diluted version, stock, 3. Distance to unlock the next Titan Blood, 95 kilometers. Fengxing Tianxia raised an eyebrow. Solving the trouble at the entrance actually jumped a significant amount of progress. It seems that the scattered small monsters are not a threat anymore. Don't stop. Fengxing Tianxia pointed towards the bottomless dark corridor ahead. The fog cleared a corner, revealing a denser group of monsters behind it, as well as a harsher environment. This was just a gatekeeper. Push the front line forward. Charge. High-dimensional perspective. Yuan watched as the players surged forward like worker ants after the elite monster fell, quickly setting up new temporary outposts, laying beacons, and clearing surrounding small monsters. The progress bar, which had originally been stagnant, finally began to move slowly but steadily. Good. Yuan nodded slightly. At this rate, they should be able to hold their ground within the first 50 m today. However, as they go deeper, stronger monsters should be getting restless soon. Chapter 12. Job change coordinates. Storm Abyss Frontline. 305 kilometers from starting point, as the 10-meter-tall, living flame ember collapsed. The terrifying high-temperature force field enveloping the canyon exit finally dissipated. Server announcement. Regional roadblock cleared. Frontline pushed. 305 kilometers. Gene shop updated. Titan Blood, diluted version, stock 3. We won. The cheers of 50,000 players shook the entire canyon. The main force, like a flood that had burst its dam, crazily surged toward the depths of the map through the gap opened by Fengxing Tianxia's team. Meanwhile, beside the giant's corpse, Fengxing Tianxia's elite team was slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Golden upgrade light columns lit up one after another. Congratulations to player Dali Chuki G for reaching LV10. Congratulations to player Yuan Zhongyu for reaching LV10. Haha, level 10. With excitement, Dali waved the already sharpened bone hammer in his hand, feeling that the experience was just too abundant. Moreover, the experience bar could still increase, indicating he could continue leveling up. Level 10 was a watershed moment. The attribute changes were significant. Fengxing Tianxia calmly analyzed that one could only continue leveling after changing jobs, so they needed to resolve the job change quest as soon as possible. However, the other two members of the team, the Lightning Law King and Data Maniac, looked at their experience bar stuck at LV9, 95, with expressions of envy and jealousy. Damn, I'm just 5 away. The Lightning Law King wailed. Did I just forget to use a skill? This was the difference in contribution assessment. Dali took the most damage. Yuzu healed the entire team. and it was normal for his contribution to be higher than your DPS. Fengxing Tianxia glanced at the inventory of the Jin shop. 3, besides the one he bought. There were exactly 3 more in stock. Dali, Yuzu, you two go for your job change first, then buy potions, Fengxing Tianxia arranged. Law King and Maniac. You stay nearby to farm small monsters and fill that last 5 before the next wave advances. No problem. Although the Lightning Law King was envious. He understood the principle of maximizing combat power. There were plenty of monsters anyway, and they would catch up soon. Let us go back to the city to find the NPC. Fengxing Tianxia watched the two tear apart the return scroll. Remember, this game has no dungeons. The job change quest may require you to go to more dangerous places. Sighing, they arrived at the Watcher-S base. A flash of white light. And the 3 returned to that white, calcified highland. Watcher Zero still stood there, lonely. As Dali and Yuzhong walked closer, his deep blue soul fire flickered. The mortal shell has reached its limit. Zero's voice was hoarse and majestic. Wanting to bear greater power, there was no need to enter the illusory realm. The battlefield is the best testing ground. Yuzhong's perspective, Zero looked at Yuzhong. Weaver of fate, your power comes from maintaining life. In this lung filled with death and decay. You need to prove that you can snatch people from the Grim Reaper's hands. Advanced quest, blooming in the Deadland, Life Sage. Objective, go to the B3 necrotic area of the Storm Abyss, find a dying immune node, friendly NPC unit, and protect it from the attack of countless rotting corpse beetles for 10 minutes, ensuring the node's health does not drop below 50. Tip, other players or monsters may interfere with you. B3 necrotic area? That place is filled with poison gas. Yuzhong took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the staff. But I can do it. Dali's perspective, when it was Dali's turn, the high-energy amber essence in his backpack resonated violently. Zero stared at him. You have the scent of blazing fire on you. The Guardian is not just a shield. It can also be the hellfire that destroys everything. But to master the flames, one must first be consumed by them. Triggered hidden job change quest, Flesh Furnace, Infernal Guardian. Objective, go to the geothermal rift in the Storm Abyss. Jump into an active magma pool without using any fire resistance potions, consume the lava, and survive for 300 seconds. Warning, this is real damage. If you fail, the character will be obliterated, returning to level 1. Jump into magma? Dali looked at the quest description, grinned widely, showing a mouthful of white teeth. This is intense. A real man should take a lava bath. Coordinates, Storm Abyss, Geothermal Rift. This was a dangerous area located on the flanks of the battle line. With cracked wounds all over the ground, and red-hot magma, high-temperature biological fluid, gushing forth. Dali stood by a bubbling magma pool, surrounded by many passing players watching the excitement. What the hell? Is that guy going to commit suicide? That ID is Dali's miracle, the #1 guardian in the whole server. Dali ignored the gazes around him. He glanced at Yuzhong beside him. Yuzu, your quest location is right by that withered meat tumor, immune node. But I'm going to need you to heal me a few times. Don't worry. Yuzhong raised her staff. We'll go together. Let us do it. Dali shouted and checked the high-energy amber in his backpack before leaping. Splash. He jumped straight into the magma pool, which was several hundred degrees hot. Even though his pain sensation was dulled, the suffocating feeling of being enveloped in high temperature made him scream. The health bar above his head began to drop rapidly. 50. 50. Now. Consume it. Dali gritted his teeth against the intense pain, swallowing the scorching magma in large gulps. Boom. A red light shot up into the sky. Dozens of gelatinous lava, LV8, wandering nearby were drawn by this surge of energy, rushing towards the magma pool, trying to get a share. Monsters are coming. Dali, hold on. Yuzhong stood on the shore, healing the nearby immune node, while simultaneously distracting herself to cast healing spells for Dali in the magma. Life surge. The white gel fell into the magma, instantly vaporizing, but the healing effect still took effect. No one can disturb my job change. Dali stood up in the magma. His skin was charring and peeling, but new, black carapace glistening with lava was forming. He threw a punch, creating a wave of magma that directly burned the approaching gelatinous lava to death. Awesome. 5 minutes later, 2 brilliant pillars of light rose on this chaotic battlefield, drawing the attention of players leveling nearby. Dali crawled out of the magma pool. His appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation. His entire armor had turned into a charcoal-like obsidian material, with eternal flames flowing through the cracks. And his hands had transformed into 2 massive lava armors, leaving scorch marks on the ground he walked. Job change successful. Infernal Guardian meanwhile. Yuzhong's staff also evolved into the translucent Staff of Resurrection, surrounded by a faint green life halo. Job change successful. Life Sage, this is the power of job change. Dolly clenched his fist and punched a nearby rock. Boom. The rock exploded with a fiery effect. Don't just show off. Fengxing Tianxiao walked over. Let us buy potions. The two immediately opened the shop, spending 3,000 biological energy to buy those 2 golden Titan's blood diluted version. The inventory instantly changed to 1. Drink it and log off. Fengxing Tianxiao's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible tension. Remember, no matter what happens, log back in half an hour later. We'll be waiting for you at the A7 frontline. Okay. Blue Star, Real World. First People's Hospital of Kyoto City. 3 in the morning. Liu Yuzhong, took off the helmet, trembling with tension as if her entire body was shaking. The reason it was as if was that, being a high-level paraplegic, she couldn't even tremble. Boom. A scorching hot current suddenly appeared in her body, rushing through her already dead spine. Pain, excruciating pain, as if someone were chiseling her bones anew. 15 minutes later, the hot current subsided. Liu lay on the bed, covered in sweat, tentatively issuing commands to her legs. At first, there was no response. But just as she was about to despair, her right big toe weakly curled. Sensation was returning. Liu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It had been 3 years. Her legs were finally no longer 2 dead logs. In a cheap rental room, Wang Daqiang, Dolly's miracle, was curled up on the floor like a boiled shrimp. His reaction was even more intense than Liu's. All the muscles in his body were spasming and reorganizing. When he finally regained his composure and stood up, he heard a series of cracking sounds from all over his skeleton. He glanced at the 50-kilogram grip strengthener in the corner. With a casual squeeze, crack. The grip strengthener was pulled all the way down. Wow. Wang Daqiang looked at his hands, and then at the muscular lines in the mirror that seemed to be filled with explosive power. Is this a zombie apocalypse or a revival of spiritual energy? Half an hour later, in the game, when Dolly and young Kanju appeared again at the front line of Zone A7, even in their virtual forms, Fengxing Tianxia could feel that distinctly different aura. It was a fanatical determination. Brother Feng, young Kanju's voice was still trembling. My toes moved. My waist is better, and I have terrifying strength. Dolly Chukaji squeezed the armor flowing with lava, his eyes burning with fire. Killing monsters would make him stronger, and this was no longer just a slogan. Lei Jianfuang and Shuju Quangren, who had not yet bought potions, were breathing heavily, wishing they could rush into the monster pile and kill everything in sight. Don't rush. The potions will come, everything will be fine. Fengxing Tianxia calmed everyone down, but he frowned as he looked at the long, dark corridor shrouded in fog before him. But we have a big problem. He pointed at the map. Although they had cleared 30 kilometers, compared to the total distance of millions of kilometers, this was hardly even a fraction. With our 50,000 people's 2 legs running over there, we wouldn't even see the final boss before the yellow flowers wilted. Just as Fengxing Tianxiao was deep in thought about countermeasures, the sky suddenly shook. High-dimensional perspective, Titan's divine body. Yuan was watching the group of players gathered at the front line. Although the players were highly motivated, he was well aware of the despair at the microscopic level. For him, it was just a breath away. For the players, it was an endless march. Just relying on foot travel, my lungs haven't healed yet. And this group of players would be exhausted first. Yuan's gaze shifted to the dense, capillary network surrounding the bronchi. Under normal circumstances, these blood vessels should transport red blood cells, scarlet vessel, directly to the front line like a developed subway network. But now, due to severe inflammation and necrosis, all these microcirculation passages were blocked by metabolic waste and dead cell corpses. If the road is blocked, then we fix it. If the blood doesn't flow, then we dredge it. With a thought, Yuan mobilized the remaining divine power, and a golden epic quest frame popped up on all players' interfaces. Epic construction campaign for the whole server. Scarlet plan. Description. Warriors, the journey to the core of the abyss is long and perilous. To support the expedition of the army, we need to establish an uninterrupted supply line. Core objective, restart the Scarlet Route. Phase Task 1, Big Cleanup, Clearing Waste. Objective, clear the old deposits on the side walls of the storm abyss, blocked capillary entrances. Required professions, Divine Guardian, moving boulders. Hunter, cutting hard blocks. Reward, 50 biological energy for every ton cleared. Phase Task 2, hardening the surface, repairing tissue. Objective, use biological gel to harden the soft, rotten ground into a port for the Scarlet Vessel to dock. Required professions, Life Weaver, spraying gel, Spirit Pivot Master, high temperature drying. Reward, experience points calculated by construction area. Phase Task 3, guiding the Star Vessel, dredging microcirculation. Objective, in the cleared crystal tunnel, capillary, redirect the Scarlet vessel to flow into the front line. Reward: unlock fast travel nodes for the whole server. When this task was announced, Fengxing Tianxia, who had been at a loss, suddenly brightened his eyes. The officials are going for major infrastructure. Restarting the route. Does that mean we can drive those UFO-like vehicles directly to the front line? For Dragon Kingdom players, is there anything more DNA stirring than building roads? Brothers, we have work to do. Fengxing Tianxia shouted in the regional channel, his voice echoing throughout the A7 battle zone. The system has spoken. Let's build the highway. Send some people to do the infrastructure. Oh no, to do the construction. Divine Guardian team. Put down the hammers and grab the shovels. Go dig out the trash blocking the road. Life Weaver team. Don't save blue, lay the floor. After that, we might be able to build the resurrection point and teleportation array right in front of the boss. In an instant, tens of thousands of players transformed into a crazy construction crew, especially the newbies with limited combat power. The once bloodthirsty battlefield suddenly changed its style. Dali Chukaji swung his lava armor, crashing through the calcified stones blocking the blood vessels like a human-shaped shield machine. Young Kanju, accompanied by thousands of healers, hardened the originally muddy, rotting ground into a clean, smooth bone road as if pouring cement. Behind them, in the tiny tunnel that had just been cleared, the first massive Scarlet vessel, radiating a soft red light, slowly sailed into the front line along the reflowing energy liquid. It was the supply from the heart. It was also the express train to the abyss. Yuan watched this scene with a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is right. The road is open. The blood is alive, and my illness is half cured. Next, on that repaired highway, we will launch your 50,000 troops like cannonballs into the lair of the flame demon. Chapter 13. Titan's Bloodstorm Abyss. The front line of Zone A7 has advanced to 41 kilometers. Although the main force had surged forward like a torrent, frantically competing for territory and naming rights for the beacons, Fengxing Tianxia's five-man team had unusually stopped. On a recently cleared calcified highland, Lei Jianfuang and Shuju Quangren were nervously staring at their experience bars. 999. The staff in Lei Jianfuang's hand was trembling. They were just one monster short. Don't worry, this one is for you. Dali Chukaji grinned, grabbing a wounded, flame-poison larva with his enormous lava armor and handing it to the Law King. Lei Jianfuang took a deep breath, and a current shot out. Zzz. The larva turned into white light. Congratulations. Level up to LV10. Congratulations. Level up to LV10. Two golden upgrade lights simultaneously lit up in the team. Finally, Shuju Quangren pushed up his non-existent glasses on his nose, his voice trembling slightly. Watching his teammates change classes one by one and gain new lives in reality, this waiting was torture for him. Let us go back to town. Fengxing Tianxia didn't waste words. Is the money enough? Enough. That wave of regional lord dividends, plus the accumulation over the past few days, I have 800 points. Lei Jianfuang exclaimed. I have 4000. Shuju Quangren was calmer, but the fingers gripping his staff were turning white. Coordinates, Sign Corridor, Watcher Outpost. Watcher 0 still stood in the cold wind. Both Lei Jianfuang and Shuju Quangren were spirit pivot masters. One preparing to change to Thunder Lord and the other to Mind Hacker. When these last two unclassed elite team members approached the Watcher, Yuan smiled slightly in high-dimensional perspective and tailored trials for them. Lei Jianfuang's perspective, the azure soul fire of 0 gazed at him, spirit pivot master. You wield the neural pulses of the Titan, but the nerves of mortals are too fragile to bear the thunder of the gods. Advanced trial. Overload, Thunder Lord. Objective. Go to the cardiac pacing point node, high voltage area. Connect yourself to the biological electric network, and withstand a voltage shock of 500 volts per second for 3 minutes while maintaining consciousness. Electric therapy? Lei Jianfuang looked at the task description and smiled bitterly. Alright, let's consider this Professor Yang's special training. He was teleported to a blue arc-filled area near the heart. This was the edge of the Titan's sinoatrial node, where enormous biological currents surged like waterfalls. Gritting his teeth, Lei Jianfuang inserted the conductive staff into the node. Boom. The blue lightning instantly engulfed him. Data Maniac's perspective. 0 looks at the Data Maniac. Your mental strength is extraordinary. You always try to decipher the operating logic of this world. Now, let me show you the true thinking of a god. Advanced trial. Mind maze, mental hacker. Objective. Infiltrate the nerve fiber cluster, and within 5 minutes, decode the logic to find the correct neural pathway amidst the chaotic disruption of viral signals. The Data Maniac's vision blurred, and the world transformed into a sea of codes made up of countless green and red lines. This is no magic. He gazed at the complex waveforms, a fervor flashing in his eyes. This is clearly a biological algorithm. This is precisely what I'm good at. 10 minutes later, two brand new light pillars rose in the sign corridor. The Lightning King was surrounded by violent purple electricity, and his original staff transformed into a floating, thunder magnetic floating cannon, bioelectromagnetic structure. Job change successful. Lord of Thunder. The data maniac's eyes turned into strange streams of data light, and he held no weapon. Yet the air around him seemed to twist under his mental power. Job change successful. Mental hacker, by medicine. Fengxing Tian had long been waiting nearby. The two rushed to the gene store and, seeing that only 2 stocks of Titan Blood, diluted version, remained, clicked to purchase without hesitation. Log off. As usual. See you in half an hour. Fengxing Tian's voice carried a hint of anticipation, hoping they would witness a miracle. Blue Star, the real world. Longhua Deep City. A high-end technology park. In a futuristic apartment, countless complex codes were scrolling on a gigantic, curved screen. Li Zihan, data maniac, removed his helmet, his gaze clear, showing no signs of unhealthy pallor. As a genius hacker, his body was in excellent health, far from the stereotype of a fragile academic. However, he felt weary of the computing power of this world. He calmly awaited the changes in his body. There was no heat flow, but a bone-chilling coldness instantly enveloped his brain. It felt like pouring a bucket of liquid nitrogen over a heated CPU. Sizzle. Li Zihan suddenly opened his eyes. The world changed in his vision. The second hand of the clock on the wall ticked, the trajectory of traffic outside. The floating dust in the air, all information was instantly captured, analyzed, and modeled by his brain. This feeling, Li Zihan straightened his body, his fingers resting on the keyboard. Tap tap. The sound of his keystrokes became a blur. Complex algorithms that used to take hours to run now yielded optimal solutions in an instant. He felt as if his brain had turned into a quantum computer. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be overclocking. Li Zihan watched the firewall on the screen being breached in an instant, a fervent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Titan Blood. It is the key to evolution. But then, he slightly furrowed his brow. Where does the power of evolution come from? What is the cost? Longhua, outskirts of Kyoto, Thunder Tactics shooting range. In the empty shooting range, only the monotonous sound of gunfire echoed. Lei Jun, Lightning King, removed his helmet and walked out of the lounge. His bare torso was covered in scars, medals left from his service on the border. He was in great shape, his muscles like iron, a standard tough guy. If it's fake, I'll smash this helmet. Lei Jun never believed in ghosts, but after spending days in the game, he trusted Chun Feng's judgment. Boom. A surge of overpowering electricity instantly swept through his body, every muscle trembling and contracting. Lei Jun grunted, veins bulging all over his body. This was not healing scars. It felt more like forging. Minutes later, the trembling stopped. Lei Jun clenched his fist, feeling as if a violent dragon was lying dormant within him. He walked to the shooting position and picked up a handgun equipped with tactical accessories. Deep breath. Open eyes. In his vision, the moving trajectory of the target 50 meters away appeared incredibly slow. Even the flow of air became clearly visible. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots almost formed a straight line. In the distance, 3 high-speed moving flying saucer targets exploded in midair. All 10 rings. Time taken, 0:21 seconds. Lei Jun looked at the timer. A hint of shock flashing in his eagle-like eyes. This is a reaction speed that humans absolutely cannot achieve. Is this the legendary breaking of the gene lock? Lei Jun put down the gun and looked at his palm, where it seemed that the tingling sensation from controlling thunder in the game still lingered. What kind of world is Titan Genesis? Lei Jun's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. However, this feeling of becoming stronger is quite nice. After closing his eyes to feel for a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Old classmate, it's me. Half an hour later. In the game. When the 5-man team gathered again, the atmosphere had completely changed. If before they were a group of patients warming each other, now they truly appeared as a superhuman combat team. Chun Feng had restored his peak and greatly surpassed it. Li Yu's nervous system had regained what could be described as rebirth. Wang Daqiang's strength had significantly increased. Lei Jun had surpassed human limits. Li Zihan's brain domain had been greatly developed. It seems everyone has gotten what they wanted. Fengxing Tian looked at the returning Lightning King and Data Maniac. Lei Jun's aura had become sharper, like a sword drawn from its sheath, while Li Zihan's gaze was deeper, as if he could see through the essence of Data. How do you feel? Fengxing Tian asked. My brain is now faster than a supercomputer. The Data Maniac adjusted his glasses. I have already started constructing a more efficient beacon network model. My reaction speed has surpassed human limits. The Lightning King flexed his wrist, in reality. I could take on 10 of my previous selves. Very good. Fengxing Tian nodded, then looked outside the fortress. At this moment, the front lines had advanced deep into the A7 area. 50,000 players were engaged in a fierce battle with the endless army of viruses there. Since everyone has been strengthened, we can execute the next step of the plan. Fengxing Tian opened the map and pointed to the recently breached Scarlet route. The system announcement said we need to guide the Scarlet Arc to the front lines. But now the waterway is filled with corrupted spore-flying insects. Ordinary players are struggling there. Let us go help out. Fengxing Tian drew the shadow tooth, his cloak billowing without wind. Set off. Objective, Air Supremacy. Chapter 14 Silver Wings Sentinel Blue Star, a tactical training base family courtyard in Longhua. Late at night, in a smoky living room, Lei Zhan, Lightning King, sat on a worn-out sofa, holding a yellow 7.62mm bullet. Sitting across from him was his old classmate, now a mid-level action team leader in the security department, Ban Zhangwo. Coincidentally, both were old classmates in two senses. Lazy. You call me in the middle of the night just to see you daydream? The old classmate extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Class leader, look at something. After much thought, Lei Zhan decided to report to the organization. He believed that Fengxing Tiantian's earlier judgment was incorrect and had not escaped the mindset of a professional player, taking individual advantage in the game. Given the current progress of the players, keeping it secret was utterly meaningless. The first batch of players would soon transition en masse, gaining the opportunity to purchase Titan blood. This public information could not be hidden. He gestured for the old classmate to look at his right hand, fingers exerting force, relying solely on the wrist tremor and the explosive power of his fingertips. Go. Whoosh. A piercing sound of breaking air erupted. The bullet, as if fired, instantly crossed a distance of 5 meters, embedding itself deeply into the redwood cabinet behind the old classmate, still emitting a wisp of smoke. The old classmate's pupils instantly constricted. Tossing a bullet with bare hands? The instantaneous power and strength required at the finger joints had far exceeded human limits. Have you taken the biochemical agent? The old class monitor's eyes widened in disbelief. If I say it was from playing a game, would you believe me? Lei Zhan spread his palm, revealing only a faint layer of calluses. Stop bullshitting. Tell the truth. In the old class monitor's suspicious gaze, Lei Zhan's expression turned serious. Titan, Genesis. Class monitor. I know this sounds absurd, but in the past few days in the game, my physical abilities have indeed been breaking through their limits. And it's not just me. Others are experiencing enhancements too, including healing. He briefly mentioned Chen Feng and Li Yu's situations. Soon, our front line will continue to advance, and a large number of players will change jobs and start scrambling for Titan's blood. It won't be long before this news becomes public. After a long pause, the old class monitor said in a deep voice, this matter is too significant. I can't handle it. It must be reported. Before that, you and your teammates should make a name for yourselves in there and try to stay in the first tier. If the country needs to intervene, you'll be our advance team. Yes. Lei Zhan stood at attention and saluted. In game time, the 5th day after the 3rd testing phase began. At the bronchial end of Blackstone Fortress, players boarded the Crimson ship and circled around, occupying a piece of open land after the Fengxing Tianxia team decapitated a level 15 lava troll. It could be said that they established a resurrection point deep inside and built a fortress, advancing simultaneously with the front line. This was already a real frontline city. At the top of the fortress, a meeting was taking place that would determine the pattern of the entire server. Fengxing Tianxia sat at the head, watching the bustling flow of players outside the window. Sitting opposite him was the data fanatic. Brother Feng, the statistics on the potion's flow have been compiled. Li Zihan adjusted her holographic glasses and brought up a set of data. The shop has currently unlocked a total of 8 bottles of Titan's blood. Our core team of 5 consumed 5 bottles. What about the remaining 3? One was taken by the president of the Dynasty Guild. One was bought by Longzhan Yuyi, and the last one was picked up by a random player known as the Lucky Emperor. Li Zihan smiled wryly. The forum has exploded. These 3 buyers have been sharing their experiences, using terms like healing hidden ailments, surging energy, and disappearing subhealth, which is enough to drive everyone crazy. There are too many wolves and too little meat. Fengxing Tianxia tapped the table. I saw that the shop page stated the limit for this battle is 1,000 bottles. Not everyone can buy the potions. It's first come, first served. We need to form a guild, without real-world financial support. We can only rely on our in-game advantages to attract people. I suggest we monopolize the materials for Infernal Guardian job changes. Dali Chuki interrupted. After all, that thing is a must-have for the Divine Guards. We can't monopolize it. Li Zihan shook her head. The high-energy amber essence is an environmental product. As long as players are willing to spend time rubbing for heat or digging in specific areas, they can always get it. We can't possibly guard the map 24 hours a day and kill people. Then what do we earn? We earn efficiency. Fengxing Tianxia set the tone. We won't monopolize materials, but we'll rely on our level and equipment advantages to monopolize safety and speed. Establish the Dawn Guild. Form the strongest training group and job-changing mercenaries. Only the elite of the elite. I've tested it. In this game, team battle experience is awarded based on combat contribution, so we never have to worry about being overtaken by clients. Ordinary players can't beat elite monsters. Pay us, and Dawn will help you kill. Want to dig materials in high-risk areas, but afraid of losing levels? Pay us, and Dawn's divine guards will take the damage for you. Want to complete job change quests? Pay us, and we'll provide strategies. What we want to be is not the server's public enemy, but the largest service provider on the server. Earn the biological energy of all players on the server, and then compete for speed to grab every bit of inventory that refreshes. High-dimensional perspective, Titan's divine body. Yuan watched as players enthusiastically formed guilds and economies, not intervening. The more active the players were, the more biological energy was generated. Current biological energy reserves, 85,000,000 points. Core shield, 0, 25. Finally wealthy. Yuan looked at the huge sum in his hands and exhaled a long breath. Although this was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the restoration of the entire divine body, it was enough for him to conduct a small-scale immune reconstruction. Relying solely on players to advance was still too slow. Moreover, many casual players wandering around began to speculate about the game's background story, with some guessing that the world they were in was a giant biological entity. It would be better to let them understand the essence of this world more clearly. Yuan directed his gaze deep into the marrow. There lay the once proud immune army of the Titans. System, rebuild the first batch of immune defenses. Summon unit, Silverwing Sentinel, prototype, specific T-cell cavalry. Quantity, 5,000. Consumption, 10,000,000 points. Setting, enable high intelligence interactive mode. Boom. With a wave of Yuan's hand, 10 million biological energy instantly evaporated. Blackstone Fortress Square. Players setting up stalls and boasting suddenly felt the ground tremble. The enormous teleportation gate, biological beacon, behind the fortress suddenly burst into brilliant light, even overshadowing the surrounding flames. What the hell? Are monsters attacking the city? No, wait. It's green names. Friendly units. In the astonished eyes of countless players, waves of NPC soldiers clad in silvery, streamlined light armor, wielding energy double blades, emerged. They were not as heavy and silent as the previous giants, but were slender, agile, and wore full-face tactical masks, revealing only a pair of flickering electronic eyes. System prompt. Immune system revived. Reinforcements arrived. Silverwing Sentinel, NPC. Level, LV-15. Quantity, 5,000. A bold player approached, trying to talk to the leading Silverwing Sentinel captain. Hey, buddy, where are you from? The Silverwing captain paused, scanning the player with its electronic eyes. It turned its head, its voice carrying a unique metallic tone, reading permission identification code, symbiote fourth plague sequence. Symbiote. The player was taken aback. What does that mean? The Silverwing captain raised its hand, pointing to the grayish dome above, alveolar wall, then down to the ground. What you are standing on is the right lung lobe of the Titan. The air you breathe is the Titan's breath. We are the guardians here. And you are the Titan's kin, carrying a fragment of the Titan's flesh and will. What? The surrounding players were all stunned. We're in a lung? This is a giant's lung? I knew there were so many strange places on this map. That crimson ship can't be a red blood cell, right? And what about those fire monsters? Those are lesions. The Silverwing captain's tone added a hint of killing intent. They are viral aggregates, burning the divine being's respiratory organs. Assist us in clearing the lesions. This is the meaning of your existence. This conversation was instantly recorded and posted on the forum, causing a huge uproar. Confirmed. We're fighting bacteria inside a giant's body. How big is the Titan? One bronchus is a map? This novel worldview setting left everyone amazed. However, for players who had already used Titan's blood, the shock they felt internally was on another level. Titan. No way. Crimson current main artery. Just as the main force was learning about the worldview through NPCs in the lungs. A 3-person exploration team with the ID Starry River Voyager had already drifted to a completely unfamiliar place along the Crimson ship. This was no longer a narrow blood vessel but a vast red space as wide as an ocean. Above them was an unseen dark red dome, and beneath them was a surging sea of blood. What is that? Team member Bei Yi pointed into the distance, his voice trembling. In the center of the sea of blood stood a massive black net-like pillar that pierced through heaven and earth. It doesn't resemble biological tissue, but rather some kind of cold metal, engraved with ancient and obscure runes. In fact, it is the texture of some nanomaterial, currently emitting a faint blue glow, supporting this collapsing blood vessel. System warning. Entering high-risk area of aorta artificial intervention point. Warning. Residue of ancient civilization detected. Vascular stent. Artificial intervention point. The Star River Wanderer frantically pressed the screenshot button. Does this game have sci-fi elements? This pillar looks like some kind of super metal stent. Did this titan have surgery before? The screenshot fanatic exclaimed. This worldview is so detailed. Before they could get a clear view, a creature the size of a whale, abyss devourer, a mutated giant white blood cell, suddenly swam around the giant pillar. It opened its massive mouth and swallowed the three of them along with the red blood cell ship beneath them. You have died. Although they died. That screenshot and the NPC's dialogue corroborated each other, completely igniting the enthusiasm of the entire server. This world is not just about leveling up by killing monsters. It is a dying god waiting to be saved. Back at the A7 frontline. With the addition of 5,000 Silver Wing Sentinels, the advancement speed surged again. These high-intelligence NPCs not only have strong combat abilities, but also actively command players. Left-wing symbiote. Ray shields. Flames are coming. Over there. The spellcaster is releasing lightning at this coordinate, causing maximum conduction. Under the tactical guidance of the NPCs, the player's casualty rate significantly decreased. The opportunity has come. Fengxing Tianxia stood at a high vantage point, watching the formation disrupted by the NPCs. Dawn Guild. All members, listen up. Target. All living flames and lava giants ahead, leave none. The Silver Wing Sentinel said, take out these gatekeepers, and the core of the disease is right behind. Let us strive for the final boss first kill. Data Fanatic, pay attention to the progress of another front line. As soon as Titan's blood is unlocked, grab it. Charge. While 20,000 troops were fiercely battling on the front line, another 10,000 troops, under the cover of the Silver Wing Sentinels, launched a full-scale attack. You ask what the other 20,000 are doing? There will always be casual players. The flames have finally reached the doorstep of the Flame Demon. Chapter 15. True World Boss Storm Abyss, A7 Frontline Flame Canyon. The deafening cries of battle drowned out the rumbling of flowing magma. The Vanguard army composed of thousands of players closely followed the steps of 5,000 Silver Wing Sentinels, like a sharp wedge, fiercely carving into this canyon regarded as a forbidden zone. Attention left wing. There are all explosive throwers over there. Who is going to take them out? Dawn Guild. Take the order. 3 teams of hunters, follow me. On the battlefield, the Dawn Guild displayed a dominance that left casual players in awe. They did not seize the main attack route, but like firefighters, wherever there were high-risk monsters, there they provided their paid services. And at the forefront, the combat style of the Silver Wing Sentinels was even more pleasing to the eye. They fought in groups of 3, their lightsabers swirling into a silver storm. Facing the enormous lava giant, they did not confront it head-on, but instead utilized the high mobility of their exoskeletons to instantly sever the giant's Achilles tendon. Then the player army rushed in from behind, overwhelming it with chaotic strikes. System notification. The front line has advanced to 80 kilometers. Gene Shop update. Titan's Blood, diluted version, stock 1. It has been refreshed. Someone shouted in the voice channel. Almost at the same millisecond. Current stock, 0. What the hell? Who's so fast? This must be a script. I didn't even see the purchase button. Over there. That wealthy player named Chao Nung bought it. P.S. showing off his screenshot on the public screen. The appearance of a potion was like pouring a ladle of water into boiling oil. Players who didn't get it turned red with envy, while those who did were ecstatic. This huge contrast made everyone's adrenaline spike to the max kill. Keep killing. Push another 10 kilometers, and there will be another one. Even if it's for that 1 in 10,000 chance, I will risk my life for it. Driven by desire. The player army erupted with a terrifying combat power that surpassed even the NPCs. At the end of Flame Canyon, as the last guarding lava giant fell, the exit of the canyon finally appeared before everyone's eyes. However, when the first batch of players rushed out of the canyon and saw the scene before them, everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks. Even Fengxing Tianxia, who was accustomed to grand scenes in the game, couldn't help but hold his breath at this moment. This is a spherical cavity so large it cannot be measured by the naked eye. This is an alveolar sac. Its dome rises thousands of meters high, like an underground, independent small world. But at this moment, this world is burning. On the ground, there is flowing black-red poisonous blood and magma. And in the center of the cavity, a burning black heart is suspended. Countless thick, blood vessel-like tentacles are deeply embedded into the surrounding lung walls, and with every pulse, they extract massive amounts of life energy from the rock walls. Beneath that heart, a terrifying shadow larger than 100 meters looms. It is no longer an ordinary elemental creature. It has twisted flesh and burning bones, like a demon clad in fiery armor. It has no legs, its lower half merged with the sea of magma. And with every breath, it spews forth toxic mist that obscures the sky. Warning: entering high concentration infection zone. Area Lord, Flame Demon, level, LV25, boss level. Description: it is not life. It is the embodiment of destruction. It is attempting to burn through this layer of boundary. Suffocating the gods. LV25 boss, delete Chu, Chi G swallowed. I can't even count how many zeros are on that health bar. This is a mechanism monster. Data Fanatic adjusted his glasses, his vision crazily refreshing analysis data. Its energy source is that heart-like black object above. If the energy supply is not cut off, it is invincible. Moreover, Li Zihan pointed around. Look at those tentacles. Each tentacle is continuously supplying magma. We need to cut the tentacles first, then attack the heart. And only then can we deal with the main body. Fengxing Tianxia nodded and took a deep breath. At this moment, a pop-up window appeared in front of everyone. The subjugation battle has been triggered. Boss, Flame Demon, in front of the tide of players. The burning demon slowly opened its eyes. High-dimensional perspective, Titan divine body. Yuan looked at the colossal creature lurking deep in the alveolar sac, frowning slightly. That is a super lesion formed by a mix of interstellar-level antibiotic-resistant golden staphylococcus and multiple inflammatory factors. On a microscopic level, it is indeed ridiculously strong, even possessing a form of low-level hive intelligence. In fact, it is equivalent to a mother body. Those living flames and lava giants are all biologically driven by it. Although the silver-winged sentinels are strong, their numbers are limited. Once they get entangled in the sea of magma, the losses will be significant. Yuan glanced at his biological energy balance. That last wave of summons cost 10 million, and now there are still over 70 million left. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Yuan's gaze sharpened. Since the players want to conduct a siege battle, then I will give you a bit of heavy fire support. He tapped his finger, unlocking a special battlefield skill permission for the Life Weaver profession. Server-wide system announcement. High-risk environment detected. Temporary skill authorization for Purification Rain, group guidance, has been issued to all Life Sage professions. Description: by gathering the power of over 100 Life Sages, a small-scale Purification Rain can be summoned, greatly weakening the armor and activity of viral creatures. Battlefield Frontline. Upon receiving the system prompt, Yuan's eyes lit up. Sisters, we are going to act like mages. She raised the life staff in her hand. All Life Sages, gather here. Positioning, guiding, Guardian Core, protect the healer. Dali Chukaji led thousands of heavily armored divine guards, surrounding the Weaver of Fate in an iron barrel formation. Go. With a command from Yunzhongyu, 500 Life Sages began chanting simultaneously. Countless green lights gathered in the sky, coalescing into a pure white cloud above the toxic mist-filled dome. Splash. A rainstorm filled with phosphorescence poured down. This was no ordinary water, but a broad-spectrum disinfectant transformed from Titan divine power. Roar. The raindrops hit the flame demon and the surrounding tentacles, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound and rising thick black smoke. The originally indestructible flame shield began to dim and weaken under the onslaught of the antibiotic ring. Boss, all attributes reduced by 30. Tentacle defense reduced to 0. Opportunity. Fengxing Tianxia shouted, everyone, follow the silver-winged sentinels. Attack. Whoosh. 5,000 NPC soldiers activated the jets on their backs in the downpour, transforming into 5,000 silver meteors, charging towards the 12 massive tentacles. Cut those tentacles. Thousands of players, excluding the healers, followed closely behind. It was a spectacular hunt. In the Grand Alveolar Sac, players as small as ants, led by the Silver Guardians, charged towards the mountain-like flame demon. In one corner of the battlefield, the Thunder King set up his Thunder Magnetic Floating Cannon. Big guy, try this. He aimed at one of the demon's eyes. Charging. Fire. Boom. A purple lightning bolt pierced the battlefield, accurately striking the demon's eye socket, exploding into a spray of blood. In an instant, the wound healed as if it had never been there. My goodness, it's tough. The great battle erupted fully. Every second, hundreds of players turned into white lights in the magma, but the resurrection point of Blackstone Fortress would spawn even more people the next second. The diluted Titan-S blood that could be obtained by pushing the front line back 10 meters was already outrageous. What about the rewards for removing this bronchial disease? For the first kill, charge. Chapter 16 New Expansion Leaf, Core Area. The battle had entered the most frenzied meat grinder phase. Warning, Silverwing Sentinel numbers below 500. Warning, boss is releasing core explosion. Full screen AoE incoming. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Dali Chukaji's lava arm armor was already covered in cracks, and his health bar was fluctuating like a roller coaster. The Divine Guard team behind him had already changed 3 times. Damn it. I just built up 80 experience points and lost them all. A guard player who had just resurrected and ran back cursed as he picked up his shield. Having worked hard for 3 days, and now back to square one. Thankfully, the game doesn't have a level drop mechanic. Otherwise, I would really want to smash the simulation pod. Yes, this is the death penalty mechanism of Titan. Current level experience and biological energy, currency, drop by 50. This punishment is painful, but still within players' psychological tolerance. After all, as long as the level and equipment are intact, you can fight. Don't worry about the experience. More compensation when the boss goes down. Fengxing Tianxiao's figure flickered in the flames. He had just taken a hit from the boss's splash damage to protect the Silverwing commander, leaving him with only a sliver of health. Thunder. That NPC commander is about to charge. Clear a path for him. Received. The Thunder King was currently hovering in midair. The Thunder Magnetic Floating Cannon, in his hand glowing red from overload. He had exhausted his mana and even consumed 3 bottles of expensive, high-energy mana potions. Maximum Power Thunder Prison Force Field. Boom. A 10-meter-wide lightning column descended from the sky, instantly paralyzing and knocking back a dozen elite flame demon guards, blocking the Silverwing commander. For the Titan, the Silverwing commander, armored and with only 1 arm left, let out a final mechanical roar. The jet engine behind him emitted blinding red light, transforming him into a silver comet, charging straight through the path opened by the lightning, colliding with the exposed black heart of the flame demon. The flame demon swung its hand in fear, trying to block, but the data maniac had already united hundreds of spirit masters to mentally interfere with it. Stop. The data maniac bled from 7 orifices. That was the price of mental exhaustion. The flame demon's movements froze for 0.1 seconds. It was this 0.1 seconds that decided life and death. Stab. The suppression spear in the Silverwing commander's hand accurately pierced the beating black heart and deeply embedded itself in the demon's chest cavity. Suppressive enzyme injected. Immediately afterward, the NPC detonated its power core. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the flame demon's chest, golden suppressive energy instantly spreading throughout its body. The flowing magma blood quickly cooled, solidified, and turned into gray-black rock. Boss core destroyed. Boss enters petrified weakened state. Defense reduced to 0. That once invincible 100-meter giant, as if its spine had been pulled out, let out its last mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Health bars turn gray. Defense broken. Everyone, don't bother with the minions. Focus fire on the boss. Fengxing Tianxiao roared in the server channel, unleashing all their power. Smash it to bits. At this moment, the thousands of players still standing on the battlefield erupted with unprecedented output. Countless attacks converged into a colorful torrent, drowning the kneeling demon shadow. 310 There was no earth-shattering explosion. The massive body of the flame demon finally transformed into countless light spots under the relentless assault, slowly dissipating into the air. And that wicked black heart was completely shattered, turning into a stream of pure golden energy, merging into the earth beneath Titan's lung leaf. The entire battlefield fell silent for a second, then erupted into deafening cheers. All surviving players wildly waved their weapons, celebrating this extremely hard-won victory. Immediately afterward, a massive golden leaderboard slowly unfurled above the fortress. Battle Summary, Contribution Ranking, NO1 Fengxing Tianxiao Reward, Growth Type Weapon Selection Box, X1, Legendary Title, Demon Hunting Pioneer, Biological Energy 100000. NO2 Dali Chukaji Reward, Resilience Potion, X1, Permanent Boost, Biological Energy 80,000. NO3 Longzhan Yuya Reward, Skill Book, Earth Stomp, Biological Energy 60,000. Looking at the rewards hanging at the top, Fengxing Tianxia couldn't be too excited, as there was something more important to do. He quickly opened the Gene Store. With the victory of the battle and the complete unlocking of the map, the number that countless people had yearned for finally updated. Battle, Storm Abyss has been settled. Bronchial Passage has been opened. Battle Settlement Reward, Gene Store updated. Titan's Blood, diluted version, stock updated. Boss Settlement Reward, 1,000 stock. Remaining battle stock, One-time release of the unlocked portion, 991 stock. Current total purchasable quantity, 1991. Note, previously, only Fengxing Tianxia's team of 5 and 4 from other guilds. Totaling 9, successfully made purchases. It's refreshed. Fengxing Tianxia shouted in the voice channel, look at the store. We have nearly 2,000 potions. I'll try to buy. Dali Chukaji was quick and directly clicked. System prompt. You have already used this item, limited to 1 purchase per person. Purchase failed. Damn, limited purchase. Dali cursed regretfully, as he had wanted to buy 1 to send back to his old man. The system 1T let such strategic resources concentrate in the hands of a few. Fengxing Tianxia had anticipated this. These 1,991 potions were tickets prepared for the thousands of elite players who had just reached LV10 across the server. Sure enough, the world channel exploded instantly. I'm eligible to buy? Haha, I got it. What the hell? It's gone? Why did the numbers drop so fast? 2,000 potions disappeared in seconds. Are you tentacle monsters? Although the inventory has gone from single digits to 4 digits, it is still a drop in the bucket in front of tens of thousands of players eager to change their fate. In less than 30 seconds, the store displayed sold out again. Those who managed to grab the potions either logged off immediately to verify the miracle or danced with joy in the guild channel. Those who missed out could only grit their teeth and turn to grind the remaining small monsters around, vowing to save up for the next wave. After dealing with the potions, Fengxing Tiantian opened another shop page, special items. There lay a golden token quietly. Titan Vanguard contract, guild token. Unlock conditions. Advance the front line by 50M, achieved. Price, 50,000 bioenergy. Previously, due to constant fighting, no one had the time to buy it. So all guilds were informal, with organization taking precedence over form. Moreover, 50,000 bioenergy was an astronomical figure for ordinary players. But now, as the top contributor, Fengxing Tiantian's wallet had swelled. Purchase. Congratulations. You have obtained the first guild token in the entire server. Fengxing Tiantian raised the golden token high and sent out an official guild establishment announcement in the server channel. Server announcement. The Dawn Guild has been officially established. Guild leader, Fengxing Tiantian. Membership requirements, level 10 and above, and have completed the job change. In an instant, the application list flooded the screen like a waterfall. High-dimensional perspective, Titan Divine Body. Yuan looked at the rapidly forming player organization structure and the gradually recovering vitality in the lung core area, nodding in satisfaction. Current status, lesion in the right lung lobe A7 area has been eradicated. Bronchial self-healing ability has been activated. Breathing efficiency increased. 5. Feedback energy obtained. 8,000,000 points. Campaign settlement. The crisis in the lungs had temporarily eased. Yuan overlooked area A7. There were still hundreds of fine bronchi, and players could easily replicate the process. However, the main bronchi and lung segments further up were somewhat beyond the level of current players. For now, the risk of dying instantly due to lung injuries had greatly decreased, and it was time for high-level players to address urgent issues in other organs. Although the flame demon was dead, there still remained a large number of low-level monsters such as lava slimes and flame poison larvae. Furthermore, as the flame demon's corpse decomposed, a mineral-rich thermal energy mining area formed here. This would be the new beginner village. Yuan thought to lower the danger level of Area A7 and marked a batch of resource points suitable for players of levels 5 to 10 to level up. As for the already formed elites, Yuan's consciousness penetrated the diaphragm, directing towards the larger and more lethal shadow area. There lay the liver, the place where toxins were most severely accumulated in his body, even starting to show signs of cirrhosis, calcification. It was time to open a second battlefield. In the game, at Blackstone Fortress, just as players were still celebrating their victory and seizing loot, the central, crimson channel of the fortress suddenly changed. The channel, which originally only led to the lung entrance, suddenly extended a new tributary. This tributary led to the endless darkness below, with eerie green light flickering at the entrance. DLC update, Toxic Maze. Server-wide quest released. Expedition to the liver. Description: although the flames of war in the lungs have subsided, the Titan's body is still deteriorating. Poison is eroding the detoxification center. Entry requirements, level 10. Hint: for those below the required level, please stay in the storm abyss to continue honing your skills. The new world is filled with deadly toxic gases, and the weak cannot survive. The new map has opened. Just after grabbing the potion and not having time to log off, Longzhan Ye shouted, "Brothers, those above level 10 follow me. Let's explore the new map. Don't be discouraged if you're not level 10. Fengxing Tiantian also shouted in the channel. The Dawn Guild has left a group of elites at Blackstone Fortress to help. Those eager to level up, come sign up. The crowd quickly divided. A portion of top players boarded the Crimson ship heading to the abyss, their eyes filled with a thirst for the unknown. Meanwhile, most ordinary players stayed on this already conquered land, starting a new round of leveling frenzy. In this overly realistic world, everyone found their own place, and the Titan's path to revival had just taken its first step. Chapter 17, 100,000 players. Blue Star. Time. The 7th day after the 3rd test began. An invisible storm was sweeping across the globe. Initially, there were only sporadic rumors. A bedridden patient who had been paralyzed for years suddenly walked. A construction worker broke a steel bar with his bare hands. A Parkinson's professor not only stopped shaking but also became active in academia again. But when the number of these cases exceeded 2,000, quantitative changes triggered qualitative changes. In the Dragon Kingdom's internet, on a popular forum, a post titled About Titan, in-depth investigation of abnormal physical enhancements in Genesis players topped the site. The poster claimed to be a private detective, listing dozens of real cases and even attaching secretly filmed videos. In the videos, a seemingly frail, bespectacled man, suspected to be a hunter player in the game, jumped 3 meters high to save someone while crossing the street, flying over a speeding car like Superman. The comments section exploded. Special effects? This is too fake. I'm a doctor at the city's first hospital. I can testify. We've recently treated several miraculous recovery cases, and their common trait is that they play that Titan game. No wonder the activation code has skyrocketed to 500,000. So it's a ticket to immortality? I want a code. I'll go broke for a code. Panic, frenzy, greed. Humanity's desire for evolution was completely ignited. In the Dragon Kingdom's Security Bureau, codenamed Wall Breaking Project Team. On the big screen in the conference room, big data monitoring reports from across the country were rolling in real time. Team leader, as of 8 a.m. this morning, the number of citizens confirmed to have exhibited significant extraordinary physical functions has reached 1,982. The technician's voice trembled a bit. Among them, 3 individuals reached an A-level danger assessment. According to the investigation, their game IDs are Fengxing Tiantian, Thunder King, and Miracle Strength. Ban Zhengwo sat in the first seat, holding a top-secret document just delivered. It was a liver warzone exploration plan and resource demand list sent by Lei Zhun, Thunder King. This kid really treats us like the logistics department. Ban Zhengwo smiled bitterly, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp. Approve his request. Ban Zhengwo said solemnly. Additionally, activate the Great Wall Project. From now on, the military, research institutions, and top athletes will all fully engage in the Titan game. Since this is the fast track to evolution, we in the Dragon Kingdom must sit in the driver's seat. At the same time, across the Pacific, in an underground bunker of a mysterious consortium, a group of well-dressed, top-hatted, bearded white men sat around a round table, staring at the game icon named Titan on the big screen, unable to trace the server, funds, or even the source of the signal from outer space. An elderly man with blonde hair tapped the table. But this thing can make people youthful again. That's true. Buy. The old man issued the order, at any cost. Acquire accounts. If we can't buy them, find someone. Even if it means kidnapping, we must control those high-level players. High-dimensional space, Titan, divine body. Yuan did not care about the undercurrents on Blue Star. To him, whether you are a spy, a rich man, or a commoner, once you enter my body, you become my cell. With energy reserves sufficient, it was time to expand the scale. Yuan looked at the continuously fluctuating bioenergy numbers in the background and waved his hand. Server-wide system update. 4th test open. Additional quota. 50,000 people. Current server total capacity, 100,000 people. New version feature. To help the new faction better adapt to the environment, the beginner guidance process has been optimized. In the game, at the top-level conference room of Blackstone Fortress, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The Thunder King sat in a chair, looking at the 4 comrades in arms around him. Taking a deep breath. Fenggu, and everyone, I have something I must confess. The voice of Lei Zhun was low. Yesterday, I submitted a report regarding Titan to my old unit, the Dragon Kingdom Security Bureau Special Operations Group. The air instantly became silent. Li Chu Chi-ji widened his eyes, and Data Maniac paused with his glasses in midair, while Yun Zhongyu nervously looked at Fengxing Tianxia. Submitting core secrets to the state means that the Dawn Guild might lose its independence and even face control. However, Fengxing Tianxia did not get angry. He simply wiped the newly acquired weapon in his hand with a calm expression, even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Well done, old Lei. Fenggu. Lei Zhun was stunned. You don't blame me? Why would I blame you? Fengxing Tianxia raised his head, his gaze profound. With the blood of titans flowing out, this secret cannot be kept. Rather than waiting to be investigated by the authorities, it's better to take the initiative to surrender and gain the greatest benefit. Moreover, Fengxing Tianxia stood up. We need the execution power of regular troops. The game's map is too large, and there are too many monsters. We can't push forward relying solely on casual players and studios. Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. The higher-ups have already approved it. The first batch of 300 top retired Special Forces soldiers have created accounts, and they will unconditionally join Dawn and follow orders. More resources will be allocated later. Good. Fengxing Tianxia nodded. Then took out the weapon selection box from the previous top reward. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the box. A mass of seemingly living black fluid wrapped around his arm, ultimately transforming into a short blade with a fierce appearance, as if it could swallow light. Weapon. Fong of the origin, upgradable. Quality. Unique. Binding status. Locked to player Fengxing Tianxia's biological characteristics. Traits. Devour. Evolved by absorbing genetic fragments through killing high-level creatures. Furthermore, Fengxing Tianxia swung this special weapon, leaving a dark crack in the air. As long as we are strong enough, no one can undermine us. In the game, at the Hardcore Sanctuary, Beginner Village, white light poured down like a torrential rain. 50,000 new players arrived. Is this how it starts? A player with the ID, don't want to work, stared blankly at his hands, and then pinched his thigh hard. Ouch, that hurts. This holographic technology is amazing. He looked up, stunned by the gigantic heart pulsating like the sun before him. Around the square, squads of silver-white light-armored silver-winged sentinels patrolled in neat formations. Newbie, stop daydreaming. A silver-winged sentinel stopped in front of him and coldly said, go over there to collect your equipment, then get to work. Titans don't need useless people. Wow, this NPC can curse. Don't want to work, quickly ran to the supply point, collecting a bone knife and a set of novice starter gear. He opened the map and found that the current map was countless times larger than during the first test. Safe zone, Hardcore Sanctuary, Sign Corridor. Danger zone, a 7-district Bronchus, purified. Extreme danger, liver, toxic maze. I heard A7 district is a leveling paradise. Let's go check it out. Don't want to work, followed the large group and boarded the Crimson vessel. A 7-district Bronchus, purified area. This place had completely turned into a bustling mining area. Although the major monsters had been cleared, some, flame poison larvae, and mini slimes, still spawned in the corners. For veteran players, this was like mosquito legs, but for newbies, it was perfect practice. Let's team up to farm larvae. We need a healer. I'm buying chitin fragments at a high price. As many as you have. But don't want to work, felt that following the large group was too boring. He knew that some casual players were wandering around in groups on the Crimson vessel, so he decided to imitate them. Is there a fork in the road over there? During the voyage, he discovered a dark and narrow tributary at the arterial bifurcation ahead. The system had not set up any air walls or warning signs. The spirit of self-destruction burned fiercely. Don't want to work took advantage of the gap between two red blood cells colliding, without a second thought. Jumped into the blood flow of that fork and rushed in with the turbulent blood. 10 minutes later, the surroundings grew darker, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of decay. Don't want to work was not afraid. Instead, he excitedly turned on the recording function. Brothers, I might have discovered a new continent. It seems no one has explored this place yet. Just as he finished speaking, thousands of crimson eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness ahead. This was the right lung B1 Bronchus, unpurified area. Unlike the already cleaned A7 district, this place was still a paradise for viruses. Roar. Countless, mutated flame poison golems and corrupted giant worms filled the entire pipeline. They thrived and accumulated here, forming a despairing tide of corpses. Wow. Don't want to work looked at the sea of monsters, and even as a player with a microscopic perspective, he felt a sense of despair from the macroscopic scale, compared to the massive body of the Titan. The victory of players in A7 district was merely cleaning a speck of dust, and there were billions of such dust particles. Just as the monsters rushed forward, a system prompt suddenly exploded in his ears. Congratulations! You have discovered a new high-risk area, B1 Silent Corridor. Achievement unlocked. Fearless Pathfinder, white. Reward, 500 bioenergy. Haha, I made it. Don't want to work laughed loudly, but the next second, he was torn to pieces by countless giant hands. You have died. Server-wide announcement. Player Don't Want to Work has lit up the fog of the B1 Bronchus at the cost of his life. A new hunting ground has been marked. All teleportation arrays have recorded this coordinate. Titans encourage every faction to explore the unknown darkness. Even if the front is an abyss, we must pave a path with our bones. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire server exploded. Wow. Dying once gives 500 bioenergy, and it gets a server-wide announcement? This isn't just dying, this is martyrdom. Brothers, stop fighting over monsters here. Let us go explore the new map. As long as I run fast enough, I can die before others. The players originally crowded in a 7-district fighting for monsters were instantly diverted. Countless players eager to get rich overnight or make a name for themselves began frantically searching for unexplored forks, rushing to die and open up the map. From a high-dimensional perspective, Yuan watched the new light points exploding on the map like fireworks, smiling with satisfaction. This is the correct use of the fourth disaster. I'm not afraid of you dying. I'm afraid you won't dare to go. Every death coordinate is a valuable pathological report. The players' corpses are the most precise navigators. Back at Blackstone Fortress, Fengxing Tianxia glanced at the announcement, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. It seems the officials are encouraging expansion. He stood on the city wall, watching the teams gathering below. In addition to the original members of the Dawn Guild, there were 3 neatly organized 100-man formations in the team. They wore uniform novice outfits, but their posture was straight, and their discipline was strict, exuding a sense of murderousness even in the game. Those were the 300 elite special forces brought by Lei Zhan. Old Lei, take your people to adapt to the skills Fengxing Tianxia arranged. Although a 7-district has been cleared, there are still many residual monsters in the small gaps around, perfect for them to practice. Understood. Lei Zhan nodded, excitement flashing in his eyes. The regular army has entered the game, and the thrill of this dimensional strike has him quite excited. Next, Fengxing Tian looks towards the central fortress and the crimson route leading to the abyss. The victory in Area A7 is just the beginning. According to the NPC's guidance, the next stop is the liver. It is the Titan's detoxification factory and currently the place with the most severe toxin accumulation. Yuzu, how's the stock of detoxifiers? Don't worry, the guild warehouse is packed, Yunzhong Yuzu confidently said. Good. Fengxing Tian drew out the pitch-black tooth of origin, the blade pointing straight at the abyss. Although we've only healed a small bronchus, a single spark can start a prairie fire. All troops prepare. Target, the toxic maze of the liver. Chapter 18, Map Running Frenzy Coordinates, Storm Abyss Area B1. With the death live stream of players unwilling to go to work and the server-wide announcement, this originally silent dark corridor instantly boiled over. Unlike the initial order in Area A7, Area B1 has become a paradise for the brave. Countless solo players eager to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle surged into this unexplored area like a tide. System notification, you have entered the unknown Area B1. Achievement System Update. First discovery of a new map grants the achievement Fearless Pathfinder. Similar lower-level achievements can be synthesized. Only one achievement can be equipped, providing attribute bonuses. Wow, achievements grant attributes. Just running maps can make you stronger? ISNT that better than grinding monsters? Hurry, hurry, hurry. I heard there are entrances to B2 and B3 next door. Whoever's fastest gets there first. The synthesis mechanism of the achievement system acted like a shot of adrenaline, fully stimulating players' map exploration addiction. For a moment, the hundreds of small bronchial entrances in the Titan's lungs were filled with players holding torches, frantically exploring the paths. Some unlucky ones who entered the lower bronchi were instantly killed. Originally, everyone was focused on fighting monsters. But now a large group of parkour enthusiasts and scenery lovers began madly deducing the maps. According to biological principles, following the pulmonary veins leads back to the heart, and following the aorta leads to the entire body. I want to see the stomach. I heard it's a hell of strong acid. I want to go to the brain. That must be the command center. The fervent atmosphere reminiscent of the age of exploration spread throughout the game. Countless players piloted the stolen Crimson ships or simply walked towards those unknown forks in the road. Server-wide announcement. Player Win-like Man was the first to discover the B2 small bronchus, earning the achievement Fearless Pathfinder. Server-wide announcement. Player This Killer Is Not Cold was the first to discover the left upper lobe, earning the achievement Fearless Pathfinder. Watching the constantly refreshing announcements. Players who missed the initial discovery pounded their chests in frustration, while those who hadn't set off yet wished they could grow 2 more legs. Throughout the Titan's vascular network, adventurers holding torches and glowing green eyes were everywhere. At the same time, the game welcomed new faces. Besides familiar Chinese character IDs, a large number of English, Japanese, and even Russian IDs began to appear in the crowd. Oh my god, this is real amazing physics engine. With the spread of the Titan Blood legend, the mysterious game client finally circulated on foreign networks. Although there is currently only a Dragon Kingdom server, it can't stop the enthusiasm of foreign high-level players. Forum Hotpost. a guide to avoiding pitfalls of hidden professions. Meanwhile, with the increase in the number of job changes, the mysterious veil surrounding hidden professions was also lifted. Not all hidden professions are as powerful and flashy as the Flame Prison Guardian. Original poster, ID, Garbage Collector Brothers. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't blindly believe in hidden professions. I triggered a hidden profession called Corruption Walker. The job change condition is to eat 100 pieces of rotten monster meat. I endured my disgust and finished it. And what happened? All the skills are about devouring corpses for health recovery, enhanced toxin resistance, and feigning death. Damage? Almost none. Defense? Can't compare to an ordinary guardian. The only advantage is saving on potions, but this appearance is so ugly I want to delete my account. Covered in green fur. Be cautious. Post 1, haha. Is the original poster here to be funny? This profession is suitable for solo grinding. Doesn't tea cost money? Post 2, indeed. I also changed to a bone craftsman variant of the weaver. Can only use bones to build blocks. Can't heal. Now no one groups with me in dungeons. Post 3. It seems hidden professions just have special gameplay and don't represent power. Regular advancements are at least relatively stable and balanced enough. The direction of the forum gradually became rational. Players began to realize that what suits them is the best, and blindly pursuing hidden professions might ruin their characters. Coordinates: Blackstone Fortress dock area. Here docked a heavy crimson ship modified by the Dawn Guild. The hull was equipped with chitinous railings and simple crossbows. Fengxing Tian stood at the bow, bidding farewell to the 300 special forces behind him. Opposite him stood the temporary commander of this special forces unit, code name Viper. Foam Team, Thunder Team, you can rest assured and go to the front lines. Viper, dressed in neat novice cloth, carrying a standard bone spear, spoke with a steady and powerful tone. We will stay in Area B1 for training. According to the current progress, it is estimated that it will take a week for everyone to reach LV10 and complete their job changes. A week. The nearby Thunder King nodded. That makes sense. Ordinary players don't have the first kill rewards and resource accumulation like Fengxing Tian, even if their skills and grinding intensity are maxed out. Reaching level 10 in a week is already terrifying. The exploration rights for Area B1 are handed over to you. Lei Jun patted his old friend on the shoulder. Remember, we want a disciplined Iron Army. Once you all complete your job changes, send a message immediately, and we will send a ship to take you to the liver. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. The 300 responded in unison, their momentum like a rainbow. After bidding farewell to the reserve team, the core 5-member group of Fengxing Tian, along with over 100 fully armed guild elites, officially boarded the expedition ship heading to the liver. Set sail. The crimson ship slowly left the port, merging into the rushing aorta. As the voyage deepened, the surrounding scenery began to change dramatically. The originally bright red arterial blood gradually turned deep, even taking on a hint of purplish-black murkiness. The flow slowed, and a pungent chemical odor mixed with a fishy smell permeated the air. System notification: you are about to enter the portal vein area. Warning: the toxin concentration in the area ahead is extremely high. Please take precautions. Everyone put on gas masks. Yunzhong Yuzu shouted. This was a simple equipment she made from chitin and active substances gathered in-game. Before departure, although it looked ugly, it could filter most environmental toxins. Passing through a huge sphincter that resembled a gate, the scene before them opened up, yet was chilling. Is this the liver? Data Maniac pushed up his glasses, shocked by the scene filled with a blend of industrial order and biological decay. It was a three-dimensional maze composed of countless huge hexagonal columns, liver lobules. Each hexagonal column resembled a skyscraper, arranged neatly, stretching as far as the eye could see. Between these columns flowed green bile rivers and purplish-black venous blood. Originally, this should have been a precision-operating detoxification factory, but now it was paralyzed. The massive hexagonal structures were covered in black fungal carpets. Countless pipes were broken, spewing toxic green mist. And amidst those ruins, various twisted creatures roamed. Map unlocked. Toxic maze, liver. Environmental debuff. Biochemical corrosion. HP deducted every second, and armor durability reduced. Damn, this smell is overwhelming. Da Li Chu Chi Ji covered his nose. Even with pain perception reduced, the stench still made him nauseous. Prepare for battle. Fengxing Tianxia drew out the Origins Fong, and this weapon emitted an excited tremor in the toxic environment. Something was approaching. Gurgle, gurgle. Huge bubbles rose in the bile river ahead. Splash. Several bloated creatures covered in pus, holding rusty iron hooks, hardened protein structures, crawled ashore. Monster, Sludge Butcher, LV-16. Description: transformed from macrophages mutated by toxins, They no longer consume bacteria, but devour all living things. LV-16 Small Monsters. Feng Xing Tian Xia squinted. As an opening gift, it was heavy enough. Guardian, raise your shields. Watch out for the hooks. Spirit Weaver, test the attack. Lei Jun raised his hand and fired a shot. Z. The lightning struck the sludge butcher but did not cause paralysis. The current slid off the creature's slimy surface. Immune. Insulating oily skin layer. High magical resistance. Lei Jun frowned. Physical team, go. Physical attacks. They are afraid of slashes. Feng Xing Tian Xia instantly made a judgment. Shadow Step. He flashed and appeared behind one of the butchers. The Origin's Fong, with a black flowing light, fiercely cut through the creature's thick back. Uft. Green toxic blood splattered. 950. Weakness critical hit. Triggered Devour. Absorb trace toxin resistance. Dolly, take the aggro. Coming. Dolly Chukaji opened, flame shield. Crashing into the monsters like a fiery meteor. Although the toxic environment restrained flames, the high temperature could evaporate the disgusting slime. ZZZ Dolly was hooked by several butchers, but he remained calm. Yuzu, heal me. Divine Purification. Yunjong Yuzu waved her staff. And a golden halo exploded under Dolly's feet, not only fully restoring his health, but also dispelling his poisoned state. The Dawn Elite team demonstrated high professionalism. Although it was their first time facing a new map and new mechanics, the 100 job changers quickly cleared out these small monsters at the landing point. The drop rate was good. Data Maniac picked up a piece of green crystal, toxic bile stone, a material for crafting advanced antidotes and poison attribute weapons. Feng Xing Tian Xia stood at the shore, gazing at the towering hexagonal towers in the distance. Deep within the maze, a massive, writhing shadow could be vaguely seen, coiled in the core blood supply area of the liver. That was the hardened lesion of the liver. The road ahead was still long. Feng Xing Tian Xia shook off the toxic blood on his blade. This was just the periphery. Brothers, we need to be cautious step by step. We need to engage in a real urban battle in this toxic hexagonal maze. Let's plant flags and establish a stronghold. Activate the resurrection point. Chapter 19, the first anchor point coordinates. Liver, portal vein entrance area. The air here was thick as if it could drip water. Green mist permeated the huge hexagonal column structures. Visibility dropping below 20 meters. Z. Dolly Chukaji glanced at his arm armor, which was emitting fine white smoke. This place is really eerie. My lava shield can block physical attacks and burn monsters, but this toxic mist can actually corrode my mana. I'm losing 3 mana per second. This was environmental suppression. Yunjong Yuzu waved the revival staff, refreshing the entire team with Purification Halo. The toxins here would disrupt energy flow. If we don't establish a safe zone, we won't last 2 hours before everyone runs out of mana and has to return to the city. Feng Xing Tian Xia walked at the forefront, occasionally slicing through the air with the Origin's Fong, severing invisible poison insects trying to approach. Huangren, have you found the node? Data Maniac's eyes glowed with blue data streams as he analyzed the surrounding terrain structure through a holographic map. In his view, this magnificent hexagonal maze was not chaotic. Each hexagonal column, liver lobule, had a thick central vein at its center, surrounded by a channel composed of collecting ducts. Found it. Li Zihan pointed to a relatively intact hexagonal tower base in the side front. That was the metabolic center of this area. Although the pipes were broken, the foundation was a hardened calcium structure, enough to support the operation of the biological beacon. Then let's take it down. Feng Xing Tian Xia's gaze turned cold. All members prepare for battle. We are going to hammer in the first nail here. Coordinates. H103 Liver Lobule Base. This place resembled an abandoned biochemical factory plaza. Black bile flowed on the ground, surrounded by tumor-like flesh balls. As the 100 players from the Dawn Elite team stepped into this area, those flesh balls suddenly burst. Uft, uft, uft. Dozens of humanoid monsters, oozing green slime, with no skin and their muscles inverted, crawled out from the flesh balls. They had no weapons, but their arms had mutated into huge spray tubes. Monster, ball sprayer, LV-18. Description. Cells responsible for secreting digestive fluids have undergone cancerous changes, storing high-pressure strong acid within them. Ranged monsters. Watch out for the acid. Thunder King shouted, and the thunder magnetic floating cannon, in his hand, charged instantly. Strike first. Thunderstorm. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning slammed into the monster group. Water conducts electricity, and acid does too. In this damp area, Thunder King's damage was amplified by the environment. Blue electricity surged wildly along the bile on the ground, instantly electrocuting over a dozen sprayers into convulsions. Good opportunity. Hunter cut in. Feng Xing Tian Xia's figure vanished. appearing behind the monster group in an instant. Shadow Step, Blade Fan. The black blade light blossomed like a lotus, harvesting the lives of the wounded monsters. Guardian Team. Build a wall. Dali Chukaji led 20 Inferno guards to the forefront. They did not hard resist with their bodies, but instead drove their shields into the ground and activated Flame Halo. The high temperature instantly evaporated the incoming acid, forming a steam barrier. Is this the coordination of the elite team? Several scattered players following the team were dumbfounded. This fluid advance was completely different from their chaotic hacking outside. The battle ended quickly. After all, this was just the cleanup of the landing point periphery. Clean the battlefield. Weaver, get to work. Feng Xing Tianxia ordered. Yunzhong Yuzu led 10 life sages to the center of the plaza. They did not heal, but released purification rain onto the ground. The antibiotic-containing rain washed away the toxins and bacterial mats on the ground, revealing the underlying gray-white hardened skeletal foundation. This is our foundation. Feng Xing Tianxia took out the medium biological beacon, worth 5,000 biological energy from his backpack. The Dawn Guild had invested heavily for this expedition. Plant the flag. Crack. The huge crystal beacon thrust fiercely into the ground. Buzz. A green purification force field rapidly expanded from the beacon's center. Wherever it passed, the black toxic mist was dispersed, and the slime on the ground was decomposed. An absolute safe zone with a radius of 500 meters was born in this toxic maze. Server announcement. Congratulations to the Dawn Guild for establishing the first outpost in the Liver region. Resurrection point activated. Teleportation array connected. The environmental toxins in this area have been neutralized and provide a slow mana recovery buff within the range. Breathing life back. Dali Chukaji removed the simple gas mask and took a deep breath of the filtered air within the safe zone. If I had to keep that mana draining buff, my mentality would collapse. Don't rush to rest. Feng Xing Tianxia looked at the purification progress bar on the beacon's base that was counting down. The mechanisms of the liver are different from those of the lungs. Data Maniac analyzed beside him. Monsters in the lungs are proactive attackers, while those in the liver are more like immune rejections. Just as he finished speaking, the hexagonal tower around suddenly began to vibrate. From the once silent pipes, a gurgling sound of fluid emerged. Warning, foreign object invasion detected. Warning, liver defense mechanism has been triggered, mobilizing rejection response. Rejection response? Everyone was taken aback. In the next second, countless streams of black fluid surged forth from the pipes in all directions. It wasn't water. It was a swarm of toxic sludge monsters, LV-15, and hardened stone beetles, LV-17. They felt no pain and had no fear. Their only purpose was to drown this foreign object. Defend the beacon. Feng Xing Tianxia drew his weapon. This was not a siege battle, it was tower defense. As long as the beacon's purification was completed, these monsters would automatically retreat. For Dawn, form up. High-dimensional perspective, Titan body. Gu Yuan watched the green light point in the liver area light up, like a purification pill thrown into a pitch-black sludge pit. Although the light point was still very weak, it was indeed expanding tenaciously. The situation in the liver was more complex than in the lungs. Gu Yuan frowned. The lungs were infected by foreign bacteria, while the liver's problem was a collapse of its own metabolism combined with toxin accumulation. Many of the monsters here were actually mutated from his once normal cells. To clean the liver, simply killing monsters wouldn't suffice. Gu Yuan looked at the huge, clogged hexagonal pipes. They needed to be cleared, just like fixing water pipes. He focused his mind and added a new functional module to the newly established detox camp. System update. Outpost function upgraded. New facility. Toxin extraction machine. Description. Players can input the toxin sacks and gallstones dropped by killed monsters into the machine, converting them into high-energy gas, fuel, and antitoxin serum, potion. Since this place was full of toxins, let players learn to use poison against poison. Gu Yuan smiled slightly. As long as the profit was high enough, the fourth calamity could empty the sulfur from hell. In-game, at the detox camp, the battle was nearing its end. Under the solid defenses of the Dawn Elite team, the sludge monsters trying to rush the beacon had become experience-giving babies. When the last wave of offense receded, the beacon finally stabilized completely, emitting a gentle green light. We held it. Cheers erupted. At that moment, a sharp-eyed player noticed a strange machine that had suddenly appeared next to the beacon. What is this? Toxin extraction machine? Dali Chukaji curiously threw in a pile of useless, rotting toxin sacks from his backpack. Buzz 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 ding. The machine spat out 2 items. Antitoxin potion, superior, X5, bioenergy, 500. What the hell? Dali was stunned. Garbage turned into treasure? This toxin sack was only worth 10 points at the shop, and this machine directly gave 500? This discovery instantly ignited the whole place. Originally, everyone was complaining about the disgusting monsters and their trash drops. Now, seeing this, how could they still think of the sludge monsters as disgusting? They were clearly walking RMB. Hurry, notify the brothers in the guild who haven't come yet. Don't stay in that poor place in the lungs. The liver is heaven. The garbage here can be exchanged for money, can be exchanged for potions. Fengxing Tianxiao watched as the guild members fell into a frenzy and players continuously poured in from the teleportation array in the distance. A smile crept onto his lips. The first nail was firmly hammered in. He looked towards the countless hexagonal structures deep within the maze. Next, it was time to plant our dawn flag all over the liver lobules. Chapter 20, Flesh and Blood Artisan Coordinates, Liver Detox Camp, H103 Safe Zone. With the Dawn Guild hammering in the first nail and the system opening the toxin extraction machine, the once daunting toxic maze gradually took on a strange atmosphere. For elite players, this was the front line for advancing the battle line, but for the many casual players who had yet to reach mainstream levels, brick-moving workers, and life players, this was simply a paradise of gold as long as you weren't afraid of dying. Outside the camp, behind a broken giant pipe, a player with the ID Gogo Ying, referred to as Old Go, was carefully digging at the green crystals on the wall with a small shovel. He was only LV8. Although the system did not strictly prohibit players below level 10 from entering, the red, high-risk area, recommended level LV10 or above warning was always displayed in the center of his vision. Environmental warning, toxic erosion in progress. Old Go's health bar was slowly but steadily decreasing. He had not changed classes, had no passive resistance, and the durability of his simple activated carbon gas mask was rapidly dropping. Just half a tube of health left, just one more piece. Old Go gritted his teeth, desperately swinging the shovel. Ding! A fist-sized hardened gallstone dropped. Got it. Old Go was overjoyed, glanced at his remaining health of 30, and turned to run. Run. Back to the safe zone to regenerate health. There were many small accounts like him around the camp. They were like a bunch of monkeys trying to catch chestnuts from the fire, rushing into the toxic fog to dig a few times. And then before the monsters could catch up, they would clumsily escape back to the purification range of the beacon to meditate and recover health. This was the unique return run style of brick moving in the liver area. Of course, everyone had given this practice a more understandable name, running knife. In the center of the camp, Old Go was satisfied as he poured the junk from his backpack into the toxin extraction machine. Buzz ding. Gained, bioenergy 1200. So fragrant. Old Go was so excited his hands were shaking. Although he was exhausted and had to keep buying potions, the rewards were much higher than killing monsters in the lungs. Just as he was counting his money, a strange smell wafted from another corner of the camp. A crowd was gathered there, pointing at a large chitin pot over a fire. The one in charge of cooking was a life player with the ID Zhonghua Zaidangjia. Come. Freshly cooked, stir-fried abyss miscellany. Zaidangjia shouted loudly. The raw materials were sourced from liver parasites. Although it looked disgusting, it was a divine medicine. Food, stir-fried abyss miscellany, superior. Effect, satiety 50, gain buff toxin resistance 15, lasts 30 minutes. Give me a bowl. I want 2 bowls. With this, I can dig for a minute longer outside. For these unclassed players who had to make a living in the toxic fog, this bowl of dark cuisine was a lifeline. Old Go smacked his lips, but still didn't he dare to try it. Dock area. A group of foreign players with varying equipment and IDs featuring strange characters disembarked from a recently docked Crimson ship. Leading them was a white player with the ID ING Arthur, King Arthur. He was followed by dozens of guild members still hovering around LV5. God, is this the new map? Full of the beauty of industrial wasteland. System auto-translation. King Arthur looked at the magnificent hexagonal liver lobule before him, unable to help but exclaim. Boss, the system prompt suggests entering at LV10. A little brother beside him, looking at the bright red skull icon in his vision, felt a bit weak in the legs. Saying the toxin level was very high, would we die quickly? What are you afraid of? The system didn't set an air wall. King Arthur waved the small round shield in his hand. Since the map was open, it was meant for people to enter. Dragon Kingdom players can mine, so can we. Let us go. However, just less than 50 meters out of the safe zone. Cough. The health bars of the entire team began to drop rapidly. Environmental warning, toxic. Damn, the health is dropping so fast. Priest, heal quickly, before they could adapt to the rhythm of losing health. Suddenly 2 sludge butchers, LV16, charged out from the mist. Although these butchers were blind, they were extremely sensitive to the smell of fresh meat. Splash. A huge rusty iron hook swept across, instantly severing 3 fragile LV5 players in half. turning them into white light and sending them back to the city. The damage from this monster overflowed. King Arthur awkwardly fled back to the safe zone, staring blankly at the few remaining health points. This is not meant for us to play. Is this difficulty serious? Nearby, the old rogue passed by with a grin, looking at this group of foreigners with his eyes full of business wisdom. Hey, friends, don't rush in without a class change. Need to buy potions? Want to buy food? Or my strategy guide? Just 50 bioenergy, and I'll teach you how to mine under the butcher's nose. Coordinates: Storm Abyss B1. Compared to the chaos and speculation in the liver area, this place was orderly. Thunderquake, the Thunder King, was currently fighting alongside the front line in the liver area with the Windwalkers. But he kept a close watch on the movements of the Special Operations team in the back. Through the remote communication channel, the commander codenamed Viper was reporting to him. Report, Thunder Team, Group 3, Monster Aggro successful. The shield wall connection is perfect. Currently, there are 0 casualties. In the holographic display, the 300 Special Forces members were engaged in a tedious but efficient monster farming cycle. Their average level had already reached LV8. Although not the fastest in the server, they wasted no time on running or death penalties. Very good. Thunderquake replied from the liver camp, steady and steady. I have experienced the environment here in the liver area. Without LV10 class change attributes and resistance equipment, you can only run away and have no power to fight back against the monsters here. Hold on for one more day. Once everyone changes classes, assemble immediately. We need your firepower here. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. Coordinates: liver frontline. Just as there was peace, chaos in the back. The exploration at the frontline encountered major trouble. The second group of the Dawn Guild, composed of newly recruited high-level players, stopped at a huge, central vein convergence point. Captain, the road is blocked. The Hunter Scout pointed ahead. The originally wide Venus River was cut off by a massive, dam-like wall of flesh. The wall was covered with countless holes, from which soft monsters resembling leeches emerged. Obstruction: Cirrhosis Nodule, Giant. Guardian Monster, Blood-sucking liver leeches, LV19. Social. There must be at least thousands of them, right? The second group leader, Frostblade, felt a chill run down his spine. These leeches moved incredibly fast in the water and had blood-sucking attacks. The Guardians couldn't hold their ground at all. No way to launch a strong attack. Frostblade calmly assessed that the terrain was against them. Water combat is not our strong suit, and the poison will decrease our movement speed. So what do? The President is still waiting for us to clear the way. Frostblade looked at the surrounding hexagonal towers and suddenly thought of something. Since the waterway is blocked, let's go over the rooftops. He pointed to the tops of those towering liver lobule structures. We'll go from above, throw bombs from a high vantage point, and blow that dam below. But how do we get up there? Everyone looked at those smooth, slime-covered columns towering hundreds of meters high, exchanging glances. Although the game has a climbing mechanism, those slippery walls are impossible to scale without a few tries. What about the engineer group? Get the flesh artisans up here. Frostblade shouted back. Soon, 5 players dressed in dark red robes with huge skeletal backpacks emerged. They were another branch of the weaving masters, the flesh artisans. Unlike the life sages who specialized in healing, they excelled at using biological materials to alter terrain and create cover. Compared to the highly sought-after healers, this profession was relatively niche at this stage. Captain, leave it to us. The leading artisan smiled confidently. He pressed both hands on the ground, where several corpses from previously defeated monsters lay. Skill: bone reconstruction. Skill: biological framework construction. Start. Accompanied by a series of grating bone growth sounds. The corpses on the ground quickly decomposed and restructured. Countless white bone spikes emerged from the ground, intertwining and interlocking, forming a winding white bone spiral staircase along the smooth hexagonal column in just a few minutes. This actually works. The surrounding players were stunned. This is professional. The artisan brushed the bone dust off his hands. As long as there are enough materials, not only can we make a ladder, we can even create a fort for you. Well done. Frostblade was overjoyed and waved his hand to order. Everyone up the ladder. Switch to aerial operation mode. Grab the alchemical explosives. Let's deliver a big gift to those leeches. In this world, the combination of professions is far more important than mere numbers. When these 100,000 players gather together, they become the all-powerful fourth disaster. And behind that wall of flesh, a much larger shadow was slowly opening its eyes. Chapter 21, Total Annihilation. It should be noted that traditional anatomy divides the liver into 4 parts, the left and right caudate lobes. The liver lobule is the basic functional unit of the liver, with a hexagonal structure. There are about 500,000 in the human body. Titans are different, as they are not human, so I will make it up, hee hee. At this time, Titan, Genesis had formed a pyramid-like level ecosystem. At the top of the tower were the first-tier players led by Windwalkers and Dragon Warriors, with levels generally reaching LV-17 and LV-18. They were well-equipped, had matured skills, and were pioneering the front line of the Liver area. Following closely were the early hardcore players and Liver Emperors, with levels around LV-15 and LV-16. They were the backbone of various guilds or lone wolf high-level players. Below them was a large group of early ordinary players, most of whom had just reached LV-10 and completed their class changes. This group split into two factions, one that was bold enough to team up and come to the Liver area for abuse, and another that chose to stay in the lungs to continue clearing unexplored bronchi like B1 and B2 in an attempt to achieve a first clear achievement. As for the 50,000 newcomers from the fourth test, they were generally still at LV-5 and LV-6, fighting fiercely in the A7 area newbie village to snag a slime. Well, not necessarily. Some people were happily wandering around taking pictures on the Scarlet Arc, and some even caught glimpses of certain indescribable boss-level units, only to be instantly killed before they could even check their panels. Coordinates: Liver H103 Liver Lobule Area. Engineer Group. Plant Explosives. The second group leader of the Dawn Guild, Frostblade, stood atop the 100-meter-high hexagonal column, calmly giving orders. Dozens of alchemical explosive barrels were ignited and thrown from the high ground, accurately landing on the cirrhosis nodule that blocked the Venus River like a dam. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds of explosions echoed in the maze. That solid wall of flesh was finally torn open, creating a huge gap under the series of blasts. The long-accumulated Venus blood flowed like a rampaging beast, rushing downstream. "It's open." The players on the column cheered. The explosive effect was incredible. The leeches below must have been swept away as the water level dropped. The previously submerged riverbed gradually revealed itself. It was an open area covered with thick black silt. Go down and check the corpses. See if there are any good items. The elites of the second group quickly threw down ropes and slid down the columns. They were all experienced players around LV-15, moving skillfully. However, at the moment they landed, Frostblade suddenly felt something was off. It was too quiet. Those densely packed, blood-sucking liver leeches, LV-19, had not been swept away by the water. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. "Wait, Scout. First, throw a light spell." An acolyte obediently threw out a glowing orb. The pale light illuminated the center of the riverbed. There, the sludge suddenly bulged, and a massive creature that resembled a mountain of flesh slowly stood up. It had been lurking beneath the meat wall, using the water flow to conceal its form. Now that the water had receded, it finally revealed its hideous true face. Warning: encountering regional overlord. Monster: corrupt mother nest, LV-22 boss. Description: it is not a monster. It is a nest of countless parasites. A LV-22 boss. Before the players could react, the mother nest let out a low growl. Gurgle. The next second, hell descended. Thousands of holes on its body simultaneously spewed out black, sticky slime. At the same time, the sludge beneath their feet came alive. The players were horrified to discover that what they were standing on was not sludge at all, but a dense layer of blood-sucking liver leeches. Warning: triggered trap sea of worms. Number of hostile units: 1,500. Retreat. Hurry back up the pillar. Yijian Shuanghan felt a chill run down his spine. With a mob of this magnitude, even the guild leader would have to avoid confrontation. But it was too late. Rustle. Rustle, rustle. Thousands of black leeches surged up the hexagonal pillar like a tide, faster than players could climb a rope. "They're coming up. Help." The player responsible for setting the rope, the absolute dancer, had just attempted to climb when an elite leech jumped from the side and bit his neck. Divine Guardian. Form up. Hold the platform. Yijian Shuanghan was still at the top of the pillar, but as he looked down at the swarm of insects rapidly approaching, his heart sank to the bottom. Spirit Manipulator. Firewall. Thunderstorm. He cast various skills without regard for cost. Indeed, he burned a patch and electrocuted another. But against over 1,000 LV-19 monsters, that barely slowed them down. Roar. The mother nest below let out another roar, spewing a cloud of green toxic mist that instantly enveloped the top platform. Environment toxic. All attributes decreased by 30, healing effect halved. Continuous damage. It's over. The healing team watched as the health bars of the entire group plummeted and despaired, realizing their healing spells couldn't even raise them. The first leech climbed onto the platform. Then the 10th, the 100th. "Captain, we can't hold on." Yijian Shuanghan swung his dual swords, severing 2 leeches. But his own leg was bitten, and the paralysis toxin spread quickly. "Don't die in vain." At the last moment, Yijian Shuanghan shouted a final message in the regional channel. H103 riverbed is a trap. Don't enter the water. The monsters have airborne toxic mist and climbing abilities. Dawn's second team was annihilated. Time to go home. The next second, his vision was filled with countless mouths full of sharp teeth. You have died. 10 minutes later. With the increase in ancient abyss energy, he reduced player resurrection time to improve efficiency. Coordinates: liver detox camp. White light flashed continuously. The resurrection points spat out one by one. Players from Dawn's second team, their equipment durability at 0, their faces ashen. My blue gear is gone. That was my newly equipped set. This is too tragic. With just a few dozen of us, we can't fight that sea of worms. The annihilation of Dawn's second team instantly caused an uproar in the camp. The surrounding solo players, who were resting, gathered around, their faces pale. Even Dawn's main force was wiped out? That mother nest can still release poison? Still lying in ambush underwater? Moments later, the teleportation array on the other side of the camp flickered with light. Fengxing Tianxia, leading the core team, rushed back from the adjacent H105 area. They had just finished clearing another vein passage and immediately used the return to town upon receiving the news of the annihilation. Fengxing Tianxia walked up to Yijin Shuanghan, glancing at the dejected elite group. Equipment lost? Yijin Shuanghan gritted his teeth, swallowed by that mother nest. At least people are still here. Fengxing Tianxia turned to look toward the dock. At this moment, a massive heavy crimson ship had just docked. Lei Jun was the first to step off the deck, followed by 300 fully armed, imposing special forces soldiers. After an intense week of grinding in B1 zone, these 300 had all reached LV10 and completed their class transitions. Although their levels were not as high as the first tier, their equipment was uniform, and their discipline was unparalleled in the entire server. Old Lei, you're here. Fengxing Tianxia nodded. Lei Jun glanced at the situation at the resurrection point. A cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Looks like we arrived just in time. With a wave of his hand, the 300 quickly assembled in the camp square, forming 4 formations. Feng, let me introduce. Lei Jun pointed at the team. This is the configuration of the special forces. To maximize their combat advantages, all 300 members focused their class transitions on direct combat for team action rather than functional roles. First formation, Iron Barrier, Divine Guardian Advanced. 100 people, equipped with giant tower shields, responsible for building the defense line and advancing like bulldozers. Second formation, Thunder Lord, Spirit Manipulator Advanced, 80 people, responsible for area lockdown and fire suppression. Third formation, Phantom Blade, Hunter Advanced, 60 people, responsible for flanking infiltration and decapitation. Fourth formation, Life Sage, Weaver Advanced, 60 people, ample healing. These 300 were trained through many days of killing in B1 zone without a single death. There was a hint of pride in Lei Jun's voice. We will let those bugs know what a regular army's coordination looks like. Fengxing Tianxia looked at this ironclad force, his killing intent boiling. Good. Assemble all main forces. Whether it's the special forces, the main team 1, or even the solo players looking to pick up scraps, gather them all. Main team 2 will follow behind. Fengxing Tianxia drew out the pitch-black tooth of origin, pointing toward the misty depths of H103 area. First, retrieve the bodies and equipment. Then crush that damned mother nest along with its offspring, one by one. Move out. Target, H103 riverbed. All troops assault. Chapter 22. The regular army descends coordinates. Liver H103 liver lobule area. The black sludge churned, and thousands of blood-sucking liver leeches covered the entire dry riverbed like a writhing carpet. In the nauseating sea of worms, the massive, corrupt mother nest lazily exhaled toxic mist, as if still savoring the one-sided massacre that had just occurred. Suddenly, synchronized footsteps echoed from the top of the towering hexagonal pillar. The mother nest's several compound eyes turned upward, and it saw rows of silver-white figures. All units. The Thunder King stood at the forefront, his thundermagnetic floating cannon fully charged. His voice cold as iron. Target directly below, free-fall assault. Jump. Without hesitation, without any noise. 300 players dressed in uniform equipment leaped down from a height of 100 meters like 300 meteors. This is too reckless, right? Yijin Shuanghan, who was following behind, was dumbfounded. They had just been wiped out because they entered the riverbed, and this new third team was actually jumping down voluntarily? This is tactics. Fengxing Tianxia clicked his tongue, standing beside Yijin Shuanghan, appreciating what a steel torrent looks like. In midair, 100 Iron Barrier members simultaneously raised their giant tower shields. Skill, gravity drop. Boom, boom, boom. 100 tower shields smashed down onto the sludge, the massive shockwave instantly toppling a circle of leeches around. Before the worm swarm could react, these 100-strong men quickly closed in, locking the shields together seamlessly. In less than 3 seconds, an indestructible steel circular fortification rose from the center of the sea of worms. Outer perimeter lockdown. Inner circle fire. With the command of Legion, 80 Thunder Lords stood inside the shield wall, firing their staffs and floating cannons simultaneously. Zzz. 80 electric currents intertwined to form a dense electric net, spreading outward from the center of the shield wall. Those leeches attempting to climb the shield were instantly charred and fell off. This is too stable. De Li Chu Chi Ji scratched his head in confusion, feeling that with such coordination, he might not need to tank the monsters at all. Not necessarily. No matter how skilled they are, this is still a game, and level suppression cannot be ignored. Fengxing Tianxia observed the battlefield. Aside from being caught off guard at the beginning, the insect nest had already reacted, starting to surround the third group. Drawing out the Tooth of Origin, he ordered, Main Force Group 1 and Group 2, follow up. Don't let the brothers of Group 3 fight alone. Kill. Yijin Shuanghan. With the resurrected members of Group 2, rush down the zip line built by the engineers. The fire of revenge boosted their combat power to the max. The battle instantly entered a fever pitch. Faced with this ironclad formation, the mother nest was clearly a bit confused. It attempted to use the same trick again. Its massive body suddenly contracting, countless exhaust vents opening. Golu, the deadly poison mist spewed out again, aiming to engulf the entire shield formation. Chemical defense team. The Thunder King calmly shouted. 60 life sages did not get dazzled by the complex effects like ordinary players, frantically attempting group healing. This squad abandoned heavy robes, wearing lightweight armor for easier movement, and raised their staffs in unison, releasing, purifying wind simultaneously. 60 currents converged into a tornado, forcefully dispersing the poison mist that had yet to settle. Beautiful. Yunzhong, you couldn't help but exclaim. This was not just the release of skills, but a perfect control of timing. The healers in this third group moved and positioned themselves as if they had undergone military training. With the poison mist ineffective, the sea of insects was blocked. The mother nest finally felt fear. It emitted a piercing shriek. Its enormous body began to writhe, trying to burrow back into the mud to escape. Trying to run? Fengxing Tianxia's gaze turned fierce. Assassins, follow me for the decapitation. Mages, provide covering fire. 60 phantom blades from Group 3, along with Fengxing Tianxia and Yijin Shuanghan and other hunters, instantly activated Shadow Step. Dozens of shadows darted across the battlefield like phantoms, directly appearing atop the mother nest's bloated body. Don't let it get away. The Tooth of Origin in Fengxing Tianxia's hand glowed with a devouring black light, stabbing fiercely into the greasy back of the mother nest. Pucci, critical hit on the weak point. Triggered special effect, Devour. Target's movement speed reduced by 30. At the same time, dozens of daggers fell simultaneously. In an instant, the mother nest was pierced like a sieve. Impale. Sever tendon. Exsanguinate. The mother nest rolled in pain, its huge tentacles wildly flailing. But in front of these well-coordinated assassins, its attacks appeared clumsy and slow. Whenever a tentacle fell, the assassins had already evaded using their high agility, countering with another strike. It's equipped in its belly. Yunzhong, you suddenly shouted from behind. Through the mother nest's translucent skin, several uniquely shaped weapons could be seen lodged in its digestive tract, not yet fully corroded. Got it. Fengxing Tianxia replied in the communication channel. He flashed his body, dodging a jet of acidic liquid, and jumped onto the mother nest's head, more specifically, above its mouthparts. Dilly, lazy, pry its mouth open for me. Here it comes. Da Li Chu Chi Ji activated Infernal Avatar, charging over like a fire giant, with 2 lava hands firmly prying open the mother nest's upper and lower jaws. Open wide for me. Thunder pierces. Legion set up a floating cannon from a distance, and a precise purple lightning bolt struck into the mother nest's mouth, causing its internal muscles to spasm. Unable to close. Thanks. Without any hesitation, Fengxing Tianxia dove directly into the mother nest's foul-smelling and acidic mouth. What the hell? Brother Feng got eaten? The surrounding ordinary players were startled. The next second, the mother nest's body began to convulse violently, as if it had ingested Sun Wukong's Iron Fan Princess. SSS. A pitch-black blade of light actually pierced through the mother nest's abdomen. Fengxing Tianxia emerged, covered in green slime, holding a pile of weapons, bursting out. Weak point destroyed. Core damaged. The mother nest emitted a mournful wail, its massive body deflating like a punctured balloon. Focus fire. Send it on its way. Yijin Shuanghan roared, pouring all his fury onto this dying boss. Boom. Seconds later, This LV-22 boss that had wiped out Group 2 finally transformed into a shower of experience points. Kill the corrupted mother nest. Gained large amounts of biological energy. H-103 area purified. The battlefield gradually quieted down. The remaining leeches scattered and fled after losing their mother, easily cleared by the outer players. Fengxing Tianxia wiped the slime off his face, tossing the equipment on the ground. Brothers from Group 2, come claim your gear. Dozens of naked elite members from Group 2 immediately surrounded him with grinning faces to find their equipment. At this point, Legion approached with Group 3. Although they had gone through a fierce battle, the formation of these 300 remained orderly. Even the angles of the shields were perfectly aligned. In the eyes of ordinary players, this was a seamlessly coordinated elite guild team, and no one would think of them as a special forces unit. Casualties. Fengxing Tianxia quietly asked. 125 severely injured, 0 fatalities. Lei Jun replied calmly, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Group 3's formation was maintained exceptionally well. Solid as a rock, and whenever someone was injured, teammates immediately took their place, with healers moving like battlefield medics to replenish status. The surrounding players from Group 2 listened. Dumbfounded. Same map, same monsters, they were wiped out, while these guys had 0 casualties. Is this the gap in skill? Good. Fengxing Tianxia looked at this steel army, then glanced at the morale-boosted members of the Dawn Guild, and smiled. He knew that with the addition of this Group 3, along with the already well-coordinated elite Groups 1 and 2, the Dawn Guild finally had the capital to strut through this toxic maze. Probably, before encountering heavyweight creatures. Rest for 10 minutes. Fengxing Tianxia looked toward the deeper part of the maze, where a central Venus tower stood taller than all surrounding buildings. Next target, liver lobule H-105. If this is all there is to it, we will soon be able to consume this maze, grid by grid. Chapter 23, Online Meeting High-Dimensional Space, Chaotic Void. Here, there is no concept of time, only endless loneliness and darkness. The colossal titan body of Yuan, large enough to demarcate star domains, quietly floats in the void. At this moment, he is conducting a long-overdue introspection. In his vision, his body is no longer flesh, but a brilliant yet broken starry universe. The originally dim, right lung star domain now glimmers with a faint but steadfast golden-red light at the edge. That is the bronchus of Area A7 opened by the players. Like a dried riverbed regaining vitality. And deeper in the liver nebula, the situation is even more complex. In Yuan's perception, at least 5 different small light points are flickering stubbornly within the deadly poison mist. The Dawn Guild occupied H-103, the Dragon War Guild took H-109, and several scattered alliances have established mushroom villages at the edges. Yuan watched those tiny light points bustling within him, a strange feeling surging in his heart. For his towering body that is several light years high, these 100,000 players are barely a fraction of a billionth of a bacterium. Yet, it is precisely these insignificant existences, relying on their immortal nature and the drive known as greed, that are diligently repairing his decaying hive, like hard-working worker bees. The metabolic function of the liver has recovered to 001. Although the value is pitifully low, it represents the beginning of a reversal. Well, it seems like anything less than 001 can be rounded up to 001. The future looks promising. Blue Star, Real World. Coordinates, First People's Hospital of Kyoto City, Rehabilitation Center. Miss Lee, you can't leave. You absolutely can't leave. Several experts in white coats, sweating profusely, tried to stop a young girl who was packing her luggage. Your rehabilitation case is a world-class miracle. We need to conduct more comprehensive tests on you. We need samples. We need. Li Yu, Yun Zhongyu, dressed in light sportswear, was holding a heavy luggage bag in one hand, looking helplessly at the group of frantic doctors. It had been several days since she drank the Titan blood. After the initial excruciating pain, her body recovered its functions at an astonishing speed. The atrophied muscles became plump and strong again within just 3 days. And the necrotic nerves transmitted signals as efficiently as newly forged cables. Now, she could not only walk, but even run 5 kilometers without any issues. She was in peak health. Professor Liu, I have already cooperated with you for several days of tests. Li Yu sighed, casually tossing the luggage bag onto her shoulder. A relaxed posture that left the surrounding nurses in awe. I've had blood drawn, CT scans done, and you've seen the results. I'm healed, even healthier than before. But that is not scientific. We need to find out the reason. The old professor was so excited that his glasses nearly fell off. The reason is that I'm in a good mood and eating well. Li Yu winked playfully, then didn't he want to linger any longer. She lightly tapped her toes and skillfully maneuvered around several intern doctors attempting to block her, moving as gracefully as a swallow. By the time the doctors reacted, she had already pressed the down button for the elevator. Dad, Mom, wait for me downstairs. Hurry up and drive. Don't let them catch up. Liu hurriedly spoke into her phone as the elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off the doctor's shouts. The moment she escaped the hospital, she looked at the sunlight outside and took a deep breath. That was the taste of freedom. Successful jailbreak. That night, in the core voice channel of the Dawn Guild, I've escaped. Yuan Zhongyu's voice rang out in the channel, unable to hide her laughter. The way those doctors looked at me was like they were looking at an alien. Haha, I knew you could do it, girl. The loud voice of Li shook the channel. I'm the same. The foreman insisted I enroll in weightlifting at the sports school, and I was so scared I ran away overnight. Just arrived in the Magic City and am looking for a hotel. Since everyone is settled, let us meet up. Feng Xing Tianxia's voice chimed in. Some things are inconvenient to talk about online, especially regarding future plans. Agreed. Lei Jun replied succinctly. Li Zihan and I are already in the Magic City. Then tomorrow night. Feng Xing Tianxia sent a location coordinate. Magic City, Cloud Apartment, my home. Even if it's the end of the world, we still have to eat. I'll treat everyone to hot pot. The next evening. Magic City, Cloud Apartment. This was a private gathering without outsiders. The first in-person meeting of the core 5 members of the Dawn Guild who had only known each other online. The location was at Chen Feng's home. Although this large flat was located in a prime area, the decor was surprisingly simple, even a bit cold, with only rows of professional gaming equipment indicating the owner's identity. But tonight, the place was filled with a festive atmosphere. In the center of the living room, a steaming copper pot was set up, with a spicy beef tallow base bubbling and the aroma wafting through the air. Brother Feng, your meat-cutting skills are impressive. Wang Daqiang, wearing a tight t-shirt that was about to burst from his chest muscles, stared at the thin slices of lamb Chen Feng was holding, drooling. The basic skills of a professional player, steady hands. Chen Feng smiled, neatly arranging the meat slices. His hands were not only steady, but also quick. The knife in his hand seeming to come alive. On the sofa, Li Zihan was fiddling with his portable terminal, occasionally pushing up his thick-bottomed glasses. Lei Jin stood on the balcony, habitually observing the surrounding environment and escape routes before closing the floor-to-ceiling window. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Feng went to open the door. Standing at the door was a girl with a ponytail, wearing jeans, her face glowing with health. Li Yu. Hello everyone, I'm Yuan Zhongyu. She waved her hand shyly. Looks like you're moving quite well now. Can't tell at all that you were in that situation before. Not only can I walk, but I can also jump. Li Yu lightly bounced in place and landed silently. Thank you, everyone. If it weren't for meeting you guys in the GameStop. Chen Feng interrupted with a smile, handing her a pair of chopsticks. It's already in the pot. Don't say anything depressing. Sit down, let us eat. As drinks flowed and dishes were served, everyone was sweating from the heat. The sense of distance between online comrades transforming into offline friends dissipated over a hot pot meal. Chen Feng put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and looked at Lei Jun. Old Lei, what about the official side? Don't worry. Lei Jun took a sip of beer and said steadily, my superior, Old Ban, has already listed our guild as a strategic cooperation unit. As long as we don't cross the red line, the official side will give us the maximum convenience. You could say we're the vanguard now. The salary cards of those 300 special forces are now under the guild's finance. That is good. Chen Feng nodded. Brother Feng, there is something. Li Zihan suddenly spoke up, his eyes clear. Thanks to his super metabolism, he found it hard to get drunk. In the past few days, at least 10 major consortia like Apocalypse Group and Longting Capital have contacted me, wanting to invest in Dawn or buy our members and strategies at high prices. Some even hinted that if we don't agree, they will target us in the game. Target? Wang Daqiang slammed the table, making the bowls and dishes jump. What are they afraid of? Who dares to mess with us in the liver? I'll bring people to block them at the resurrection point and kill them. We can't act recklessly. Chen Feng shook his head, leaning back in his chair, his gaze deep. They can't do that, unless there is something wrong here. Chen Feng pointed to his head. Money is very useful in reality, but in Titan Genesis, it's worthless. Those consortia have money, and maybe they can buy a lot of biological energy from casual players, which is their advantage. But it doesn't mean much. Strategic resources like Titan blood can be purchased once you change jobs, but the price isn't high. In other words, money that doesn't convert into combat power is meaningless. In other words, the strength within the game is the hard currency. As long as we can maintain our combat power advantage, various resources will keep coming to us. So do we fight them? Li looked a bit worried. No. Chen Feng smiled. We do business with them. Do business? Yes. The cake in this world is too big for any one force to consume entirely. Chen Feng pointed to the night view outside the window. The liver has countless areas, and the lungs have countless bronchi, not to mention other locations. Our Dawn only has less than 500 core members, 300 special forces, plus a few thousand casual players following us. We can't take it all. So, we need to find our ecological niche. Chen Feng raised a finger. First, technical barriers. Strategies, boss tactics, special resources, these must be in our hands. Second, high-end military force. We need to ensure that Dawn has the top assault team in the entire server. When big guilds encounter bosses they can't defeat, they can only pay us. Cooperation for mutual benefit. Legion summarized, they pay, we provide the technology. Use their capital to support our elites. That's right. Chen Feng raised his glass. This is my plan. Only through cooperation can we maximize our benefits. The game that can influence reality must not be disrupted by small gains in front of us. What do you all think about the Titans? Li Zihan adjusted his glasses, contemplating before speaking. The concept of virtual influence on reality is simply incredible. He looked around at his teammates and sighed. As a materialist, I'm almost ready to believe that there really are gods in this world. Liu smiled and raised her glass, somewhat nonchalantly saying, Gods? If they exist objectively and are beings beyond our understanding, then isn't that still materialism? It's not idealism at all. Moreover, we are the Titan-S favored, and have indeed received his gifts, so what is there to worry about? Let us have a drink first. The 5 glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound. In-game, the liver region. At this moment, the liver map presented a prosperous scene of multiple powers coexisting. In addition to the detox camp, established by the Dawn Guild, 2 other large strongholds had also sprung up in other areas of the liver. Coordinates: H109 Zone, Iron Blood Outpost. This was established by the Dragon Battle at Wild Guild, which had received substantial investment. Although they did not have the top-tier combat strength like Fengxing Tianxia, they had money and manpower. Thousands of paid players, dressed in standard gear, were conducting carpet-style advancement here. Coordinates: Edge of the Liver, Mushroom Village. This was a settlement established by a group of casual players and lifestyle professionals. Huge, glowing fungi, actually benign symbiotic bacteria in the liver, grew here. Players farmed and fished, fishing in the Bile River, and researched dark cuisine. Although their combat power was not strong, the various detox potions and food produced here were the best-selling in the entire server. It can be said that this is the most relaxed place in the entire server. High-dimensional perspective. Yuan looked at the 3 nails glowing in the poisonous fog and the purification area radiating outwards, feeling somewhat relieved. The situation in the liver was stable. But that wasn't enough. His gaze passed through the diaphragm, focusing on the organ next to the liver, which was filled with corrosive acid, the stomach, giving him a headache. There were severe spasms occurring there. Streams of terrifying strong acid, gastroesophageal reflux, were burning the cardia, even threatening the recently healed lower lungs. If the stomach problem wasn't resolved, the liver stronghold painstakingly established by players would eventually be submerged by acid. And I can't hold on much longer. It really hurts. Yuan grimaced and sighed. This body is truly riddled with holes. It seems I'll have to open a new dungeon for those thrill-seeking players. He began writing a new quest in the background. Cardia Defense Battle, Acid Tide. Chapter 24, Frenzy. High-dimensional space, Titan's divine body. Yuan's consciousness swept across the vast territory within him like a king surveying his domain. At the edge of the Liver Nebula, in the originally pitch-black and silent poisonous maze, only a few insignificant light spots had lit up. They were Dawn's H103 camp, Dragon Battle H109 outpost, and the casual player's Mushroom Village. Compared to the countless hexagonal lobules and the boundless sea of toxins in the liver, the player's current exploration progress was less than 1/10,000th. They were like drilling platforms built on a boundless sea, having a foothold, but still far from purifying the entire liver. Although progress was slow, the spark had been planted. Yuan was not anxious. The purification of the liver was a long and grinding effort. As long as players were there killing monsters and breaking down toxins, his bodily burden would be reduced. However, an alarm from another direction made it impossible for him to remain calm. Warning: stomach acid reflux intensifying. The cardia, the junction of the stomach and esophagus, sphincter is relaxed, and highly corrosive gastric acid is eroding the lower esophagus, approaching the lungs. Yuan felt an unbearable burning pain in his chest. If that stomach acid capable of digesting stone surged up, the recently established strongholds like Blackstone Fortress in the lungs would turn to dust, the defense line would be instantly burned through, and that was a physical dissolution. more terrifying than a virus. Although he wanted to restore the detox function in one go, the situation over there was truly urgent. A seawall had to be built there first. Yuan glanced at his biological energy reserves. After this period of accumulation, the balance had once again surpassed 100 million. Relying solely on the current players' mortal bodies couldn't withstand the strong acidic environment. Their survival capacity had to be enhanced, or they had to be given sufficient temptation to face death. Yuan's gaze sharpened, and his fingers quickly operated in the system's backend. Convert resources, Titan blood, diluted version, X2000. Set deployment rules, bind to the new campaign, Cardia Defense Battle. Blue Star, the real world. Although for the billions of people on Blue Star, merely 2,000 players who had received Titan blood seemed like a grain of sand in the desert. This grain was all gold. In this age of information explosion, secrets cannot be kept. Even the extravagant and terrifying lives of top billionaires can be exposed, revealing at least some clues, let alone ordinary people who love to show off. Especially when such secrets pertain to health, lifespan, and extraordinary power, countless people flocked to them. And many took pride in their talents. Coordinates, a second-tier city in southern Dragon Country, late-night food stall. Boss, 2 more boxes of beer. Hurry up. A group of tattooed, burly youths was gathered together, making a racket. Among them, the leader was a crew-cut guy. He was an early player of the Titan game, with the ID, Angry Brother. Usually, he was a good-for-nothing street punk. After the Titan game came out, he spent long hours in the game. He was extremely lucky, being one of the first 1,000 to grab the potion. Although he was just a thug in real life, in the game, he was a level 11 guardian, specializing in the Berserk Beast class. At that moment, he was red-faced from drinking, 1 foot on the stool, boasting with saliva flying. I'm telling you, that liver dungeon. I soloed 2 sludge monsters. That move, TSK. Enough, brother, stop bragging. A young student at the next table couldn't help but mutter, I also play Titan. Level 11 guardian soloing 2 level 16 monsters? That doesn't even break defense, okay? Bang. Angry Brother slammed the table violently. The solid wood corner of the table was actually broken off with a crisp crack. Wood chips flew everywhere. The surrounding diners instantly fell silent, looking at the broken table corner in fear. How much strength does that take? You little brat, who are you calling a braggart? Angry Brother stood up, swaying as he walked over. The combination of alcohol and the sudden surge of extraordinary power made his already inflated ego completely lose control. He felt like Superman now. The law? What is that? What do you want to do? The student's face turned pale with fright. He regretted it a bit. What terrible luck to run into a thug who had taken Titan blood. What to do? Let you see what the power of the Berserk Beast is. Angry Brother grinned wickedly, reaching for the student's collar with a speed that created a gust of wind. However, before his hand could touch the other, a long, strong hand suddenly reached out from the side, clamping his wrist like a vice. It was a man in a black jacket and a cap, who had been quietly eating noodles in the corner. Let go. The man's voice was low, but carried an undeniable authority. Who the hell are you? Looking for death? Angry Brother roared in anger, instinctively wanting to unleash his power technique from the game. He suddenly swung his arm, and the force of that swing was enough to dislocate an ordinary person's joints. But he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, the man's hand was like it was welded to his wrist, utterly immovable. The 11th level Divine Guard indeed had significantly enhanced basic strength. The man in the duck bowl cap raised his head, revealing a pair of sharp eyes, but he was all strength and no strategy. Is this how you use the power granted by the Titan? Are you also a player who has drunk the Titan's blood? The irritable older brother was halfway through sobering up. I'm here to teach you the rules. The man's wrist flicked, and without any significant movement. It was merely a variant of a grappling technique. Ah! The irritable older brother screamed. His entire body felt like the bones had been pulled out. Instantly pressed to the ground, his face against the greasy floor, unable to move. Woo-woo. Before his lackeys could react, 2 black SWAT vehicles roared in. Several fully armed special police officers quickly got out of the cars, skillfully handcuffing the irritable older brother and dragging him into the vehicle, taking him away. The 12th case of out-of-control incidents. The man in the duck bowl cap took out a walkie-talkie, his tone calm. The target has been controlled. It is recommended that this player undergo a forced cooling-off period and assess the risk of recovering their account. The Titan game is bound to individuals, and others can't hijack accounts, but it's still easy to prevent these unstable elements from accessing the game warehouse. The diners around held their phones, staring in shock and recording the scene. Although the official quickly controlled the reviews, similar urban legends had already spread among the people. Longwa Security Bureau, Wall Breaking Operation Group Office. Ban Zhangwo looked at the reports gathered from all over, his brows furrowed. Out of 2,000 enhancers, although most are relatively well-behaved, there are still quite a few with a nouveau riche mentality like the one just now. He looked at Lei Zhan, who was standing beside him. Just coming offline to report work. Lei, power comes too quickly, and if the mindset doesn't keep up, it will cause big trouble. We can't just block, but not guide. Fengxing Tianxia is already doing that. Lei Zhan reported that the Dawn Guild has introduced the Extraordinary Covenant, strictly prohibiting members from abusing force in reality. Violators will not only be kicked out of the guild, but also blacklisted across the server, and we will assist the authorities in locating them in reality. Fengxing Tianxia is a smart person and a qualified leader. Ban Zhangwo nodded, telling him that the official supports his approach. Additionally, according to the Intelligence Department's news just now, the second round of potion distribution has already begun. This time, there are more observers. Foreign consortiums, mercenaries, and even some extremist organizations are trying to find ways to acquire accounts, control game account owners, or attempt to intercept Titan's blood. Old Ban pointed at the screen. This is a war without gunpowder, and you must uphold the bottom line in the game. In the game, the server-wide announcement screen. Just as dark currents surged in the real world, a golden server-wide announcement exploded like a nuclear bomb across the entire server. Expansion update, Acid Wave. Background description, the expedition of the liver has just begun, but intense vibrations are coming from deeper in the stomach. The defensive line known as the cardia is about to fall, and highly corrosive strong acid is backflowing, threatening our lung passage that we rely on for survival. Server-wide emergency campaign. Build the Great Wall of the Cardia. Campaign objectives. Go to the entrance of the stomach, the cardia, and use acid-resistant materials to build a dam to block gastric acid from eroding the esophagus. Eliminate the corrosive slime monsters and strong acid spitters that surge with gastric acid. Campaign rewards. Key. Second round of Gene Store restocking announcement. Items. Titan's Blood, diluted version. Quantity. 2,000 vials. Acquisition rules. This time, there will be no speed-based purchasing. The top 2,000 players will be eligible to buy based on their individual contributions to the Cardia campaign. Wow, 2,000 vials. This time it's distributed based on contribution? That's great. Finally, no need to compete for speed. Grind. As long as you don't die from grinding, grind to the death. If the first round of potions was only known to a few, then after more than 10 days of fermentation, along with various rumors circulating in reality, players worldwide now know that this potion can change their fate. They have gone crazy, completely insane. Countless players, who had previously been calculating every bit of biological energy in the liver area, are now rushing towards the teleportation array with red eyes. Even LV5 novice players want to go to the front lines to contribute a brick. What if they make it into the top 2,000? Coordinates. Dawn Guild Detox Camp. Fengxing Tianxia looked at the boiling information in the guild channel and turned to his core team behind him. Did you all see? This time it's based on contribution. This is the fairest and also the most brutal rule. Yuan Zhongyo tightened her grip on the staff in her hand, her eyes firm. Brother Feng. My parents are getting old and their health isn't good. I want to get one for them too. Dali Chukaji scratched his head. No longer the carefree person he used to be. I have a childhood friend in my village who broke his leg in a construction accident. I also want to get one for him. Even the usually calm Li Zihan had a glimmer in her eyes. I want to get one for my mentor. He has Alzheimer's, and his brain is shrinking. If I can cure him, it would be a blessing for the scientific community. Looking at the eager expressions of his teammates, Fengxing Tianxia was silent for a moment. He understood the desire to give back to family, but he had to maintain his rationality as a leader at all times. Of course, you can. Fengxing Tianxia nodded, then shifted his tone to become exceptionally serious. But I must remind everyone, stay calm. Resources must prioritize oneself. He scanned everyone. His gaze piercing. The Titan's blood currently provided is only the diluted version. While it can heal, it is just entry-level enhancement. The game has just begun. And there may be stronger items in the future, even a complete version of divine blood that can grant immortality. If we spread our resources too thin now, leading to the core team's combat power not keeping up with the version, when we encounter higher-level bosses and more precious rewards, we will only be able to watch others take them away. Fengxing Tianxia paused, his tone softening slightly. Only when we become strong ourselves can we provide better resources for those around us. The selfishness of now is for the protection of the future. Do you understand? Everyone's hearts shook. Li Zihan pushed up her glasses and nodded earnestly. Brother Feng is right. We cannot easily give up our current advantages. Then let's go seize it. Fengxing Tianxia drew, Tooth of Origin, and pointed to the new route leading to the stomach. Let's go. Target. Cardia. Chapter 25. Ruthlessness versus Tactical Design Coordinates. lower esophagus cardia defense line. When the first batch of crimson ships carrying the Dawn Vanguard burst out of the trachea bifurcation and plunged down the wider, deeper pipe, everyone felt a physical discomfort. The air here was no longer dry and cold. It had become humid and hot, thick with a nauseating sour smell and a fermented odor. It felt like they had drilled into the throat of a massive organism that had just burped. This smell is so overwhelming. Even with a gas mask on, Dolly Chukaji frowned, as if 1,000 rotten tomatoes and stinky eggs had been boiled together for 3 days and nights. The fleet slowed down, docking at the edge of a pink, fleshy cliff. At the very bottom of their view was a shocking biological wonder. It was a gigantic, circularly constricted muscular gate known as the cardia. It should have been tightly closed, like a locked city gate. But now, this city gate was spasming violently, with a massive crack opening in the middle. Sizzle. Streams of yellow-green liquid erupted from the gap like a geyser, splattering onto the surrounding esophageal walls with a dull gurgling sound. The once smooth flesh walls were instantly charred black, rotting, and emitting waves of heart-pounding white smoke. System warning. Entering strong acid environment. Environmental debuff. High concentration gastric acid erosion. Effect 1. Causes real damage per second. A member of the Dawn Guild scoffed, rolling his eyes. Why is there environmental debuff everywhere? Effect 2. Non-acid resistant gear durability loss rate increased by 1,000. My shield. My heirloom shield. Another player. A guardian who had rushed forward to scout, suddenly let out a scream. The crowd watched in horror as the chitinous bone shield, which he had upgraded with all his savings, rapidly softened and bubbled like butter thrown into a hot pan upon contact with a drop of splashed acid. In just 5 seconds, the once hard shield turned into a puddle of flowing sludge, dripping from his arm and burning him, causing him to scream. What the hell? The player looked at the remaining handle in his hand, wanting to cry but having no tears. Repairing it will cost 800 points. And this drop of saliva just ruined it. Fear spread among the crowd in an instant. It's not the monsters that are scary, but the destruction of equipment. For most of the grind workers, gear is their lifeline. The good equipment they had earned through hard work was now in jeopardy. Everyone fall back. Don't stay at the low ground. Feng Xing Tian Xia immediately shouted in the command channel, ordinary chitinous gear can't withstand this. Don't waste durability. Everyone retreat to the floating platform. The main force awkwardly retreated to higher ground. Looking down at the rolling sea of acid and the corrosive slime monster, happily swimming in it, covered in slime, the members of the Dawn Guild exchanged glances. How do we fight this? Yun Zhongyu looked at her staff with pain. My staff's durability is also dropping, though slowly. This acid mist is everywhere. This was indeed the biggest problem so far. The fire in the lungs can be avoided by dodging. The poison in the liver can be countered with medicine. But this all-pervasive acid mist is a direct blow to the players' wallets. Just as the Dawn Guild was discussing countermeasures, a loud commotion came from the rear airways. Make way. Make way. Dragon War Guild is on the job. Don't block the way. You can't afford to pay for any damage. Hundreds of specially modified crimson ships came sailing in. The hulls of these ships were coated with a shiny, acid-resistant layer, made from some expensive alchemical material, costing a fortune. At the bow stood Long Zhan Yuyi, dressed in gleaming golden equipment that looked extraordinary. Even from a distance, one could sense the aura of money. As the richest guild leader in the server. Although Long Zhan Yuyi's skills were not as refined as Feng Xing Tian Xia's, he had an unbeatable logic. When poor, use tactical interspersing. When rich, use firepower coverage. He glanced at the rolling acid below and snorted disdainfully. Is this the acid that's troubling you? Didn't you learn chemistry in middle school? With a grand wave of his hand, he confidently declared, brothers, throw it in. Thousands of Dragon War Guild members, each holding a piece of strongly alkaline gallstone, purchased at a high price from the liver area, madly threw them into the acid pool below like they were reclaiming land. Gurgle, gurgle, the acid-based neutralization reaction erupted instantly. A large amount of white foam surged up, accompanied by a violent exothermic reaction. As the originally deadly strong acid area saw its pH value rise rapidly, turning into a relatively mild neutral liquid. System prompt. Area acidity being neutralized. Acidity decreased. Team contribution of Long Zhan Yuyi greatly increased. Currently ranked first. Haha. Long Zhan Yuyi laughed. As long as the money is in place. Even glass can be shattered. All troops, attack. Steal the monsters. Steal the contributions. Watching the Dragon War Guild members stepping on the neutralized ground and crazily harvesting the weakened slime monsters. The members of the Dawn Guild were anxious to the point of having red eyes. Feng Ge, they are cheating. Li Qi Ji stomped his feet, crushing the stone in his hand. This is just throwing money at it. This wave of gallstones must have cost at least 5 million biological energy, right? This was also a tactic, you had to admit. Although Fengxing Tianxia's expression was serious, he didn't panic. Looking at Long Zhanyu Ye's arrogant back, he calmly said, however, burning money is not sustainable. The gastric acid comes in continuously, like the tides of the ocean. How many stones can he throw? He turned to the data fanatic behind him. The fanatic nodded slightly and took over the conversation. We won't follow the usual path. He pointed to the massive, cliff-like muscular folds on either side of the cardia gate. The system task is to build a dam, not to neutralize gastric acid. Based on the second-grade biology knowledge I learned, without the cardia, gastric acid will keep surging up. Given the Titan's body size and metabolic capacity, it's clear that it is impossible to completely neutralize the acid. Neutralization is just a stopgap. Blocking the gap is the key. Thunder King, take the third team to the high ground. You are the experts at using ropes. I want you to nail down a foothold on that slippery muscle wall. You, Yuzu, bring the blood and flesh artisans to follow. We won't fill the sea below, we will build the dam above. Tactical diversion, two heroes standing side by side. At the bottom of the acid pool, the Dragon War Guild, relying on massive resource investment, forcibly opened up a path in the acid. President, my sword's durability is in the red. Switch. Long Zhanyu casually tossed out a spare weapon, continuing to chop. Don't stop. This was a gamble of using money to buy time. On the high-altitude muscle wall, the Dawn Guild transformed into spider people. 300 special forces, led by Lei Zhan, used bone picks and ropes to hang on the steep and constantly writhing esophagus wall. The walls here were alive, occasionally undergoing a swallowing motion, peristalsis. And if one did not hold on tightly, they would fall into the acid sea below. 3 o'clock direction, something in the folds. Lei Zhan's handheld floating gun switched to single-shot mode, and he hung upside down on the rope, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning flashed, and the strong acid spitter, hiding in the folds, preparing to launch a sneak attack, was precisely headshot. The corpse fell, landing right on the shield formation of the Dragon War Guild below, causing a commotion. Hee, I didn't do it on purpose. Guardian team, chip away at the hardened calcium. Here. Da Li Chi Ji, with a group of strongmen, nailed themselves to the wall to excavate. Artisan team, relay. Countless massive blocks of calcified rock were mined and then connected in mid-air by the skills of the blood and flesh artisans, using thick biological tendons. They intended to use the Titan's own skeletal and muscular textures to weave a giant biological filter net in mid-air, then sink this net down to block the gap at the cardia from the source. System prompt, detecting that the Dawn Guild is constructing a large engineering structure. Engineering progress. 1. Contribution is rising exponentially. Originally far ahead, Long Zhanyu, watching the leaderboard rocket up with Fengxing Tianxia's name, turned pale with anger. Damn it, are they building illegal structures up there? Long Zhanyu gritted his teeth, glancing painfully at his inventory. Forget them. We will build too. I refuse to believe I can't buy that bit of stone for 5 billion. Come on, go collect stones. Where are the blood and flesh artisans in the guild? Everyone, get to work. The competition between the two major guilds directly pushed the battle progress to the maximum. 2 hours later, at the cardia defense line, as the giant calcium bone net of the Dawn Guild slowly sank into the gap at the cardia, the originally violent gastric acid surging was finally restrained. Meanwhile, the Dragon War Guild's reclamation project also showed initial results, building a landing platform below. System announcement. The first wave barrier is closing. Gastric acid reflux reduced by 50. We did it. Players from both Dawn and Dragon War cheered simultaneously. Although they didn't see eye to eye, this wave of cooperation was indeed impressive. But just then, from the depths of the cardia, a dull and hungry roar echoed. Gurgle. An unprecedented stench blew from deep within the stomach, mixed with a high concentration of gastric protease. Warning, stomach spasm. A strong acid tsunami is about to hit. Warning, accompanying boss gluttonous maw, LV-23, has appeared. A deep abyss mouth capable of swallowing the entire platform suddenly broke through the newly constructed dam. It had no eyes, no limbs, only a massive ring-shaped orifice made up of countless sharp teeth, its body resembling a giant pink worm over 100 meters long. It didn't even make an attacking move, simply inhaling. The enormous suction instantly formed a vortex. The Dragon War Guild's divine guards standing at the front didn't even have time to raise their shields before being sucked into that abyss mouth along with stones. The eerie crunching sounds of chewing filled the air. The sounds of equipment breaking and bones snapping mixed together. What the hell is that thing? Dragon War in the wild stepped back in fright, watching dozens of his guild members' avatars turn gray in an instant, his face pale. High above, Fengxing Tianxia's gaze sharpened, and the tooth of origin in his hand was instantly drawn. The opportunity had come. The Dragon War members had drawn the first wave of aggro, and the boss was in a stiff state. Fengxing Tianxia looked back at the others. Spirit Weaver. Lock onto its excretion port. Oh no, the breathing hole. All melee members, prepare to jump in and assist. In this battlefield crazed for Titan's blood, there were no allies. Only competitors. Whoever could take down this boss would be able to widen the gap on the contribution leaderboard and grab one of the limited 2,000 new player slots. Chapter 26 Enchantment Coordinates. Lower Esophagus Cardia Defense Line. Help. I'm being sucked in. Dozens of Dragon War Guild S Divine players were sucked into the spiny abyss mouth along with their shields. Immediately after, a tooth-aching crunching sound came. The gluttonous maw. LV-23 extended part of its body, its pink skin covered in a thick layer of slime, causing any ranged attacks to deflect off. Physical immunity plus magical resistance? Dragon War in the Wild cursed. How do we hit this cow demon? Just then, a whistling sound came from above. All hands from Dawn. Fengxing Tianxia's voice echoed through the channel. On the high folds of the esophagus wall, 3 formations swooped down like bats. Team 3. Fix the boss's back with grappling hooks. Establish a foothold. Team 1. Follow up. Responsible for close combat armor breaking. Team 2. Clear the tentacles on the outside. Protect the healers. This was Dawn Guild's first full military strike. The precise coordination of the 3 teams seemed to have been rehearsed countless times beforehand. Swish, swish, swish. The 3rd team, led by the Thunder Law King, displayed a high level of tactical proficiency. 300 grappling hooks accurately hooked onto the edge of the giant worm's gas valve, and within seconds, a simple insect net was constructed. The path is ready. Team 1. Go. Miracle of Strength roared, leading hundreds of high-level divine guards to rush up the net. Smash it for me. Below. Dragon War in the Wild watched Dawn Guild S operation with gritted teeth. Should we go too? The vice president asked. Go to hell. Can we climb ropes? Dragon War in the Wild glanced at the balance in his backpack. Fengxing Tianxia plays with technology. I'll play with gunpowder. Go. Buy up all the high-explosive alchemical bombs and strong acid-neutralizing bombs in the exchange. The president couldn't buy them. The logistics minister responsible for procurement had a bitter expression. We've already cleared the market of all stock. There's not even a single bomb available in the exchange now. Even with money, we can't spend it. What? Dragon War in the Wild was stunned. It was the first time he realized that in this game, productivity was limited. Tens of thousands of life players could not keep up with this level of consumption war. No matter how hard they crafted bombs day and night. Then use the remaining stock, blow it up hard. Dragon War in the Wild's eyes turned red. Hesitating for a moment before adding, be economical with them. Aim for the weak points. The battlefield situation grew intense. Above, the 3 teams of Dawn Guild clung tightly to the boss's back like parasites. Team 3 was disciplined, working in extreme harmony to attract the boss's attention, stabilize aggro, and secure the positions. Team 1, leading in level and equipped well, was responsible for insane damage output. Team 2 was tasked with intercepting and clearing minor monsters, preventing interference in the main battlefield, and protecting the healers. Breathing hole. Locking. Fengxing Tianxia stood atop the monster. Roger that. Thunder shook half kneeling on the giant worm's back, his floating cannon directly thrust into a valve that had just opened. Boom. Purple lightning erupted inside the valve. Roar. The boss's roar was directly stifled by a powerful shockwave. Now's the time. The tooth of origin in Fengxing Tianxia's hand had absorbed the boss's blood. He seized the moment, transforming into a black drill, and burrowed into the exploded gas valve. A hunter must strike at the weak point. Shadow kill. The explosion from within shattered the boss's fragile organs in an instant. A few seconds later, hiss. The gluttonous maw emitted its final wail before death. Its insides were churned to mush. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, then crashed down into the acid pool below like a collapsed skyscraper. Accompanying boss killed, gluttonous maw, LV-23. The Cardia defense line is held. What are you dawdling for? Repair the gate. Clear the minor monsters. Battle settlement. Constructing the Cardia Great Wall. In 01 Dragon War in the Wild, Dragon War Guild, evaluation. Saturation bombing secured the victory. In 02 Fengxing Tianxia, Dawn Guild, evaluation. Perfect tactical execution and a deadly blow. Looking at the leaderboard, Fengxing Tianxia not only felt no disappointment, but broke into a grin. Dragon War burned through countless resources, so it was only natural for them to take first place. The division of labor between Dawn and Dragon War Guild was textbook level. Gene Shop's second round restock initiated. Titan's Blood, diluted version, stock updated, 2,000 units. Purchase eligibility. Players ranked in the top 2,000 in contribution for this battle. This time, there was no need to race for speed. The system directly sent purchase confirmation letters to the top 2,000 players. I'm eligible. A lone Divine Guard ranked 1999. Looking at the pop-up, knelt down in excitement, crying tears of joy. Ha 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 ha. I can turn my fate around. For those ranked 2,000 and below, this moment was even more painful than being killed. A hunter ranked 2001. Rolling on the ground, do not disturb. High-dimensional perspective, Titan's divine body. Yuan watched the defense line at the cardia close up again, along with the blocked gastric acid, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Gastroesophageal reflux has been suppressed. Lung threat eliminated. The stomach issue was temporarily under control. Yuan looked at those trying to swim in the gastric acid and then getting scalded to death. Shaking his head. Today's players have such poor equipment. It's all physical defense, with almost zero magical resistance and attribute resistance. If the resistance issue isn't resolved, they want to even make it into the stomach and will struggle in the depths of the liver. Yuan thought for a moment. The currently open liver and lungs could provide many kinds of materials. Wind, fire, poison attribute materials were already available. It was time to open that system. System-wide update. Enchantment and Alchemy Era. New NPC. Rune Craftsman, Detox Camp, Blackstone Fortress, Dawn Citadel. Function opened. Equipment attribute enchantment. In-game. Players who participated in the Cardia battle first returned to the Lung along the Crimson Channel. As Fengxing Tianxia just arrived at Blackstone Fortress, he noticed a mysterious NPC old man next to the blacksmith shop. Young warrior, your blade may be swift, but it has no attributes, the old man said, pointing at Fengxing Tianxia's dagger. Do you want it to burn? Or do you want it to be poisonous? A simple speed boost is also possible. A brand new interface unfolded before Fengxing Tianxia. Enchanting system detailed explanation, one weapon enchanting. Flame infusion, requires inferno core fragments, produced in the lung. Attacks inflict fire attribute damage. Particularly effective against plant and insect-like monsters. Toxic coating, requires high purity bile, produced in the liver. Attacks inflict continuous corrosion, inhibiting monster health recovery. 2 armor enchanting. Acid resistance membrane, requires hardened bile stone slime goo. Greatly reduces damage from acidic environments. Heat resistance pattern, requires ashes of embers. Reduces fire attribute damage. Fengxing Tianxia's eyes lit up. This is the classic cycle of fighting to sustain fighting. Want to go to the stomach? Then you need to farm bile stones. The acid-resistant material, in the liver. Want to delve deeper into the liver? Then you must farm fire cores in the lung to enchant your gear with high-temperature disinfection. The outputs of these 3 organs create a perfect cycle of counterbalance. Brothers, did you hear that? Fengxing Tianxia shouted in the guild channel. The Cardia battle is just a sudden event. The stomach map is temporarily unsuitable for entry. Some lone players want to seek death, and we don't need to follow them to their doom. Now, the focus of our tasks is all back to the liver and the bronchi of the lung. We need to farm materials. Everyone change gear. Enchant all the weapons in hand into magical weapons. When we each have a full set of acid resistance gear, it will be time for our counterattack on the stomach. With the opening of the enchanting system, the previously confused players found their goal again. The price of bile stones in the liver skyrocketed, and the fire cores in the lung were in short supply. The entire Titan's body once again fell into a feverish monster farming frenzy. Chapter 27 High-dimensional mapping in-game time. Shortly after the Cardia battle coordinates, liver H105 lobule area. In this maze formed by hexagonal giant pillars, battles have never ceased. Compared to H103, which was quickly cleared after starting at the same time. The environment here is much tougher, with thick, jade-like, basalt crystals covering the walls. Ordinary weapons leave only white marks when striking. When Fengxing Tianxia's figure moved like a faint ink blot, and the Origin's Fong in his hand precisely sliced through the joint seam of a crystallized bilestone golem, LV-22 Elite. As this massive golem shattered, an unprecedented golden beam of light erupted from Fengxing Tianxia, piercing through the darkness like a sword. The brilliance was so intense that it cleared the poisonous mist within 100 meters. Congratulations. Player Fengxing Tianxia has leveled up to LV-20. Server announcement. The first gene lock has been released. System update. Titan sequence activated. Real-world mapping has been activated. Holy crap. Level 20. In the distance. The tank Dali Chukaji stopped swinging his arm armor, looking enviously at that golden light. He was still level 19, quite far from 20. and the speed at which Feng Gu was leveling up was ridiculous. He felt it would take him another day or two to reach level 20. At this moment, the Dawn Core team had a less distinct level gradient, because the higher the level, the more experience required. The efficiency of experience acquisition was roughly the same for the collective actions of everyone. Fengxing Tianxia, with his high damage output against single targets, especially high-level elites, gained a lot of experience, and with the first kill bonus, he raced ahead to level 20. Thunder Law King and Li Zihan, the data fanatic, had just passed level 19. The spiritual pivot's abilities leaned towards group damage, having limited effects on powerful individuals. Meanwhile, the tank Dali Chukaji and the logistics support Yunzong Yu were stuck in the middle of level 19. Is this the feeling of level 20? Fengxing Tianxia breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment of leveling up, he could feel that this virtual shell was undergoing a qualitative change. It was no longer just a pile of data, but an evolution of a life form. It felt as if something had shattered. He clicked on the golden double helix icon, Titan Sequence, flashing in the center of his vision. Talent Tree System, Titan Sequence, Description, the endpoint of a mere iron body. The starting point of divine evolution. Each level increase grants you the opportunity to transform your body. The starting point of divine evolution. Fengxing Tianxia looked at the description on the golden double helix icon, unable to help but murmur to himself. He swallowed hard, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he looked down. Please choose one of the following foundational talents. 1. Flesh and Blood Sequence, Red. Basic Muscle Fiber Restructuring, Power Judgment 15. Real-world mapping, bone density increases. Explosive power reaches human limits. Basic keratinized skin, physical defense 10. Real-world mapping, subcutaneous tissue toughness enhanced. Small caliber projectiles are difficult to cause penetrating wounds. 2. Nervous sequence, blue. Basic synaptic acceleration, neural reaction speed 20. Real-world mapping, dynamic visual capture ability significantly enhanced. Neural signal transmission without delay. Basic hunting instinct, sensitivity to killing intent and line of sight increased. Real-world mapping, activates a faint sense of crisis. 3. Psychoenergetic sequence, purple. Basic bioelectromagnetic field, spell penetration 5. Real-world mapping, faint electromagnetic perception, preliminary control of bioelectricity. Basic brain domain overclocking, logic and memory enhancement. Real-world mapping, computing power surges, thinking activity increases. Can actively enter an absolute calm state. Current synchronization rate, 51. Note, the intensity of real-world feedback is constrained by the synchronization rate. Real-world mapping? Does that mean? Fengxing Tianxia did not hesitate. As the number one assassin in the server, his only belief was speed. He allocated his first talent point to nervous sequence, synaptic acceleration. Point allocation successful. In that instant, he felt as if the sounds of the entire game world had slowed down. The originally howling poisonous wind turned into a slow murmur, and the movements of Dali Chukaji speaking beside him appeared to be in slow motion. Thump, thump. Fengxing Tianxia closed his eyes, clearly sensing his own heartbeat, the strong and powerful pulse. He felt Dali, punch me. Fengxing Tianxia suddenly spoke. Huh. Dali was taken aback. Then grinned. Here I come. Whoosh. Dali's lava fist whistled as it approached. But in Fengxing Tianxia's eyes, the trajectory of this punch was crystal clear. He could even see the flickering flames on Dali's knuckles. He merely leaned back slightly, avoiding the heavy blow by a hair's breadth. I'll log off to verify this first. Fengxing Tianxia couldn't wait for Dali to speak, eagerly logging off and choosing to stand by in place. Blue Star, Magic City. Chen Feng opened his eyes from the life support pod. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a sparrow flew by. The moment Chen Feng focused his gaze, the frequency of the sparrow flapping its wings was clearly captured by his brain. Not only that, but he instinctively looked at his desk. A ballpoint pen was sliding towards the edge due to the slight tilt of the table. At the moment the pen was about to fall, Chen Feng's figure had already vanished from the edge of the life support pod. Swish. His hand firmly caught the pen. The entire process was so fast that he didn't even realize it himself. It was entirely instinctive. The whole world became clear, his perception sharpened immensely, and his speed increased dramatically. Chen Feng looked at his hand. If before, his body was significantly repaired and enhanced by 2 bottles of Titan blood, now, it could be said he had been reforged. At this moment, no one understood the 4 words starting point of divinity better than he did. Moreover, my synchronization rate is only 51. He took a deep breath and lay back down in the life capsule. 5 minutes later, in the game, Fengxing Tianxia opened his eyes again, his tone filled with an unprecedented fervor. Everyone, hurry up and level up. Listen, the talent tree after level 20 will be like Titan's blood, with some effects directly impacting our bodies in reality. It's simply miraculous. After saying this, he paused and grinned. I feel like I might not count as human anymore, even if I encounter the special forces from the 3rd Regiment in reality. Under the condition that they are unarmed and have consumed Titan's blood, I should be able to take on 5 of them. Lei Dianfa Wang and Shu Ju Kuang Ren exchanged glances, their eyes ignited with fierce flames. No more chatting. Level up, level up. Lei Jun roared. Bring the 3rd Regiment over here and use a saturation approach to grind monsters to level up. From a high-dimensional perspective, Titan's body. Gu Yuan watched as Fengxing Tianxiao lit up the first talent star, a ripple of excitement rising in his heart. The first microparticle that transcended the mortal body was born. Gu Yuan observed for a while and muttered, first tier, not bad, but I wonder how high their tiers can go in the future? It seems that the player game level doesn't correspond well with the universal tier. Forget it. I can't be bothered. My own life is more important. No matter what tier they are, they have to work for me. Although the increase in level made his repair speed faster, he also felt the pressure. The lesions in his liver were not dead. With the players rampaging through H103 and H105, the black hardened masses of liver cirrhosis deep in his liver seemed to sense a threat. With the enormous scale of the Titan's body, every part of it, once out of control, was akin to giving birth to a Gaia consciousness. It began to contract. The nutrients originally flowing toward the edges were forcibly cut off and all redirected to the nearby H124 massive transportation hub. It was actually gathering defensive forces. Planning to counterattack the players? Gu Yuan looked down at H124 small leaf. That was the convergence point of multiple portal veins and bile ducts. And at this moment, a massive fortress made of dead liver cells was taking shape. If this point wasn't removed, the players would forever be trapped at the edge of the liver, unable to enter the true detoxification center. Gu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers, crafting a brand new main quest to send to all players, describing this threat. Server-wide epic battle announcement. H124 hub. Background. A strong immune rejection reaction has occurred deep in the liver, and a fortress made of filth, the H124 hub, blocks the vital path to the core. Quest objectives. 1. Launch an expedition to H124. 2. Destroy the tumor fortress. 3. Establish a joint camp beneath the H124 fortress. Rewards. The first organization to breach the fortress will gain purification management rights for the area, meaning they can collect a toll. After the battle ends, a 3rd round of Titan's blood purchase slots, a total of 5,000, will be distributed based on contribution. Originally, players who were just idling around in the small bronchi and picking up trash at the edge of the liver went completely crazy when they saw the 5,000 potions and purification management rights. 5,000. Damn, this time I must grab one. Management rights? Doesn't that mean they could charge a toll? Dawn, Longzhan, and the Imperial Dynasty. All the guilds were gathering. 100,000 players surged like a torrent, pouring out from the deep passages of the bronchi and the labyrinthine folds of the liver lobules. Riding the scarlet ships, rushing toward the newly marked Forbidden Zone H124. Even the traveling players who didn't know where they had run off to were no exception. Fengxing Tianxia stood at the highest point of H105, his gaze sweeping over the pulsating red dots on the holographic map. As the only level 20 player at present, the benefits he gained were unimaginable to others. It could be said that he was currently the most devout Titan-favored one. The door to the era of superhumans has been opened, he whispered. No one can close it again. His fingertips lightly brushed over the eager Origins Fong at his waist. The blade seemed to respond to its master's battle intent, humming slightly. He smiled coldly and firmly said, "Let us take that fortress and flatten it." Chapter 28. The fantastic drift of a medical student coordinates. Liver H124 hub outskirts. At this moment, this hub had turned into a meat grinder. To compete for the purification management rights of the H124 transportation hub, Dawn, Longzhan, and other large and small guilds, casual players, and leisure players had gathered from all directions, amassing nearly 80,000 players in a small area, swarming like ants as they fiercely attacked the tumor fortress made of countless dead cells. Shouts of killing, explosions, and the verbal battles triggered by monster competition made this area lively like a vegetable market. However, in another corner of this world, the scene was completely different. Coordinates, aortic arch branch intersection. Here was a high-speed highway hub for the flowing blood. Huge, scarlet ships sailed like busy buses, heading towards various corners of the body. On one slightly empty scarlet ship stood a player with the ID Anatomy class representative. He wasn't wearing heavy armor and had no weapon. To put it bluntly, he had hardly participated in any combat and couldn't even afford equipment, so he could only wear a set of white novice clothes and almost run around naked. He wore a pair of windproof glasses gifted by the system, holding a small notebook in his hand, muttering to himself. According to the 9th edition of System Anatomy, that intersection just now had a very high flow rate. It should lead to the renal artery that goes to the kidneys. Not going there. It smells of urea. This path had bright red blood cells, indicating a very high oxygen content, and the flow was upward, likely the common carotid artery or subclavian artery. The anatomy class representative was a 5th-year medical student in reality and a well-known researcher and scenic party on the forum. After recently discovering that the game's background was set inside a gigantic biological titan, the anatomy class representative went completely crazy. While other players played the game by grinding monsters, leveling up, and looting gear, he played it as a one-day tour of the human body. Brothers, I am the class representative, and today we are going to do something big. He waved at the floating memory crystal beside him, speaking with excitement. Using the memory crystal could record in-game footage, achieving video recording and even live streaming. At this moment, the anatomy class representative was live streaming. Based on my deductions over the past few days, combined with the experience of dying dozens of times, I have discovered a pattern. As long as I follow those blood vessels with extremely thin walls, slowing flow rates, and gradually decreasing temperatures, I can reach the boundary of this world. Several lines of text floated by in the barrage. Don't go. Last time you almost drowned in feces in the large intestine. Boundary? Does this game have an air wall? No, it's not an air wall. The anatomy class representative pushed up his glasses, his eyes fervent. In medicine, that is called microcirculation of the body. That is, the skin. I want to see what this giant skin looks like. I want to see the outside world. Hoo. I will be the first man to reach the end of the world. The journey was long and tedious. The anatomy class representative changed ships 5 times. From the aorta to small arteries, then to arterioles. The surrounding scenery began to change drastically. The once wide scarlet channel gradually narrowed, finally becoming so narrow that only one scarlet ship could barely pass through. The walls around became extremely thin, displaying a semi-transparent texture. More importantly, the temperature dropped. System prompt. Environmental temperature is decreasing. Please pay attention to keeping warm. Here it is. This is the place. The anatomy class representative excitedly jumped off the scarlet ship. There was no road ahead. The blood vessels here branched into countless capillaries as thin as hair. The crimson arc cannot pass normally. It can only squeeze through by deforming and pushing in line. Next, it's time for a hike. He took out a bone pick and began to excavate the tissue outside the vascular wall. The tissue here is no longer moist muscle or mucosa, but has become increasingly dry and hard. He trudged through layers of grayish-white, rock-like keratin. This is the basal layer. This is the spinous layer. This is the granular layer. The geological structure here perfectly matches skin histology. The planning is simply divine. Finally, after breaking through the last layer of hard rock, a deep darkness came into view. He was out. The anatomy class representative crawled out of the hole with all 4s. Coordinates: Titan epidermis, back wilderness. The moment the anatomy class representative stood upright and saw the scene before him, the bone pick in his hand clattered to the ground. The barrage in the livestream room also froze in that instant. Before him lay a vast, limbless gray-white desert. The ground was cracked and filled with massive canyons. This was the texture of Titan's skin. At the end of his line of sight stood towering black pillars that pierced the clouds, high and unseen at the top. Their surfaces covered in black scales. Those were body hairs. But what was most shocking was the sky. There was no longer a ceiling. No flesh walls. Only an endless, profound darkness. And in that darkness, countless stars flickered in and out of view. System prompt. You have reached the world's end, Titan epidermis. Achievement unlocked. Gazing at the starry sky. Holy crap. The anatomy class representative couldn't help but kneel on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. Tears streaming down his face. The shock of this moment surged to the top of his head. We are really inside the body of a giant. Outside is the universe. This is absurd. This game actually managed to create this. It can't really be a game released by some advanced civilization, can it? However, this romantic vision of the starry sea did not last long. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. In the distant sky, a meteor with a green tail, carrying an aura of destruction, crashed heavily onto this wasteland. The shockwave raised a storm of keratin dust, nearly blowing the anatomy class representative away. Meteor strike? No, that is not right. He got up and zoomed the camera to the maximum. That was not a meteor at all. It was a void devourer, the size of an aircraft carrier. The anatomy class representative did not know that this was a cosmic-level parasite. massive in size and extremely tough in physical quality. When its swarm migrates, it can easily devour entire planetary systems. When deployed en masse, it can even deal a heavy blow to the ecological balance of star systems. It had a fierce mouth and a thick shell, and as soon as it landed, it extended countless tentacles, deeply embedding them into the ground, crazily gnawing at Titan's keratin layer. And on its back, countless smaller, void fleas, each about the size of a tank, jumped down like landing troops, beginning to spread out. Warning: external invasion detected. Entity: void parasitic offspring. Description: they roam the universe, greedily sucking the flesh and blood of ancient gods. Did I just get handed a script for a Star Wars movie? The anatomy class representative trembled in fear. The atmosphere here is extremely thin, and his health bar was rapidly dropping due to lack of oxygen and radiation. He couldn't stay long. He took a few pictures from a distance, recorded a bit of the screen, and immediately retreated back into Titan's body. The combat power of those monsters was a complete dimension reduction strike for players at the current highest level of LV20. High-dimensional space, Titan's divine body. Yuan coldly observed all of this. Finally discovered, huh? He was not surprised. The player's curiosity for exploration is endless. Someone would always find that path to the outside world. However, these damned mites. Yuan felt a sudden itch and sting on his back. The Void Devourer swarm had been feeding on his skin for who knows how long. Starting from a few scattered ones to now a whole family coming over, which was simply annoying. He had no strength to deal with it before. But now these things wanted to take advantage of his recovering vitality to burrow through the dermis layer and suck his blood. System: prepare to issue a task to players to clean it up. In simulation. Conclusion: current player combat power is insufficient. Lack of vacuum survival equipment. Lack of heavy firepower to penetrate armor. Sending them directly would be sending them to their deaths. Yuan shook his head helplessly. Although he wanted to utilize the players, he didn't want them to die for no reason. Without equipment support, players couldn't even breathe outside his body, let alone fight monsters. To reach the Starry Sea, one must first have a ship and a spacesuit. Yuan couldn't directly give players hacks or equipment. He could only take a different approach and let players work hard themselves. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Moreover, he was also low on resources. Creating such advanced biomechanical armor requires massive energy, and he still needed to reserve energy to repair his internal organs. Since a new map had been discovered, he would give them a preparation period. It was like the planner drawing a big cake for the game update. Yuan lightly tapped his finger, and an unfinished, void obelisk rose simultaneously in the central square of several important forts densely populated by players. Server-wide announcement. The anatomy class representative has discovered the boundary of the world, the Starry Wasteland. A new threat is approaching. Cosmic-level predators are gnawing at our homeland. Server-wide task chain opened. Titan's Armory, Phase 1. Description: to combat the powerful enemies in the void, we need more advanced equipment. The ancient genetic blueprints have been unlocked, but we need materials to forge them. Task objective: collect resources, high-purity alloy skeletons, and other high-strength materials. High-energy fuel, and other high-energy substances. Illuminate the technology tree. Accumulate 1 billion biological energy across the server to unlock the bio-powered armor, mecha, technology, and research line. Hint: as a Titan's kin, you must help Titans solve problems and face internal and external troubles. It's time to prepare for external enemies. In the livestream room, the anatomy class representative was animatedly chatting with the audience when suddenly the barrage became dense, all saying be careful. He turned around abruptly and saw a gigantic monster drilling into Titan's body from the path he had excavated, opening its massive maw and charging at him. In the last second before death, he shouted at the camera, "Brothers, get ready to pilot the Gundam." The screen went black, but the players in the entire Titan world were in an uproar. The H-124 contention? In the face of that brilliant starry sky and the temptation of mechas, it suddenly didn't seem appealing anymore. I'm going to mine. No one stop me. Where's the thickest layer of fat? I want to siphon oil. Mecha, mecha, mecha. Yuan watched the players frantically starting to gather resources and complete tasks to unlock the new version, and he closed his eyes contentedly. Good. Very spirited. As long as they put in the effort and obediently turn in biological energy, everything will be theirs. Whether it's the physical body in reality or the technology in the game. That's right. As a Titan, Yuan's mind was filled with countless black technologies. The bio-powered armor that was opened this time is a real technology. Chapter 29. The Surge of Superhumans Coordinates. Detox Camp. The newly risen void obelisk was now emitting a faint blue light. At the very top of the obelisk, a massive, both despairing and exhilarating digital progress bar floated above, stating, server-wide Titan Armory donation progress, 855 million billion. A passerby player looked up, his neck aching. Was the planner insane? There are 100,000 players on the server. Each person needs to donate 10,000 to reach the goal. I need 800 points just to repair one piece of equipment. Where would I find spare money to donate this? This is the economic recycling system designed by Yuan. Although monster yields have increased, as the map difficulty rises, players' consumption also increases exponentially. The wear and tear on equipment durability and the multitude of consumables have left most players with no liquid funds. Among the crowd, the data maniac hurriedly passed by with a few logistics personnel, their backpacks stuffed with materials just returned from the front lines. In the management channel of the Dawn Guild, the data maniac made a calm judgment. Brother Foam, relying on individual players to save and scrimp, this progress bar won't move in half a year. The system is forcing us to start a war. He pointed to the intensely red coordinate H124 on the map. Currently, there are no other large-scale battles. So it's best for everyone to attack H124 to speed things up. According to the reconnaissance of the advanced troops, we have already grasped the detailed production coordinates of H124's specialty, high-purity biocrystals. A piece of this crystal can offset a significant amount of bioenergy. This is the only shortcut. If we don't take H124, we might never unlock the Mechatech tree. Fengxing Tianxia stood on a high ground at the front lines, watching the assembled army. Notify everyone. The main force of the Dawn Guild is preparing for a siege. Coordinates: Liver H124 Tumor Fortress. This is currently the largest meat grinder in the liver region. A massive fortress built from dead liver cells, hardened nodules, and countless blood vessel remnants stands before all players. The walls are filled with crystallized bilestone guardians. And every time they throw their crystal spears, they take down a squishy player. Meanwhile, the toxic bile moat surrounding the fortress makes countless melee players hesitate. Dragon War Guild. Fill the path. A roar echoed across the flank of the battlefield. Long Zhan Yuyi, wearing a set of dazzlingly golden top-tier armor, made from the finest materials with high enhancements and top-notch enchantments, was almost unbearably rich. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from him. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Long Zhan Yuyi for leveling up to LV20. Gene lock released. Titan sequence unlocked. Haha, I've reached the threshold. Long Zhan Yuyi laughed wildly. LV20 is the dividing line between mortals and the extraordinary. From now on, every little upgrade in game will have a huge impact on reality. He directly opened the talent tree on the battlefield, with only one precious cornerstone talent point. As a wealthy guild leader who loves to charge people forward, exposing the holy formation, his greatest fear is death. Without any hesitation, he allocated it to the first layer of flesh and blood sequence, red. Talent choice: beginner keratinized skin, real-world reflection, enhanced impact resistance. Give it to me. Long Zhan Yuyi roared, not dodging the incoming crystal spear, but instead thrusting out his chest, taking it head-on with his top-tier plate armor. Clang. Sparks flew. The spear, which could instantly kill a LV-15 player, was deflected away, leaving only a pitiful damage number floating above his head. Is this the defense of level 20? Long Zhan Yuyi looked at his slightly dented armor, feeling within himself the illusion that his skin had become as tough as rubber. Gagagagaga. He laughed wildly without any image, waving his hand vigorously. Brothers, the guild leader will tank the monsters for you, even if it takes money. We must break down this section of the city wall. Morale soared. Thousands of members of the Dragon War Guild let out roars and charged forward. With Long Zhan Yuyi's reputation among players, it could be said that he could rally anyone, as long as he charged to the front. Even solo players were willing to follow him for the spoils. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, an army dressed in black cloaks was slicing into the flank like a scalpel. That was another top guild, the Dynasty Guild, led by the ID Tianxu. This person is a typical strategic player, a PhD in mathematics from a well-known university in reality, who usually doesn't show off, but has consistently stayed at the top tier during leveling frenzies. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tianxu for leveling up to LV20. Golden light shone. Tianxu stood high and also opened the talent tree. He chose psychoenergetic sequence, purple. Talent choice: beginner brain domain, overclocking, real-world reflection, enhanced logical thinking and calculation speed. Tianxu couldn't help but frown. The sudden increase in data processing ability made his head feel swollen. After several deep breaths, he calmed down. Everyone, listen up. Tianxu's voice echoed in the guild channel. Cold and terrifying. At this moment, in his view, The chaotic situation on the battlefield was instantly deconstructed into countless clear data lines. The aggro range of monsters, the trajectory of catapult projectiles, and even the mana recovery speed of their healer were all as clear as a chessboard. As a commander, his decisions became more precise, and the team's advancement efficiency greatly increased. Under his micromanaging command, the Dynasty Guild's advancement efficiency was surprisingly on par with the Dawn and Dragon War guilds. In the Blue Star, the real world, as the top players in the first tier gradually broke through LV20, the real world once again experienced a tremor. Coordinates, Dragon Country. A top private gym. Just offline, Long Zhan Yuyi crawled out of the life pod. Long Zhan Yuyi, real name Zhao Qua, is a super rich heir. To excel in this game, he has already invested tens of millions in the early stages to acquire equipment and materials, purchasing bioenergy and various materials from many players, paying salaries to full-time players, and converting all game resources into combat power. Rumors online say that this wealthy player invested as much as 500 million. Although reality is not that exaggerated, he is undeniably the #1 financier in the game. Yuan was pleased to see this. The existence of such wealthy players actually promoted the circulation and consumption of currency within the game, significantly increasing his rate of acquiring bioenergy. Zhao Qua, shirtless, walked to the mirror. He picked up a delicate small knife usually used to cut cigars, hesitated for a moment, and then gently drew it across his arm. No blood. A white mark was left on his skin, as if it had been drawn on cowhide. Only when he pressed down hard did a drop of blood seep out. Keratinized skin. A flicker of ambitious fervor passed through Zhao Qua's eyes. This money was well spent. If I fully invest in this talent tree, can I even resist bullets? He picked up the phone. Hello, finance department? Give me an additional budget of 10 million. What? For what? I'll explain to my dad myself. Just transfer it over first. Coordinates, Dragon Country, Deep City, a cybersecurity center. Li Zihan also reached LV20 at this time. He had just assisted Feng Xing Tianxia in completing a precise tactical adjustment in the game. Now, he was forced to go offline to handle work. Brotherly. This algorithm model is stuck. The server load is too high. Li Zihan looked at the densely packed code on the screen. He closed his eyes. Talent mapping, brain domain overclocking, synchronization rate, 49. When he opened his eyes again, those tedious symbols seemed to come alive. His brain became faster. As if he had upgraded his CPU, the previously lagging calculations were now completed in an instant. There was a logical conflict. Optimize the redundant data. Li Zihan's fingers flew over the keyboard, and it was done. What the hell? Is this okay? The supervisor looked dumbfounded. Is your brain made of a quantum computer? Li Zihan pushed up his glasses, a slight smile on his lips. No, just a version update. In-game, the siege battle at H124 Fortress had become a stalemate. Although the three major guilds had already acquired LV20 leaders and had a massive army of players, H124 is, after all, one of the core hubs of the liver. Monsters continued to pour out. In addition to the guardians on the walls, a large number of 21-level elite units, toxic mutants, had emerged from within the fortress. They would explode upon death, releasing a wide area of toxic mist, making advancement extraordinarily difficult. We can't push forward. Heavy strikes yield miracles. Retreat to the position. His shield's durability was already in the red, and the monsters inside were too dense, plus they could self-destruct, making it impossible for melee fighters to hold their ground. Feng Xing Tianxia wiped the poison off his dagger, looking at the still towering fortress ahead. TSK, another tug of war. Even though Feng Xing Tianxia had a calm personality, he couldn't help but curl his lips. This scene felt familiar. He recalled the previous battles. We are not just fighting monsters. We are also competing for resources. Even if we can't push in, just killing monsters on the outskirts to collect the crystals is enough to slowly fill up that billion progress bar. He turned to the members of the Dawn Guild behind him. Rotate in batches. Team 1 log off to rest. Team 2 take over. Remember, our main goal is the crystals. The front line is too hard to hold. We'll maneuver and fight. High-dimensional perspective, Titan's body. Yuan looked at the battlefield around Fort H124, which resembled a meat grinder. Every second, players were dying, and every second, monsters were being disassembled. Countless biological energy and resources were flowing back into his system through this brutal method. Server-wide donation progress, 12, 500, 0001, 000, 000. Although the progress bar was still slow, it was steadily increasing. Good. The current players still need to settle down. They need to hone their skills and update their gear during this long siege, allowing more people to reach LV20. The Lord of H124 is still asleep. Yuan glanced at the huge reactor deep inside the fortress. Wait until you clean up the outskirts and level up before facing that big guy. Chapter 30. The Crossroad of Evolution Coordinates. Liver outskirts of H-124 Dawn Guild frontline bunker. The acidic rain outside the bunker corroded the rocks, making a sizzling sound. The core 5-member group of the Dawn Guild was hurriedly adjusting their states, with a tense atmosphere hanging in the air before the great battle. As the first batch of players on the server reached LV-20, the Titan sequence finally revealed a glimpse of its iceberg. The data maniac projected the talent tree to the center of the bunker. At this moment, most of the branches and leaves of this tree were in a dimly locked state, with only the foundational roots flickering with faint light. The threshold for second-tier talents was absurdly high. Li Zihan pointed at those enticing high-level icons. Speaking seriously, from level 20 onward, each level only gives 1 potential point. Unlocking a second-tier talent requires consuming 2 potential points at once, and we must have invested at least 2 points in that sequence. However, we are not forced to only invest in one talent tree. The blood and flesh sequence, neural sequence, and psychic sequence can be mixed. This means that to unlock a second-tier ultimate move, we need to reach at least LV-23, or even higher. The Lightning Law King wiped the floating cannon in his hand, glancing regretfully at the depths of the purple system. It seems that for a short time, we can only rely on first-tier talents to hold on. Everyone's gaze turned to the currently available first-tier options in the 3 major sequences. Although they were just basic, the improvements they offered were enough to change the course of the battle. Talent tree system, Titan sequence, description, the endpoint of the mortal body, the starting point of divine evolution. Each level increase will provide you with the opportunity to transform your body. Level 20. Each level up grants 1 potential point. Blood and flesh sequence, red, corresponding attributes, constitution, strength, recovery. First tier, consumes 1 potential point. Basic muscle fiber recombination, strength, judgment 15. Reality reflection, increases bone density, enhancing explosive power to the limits of the human body. Basic keratinized skin, physical defense 10. Reality reflection, increases the toughness of subcutaneous tissue, making it difficult for small caliber projectiles to cause penetrating damage. Second tier, locked, requires at least 2 potential points invested in the blood and flesh sequence to unlock. Requires consumption of 2 potential points. Intermediate muscle fiber recombination, intermediate keratinized skin, indomitable skeleton, increases body level. Reality reflection, further increases bone density and toughness. Life furnace, doubles regeneration and healing effects. Reality reflection, significantly enhances self-healing abilities, providing initial regenerative capabilities. Neural sequence, blue, corresponding attributes, agility, perception, precision. First tier, consumes 1 potential point. Basic synaptic acceleration, neural reaction speed 20. Reality reflection, greatly enhances dynamic visual capture ability, with no delay in neural signal transmission. Basic hunting instinct, increases sensitivity to killing intent and line of sight. Reality reflection, activates a faint crisis intuition. Second tier, locked. Requires at least 2 potential points invested in the neural sequence to unlock. Requires consumption of 2 potential points. Intermediate synaptic acceleration, intermediate hunting instinct, bullet time, accelerates thinking, making the world relatively still. Reality reflection, active ability, instant acceleration. Micron level control, absolute precision. Reality reflection, significantly enhances mastery over the body, greatly increasing flexibility and muscle recruitment. Psycho sequence, purple, corresponding attributes, intelligence, spirit, control. First tier, consumes 1 potential point. Basic bioelectromagnetic field, spell penetration 5. Reality reflection, weak electromagnetic perception, initial control of bioelectricity. Basic brain domain overclock, enhances logical thinking and memory. Reality reflection, dramatic increase in computational power, heightened thinking activity, can actively enter a state of absolute calm. Second tier, locked. Requires at least 2 potential points invested in the psychic sequence to unlock. Requires consumption of 2 potential points. Intermediate bioelectromagnetic field, intermediate brain domain overclock. Mental threshold lock, immunity to control and mental pressure. Reality reflection, increases mental resistance and resilience of the spiritual body. Energy resonance, transformation of spell range. Reality reflection, energy perception resonance, manifested as simple spellcasting. At this moment, everyone was at LV-20, and everyone had chosen their first-tier talents. As the main tank, Li Chu-Chi-Ji chose the keratinized skin from the blood and flesh sequence without hesitation. His skin took on a faint gray sheen, and now, even without armor, he could withstand the bites of monsters of the same level. the Lightning Law King and the Data Maniac, as magical damage dealers and crowd controllers. Both chose the psychic sequence. The Lightning Law King selected the bioelectromagnetic field, while the Data Maniac chose the brain domain overclocked to maximize his advantages. The most special one was Yuan. The Weaver of Fate was a unique profession, although its healing ability seemed to lean towards the magical and psychic aspects. It was actually a mix of blood and flesh and psychic abilities. The higher her health, the stronger her healing ability for teammates. Moreover, only by being alive can she heal. Facing her teammates' gazes, Yuan raised her chin and naturally chose muscle fiber recombination first. The hidden bonus of the blood and flesh talent is the maximum health. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to the person in the corner. Fengxing Tianxia, Chen Feng. Just reached level 21, ranked first on the server. Fengge, what did you choose? The Data Maniac asked. Chen Feng spread his hands. On his personal panel, 2 blue neural circuits were glowing. As the only person on the server with 2 potential points, he chose to go all in on the neural sequence to prepare for unlocking the second tier later. Synaptic acceleration, hunting instinct. Extreme speed combined with deadly intuition. Since we are playing a game, of course, we should maximize our strengths. After all, I am not a lone wolf player. My weaknesses can naturally be covered by you. It feels amazing, Chen Feng said softly, his pupils slightly constricting. The trajectories of the dust particles floating in the air became clear to him. The world slowed down, and he knew exactly where to strike for maximum pain. I can mark weaknesses. He stood up, Origin's Fong, spinning in his hand, creating an indistinct blade dance. All right. Since the attribute points are done, it's time to get to work. Chen Feng pointed to the enormous flesh tumor fortress in the distance. The hardened gallbladder crystals inside H124 are very valuable. Although we can't defeat the final boss, it is entirely feasible to tear open a hole on the outskirts and snatch resources with our current attribute advantages before fleeing. We 5 have outstanding individual combat power and can act independently from teams 1 and 2 as battlefield roamers. Let's move. High-dimensional perspective, Titan Yuan. The cold wind of the cosmic abyss howled. Yuan looked at the few, suddenly brightening cells within him. Although it is just the initial sublimation of life, it represents a qualitative change. The originally fragile, ordinary carbon-based life forms are taking the first step towards a higher dimensional life form. Hurry up. Ancient Abyss can feel that the toxins covering the surface of the liver are penetrating faster. The players have performed excellently, but compared to the speed of body collapse, it is still insignificant. Expanding recruitment again needs to be put on the agenda. If I can get more organisms to help restore my neural network, I can handle more players. Chapter 31, Precise Decapitation. Coordinates. Liver H124 periphery. The battlefield is like a boiling pot of oil. The main force of the Dawn Guild is struggling to advance here. Their opponent is a blocking mini-boss, Crystallized Centurion. It is a 5-meter-tall giant stitched monster, covered in purple hardened gallbladder armor, and every swing of its giant sword creates a toxic wave. Hold the shield formation. Healers, keep healing. A dozen ordinary warrior players in the front row grit their teeth and raise their shields, their health bars wildly fluctuating under the boss's sweeping attacks. If it weren't for dozens of priests in the back row frantically healing, the defense line would have collapsed long ago. This boss's armor is too thick. Physical attacks are ineffective, and magic gets refracted. The team leader roared in the channel, "We need penetration." At that moment, a comm command cut into the team battle channel. The team holds the aggro, clear the middle lane. It was the guild leader, Fengxing Tianxia. At that moment, the chaotic formation seemed to find its backbone, quickly splitting to the sides. The core 5-man team of the Dawn Guild, like a sharp surgical knife, directly pierced towards the boss's front. Level 20 is a transformative level. They no longer have to rely on sacrificing lives like before to fight the boss. They can stand on their own. Dechong, take the aggro. Sure thing. Da Li Chu Chi Ji, without any flashy moves, directly crossed the front line of the team, facing the Centurion's massive sword coming down. He didn't even lift his shield, but instead took the hit with his body. Clang. The sharp metallic clash sounded. The scene was not as bloody as expected. Da Li Chu Chi Ji, who had activated flesh and blood sequence, had a layer of gray-white matte texture on his skin. The giant sword, capable of bisecting ordinary players, struck his shoulder and seemed to hit a solid tire, leaving only a white mark. Keratin reduction. Purely numerical, purely beautiful. This time, it was simply an exceedance of physical hardness. It was already harder than an ordinary shield. This is too hard. The priests in the back row were stunned. At this rate of blood loss, I can heal it back with a continuous heal. Seeing that the first attack failed, the boss let out a roar. and the crystal core on its chest began to emit a dazzling light. This is its ultimate move, Crystal Resonance, an AoE damage attack. Wanna cast? Data Maniac pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with countless blue data streams. As a mind hacker, after activating the purple brain domain overclocking, his brain's computing speed could keep up with the boss's energy flow frequency, allowing for precise mental interference. Thought interruption. He fired an invisible mental spike, accurately piercing into the boss's core. Zing. The Centurion's roar abruptly stopped, like a duck with its neck grabbed, its massive body stiffened in place. And the charge skill was forcefully interrupted, entering a forced stun state. Beautiful. Controlled. At the same time, several cunning small monsters, toxic hounds, took advantage of the boss's stiffness, attempting to sneak around and attack the squishy target. They locked onto the seemingly weakest Yuan Zhongyu. Protect Sister Yu. Several guards from the team tried to rush over. No need. Yuan Zhongyu was not flustered. Facing the oncoming stench, this healer merely tilted her body slightly, the heavy bone staff in her hand, accompanied by a howling wind, swept out in an extremely violent manner. The monstrous strength brought by muscle fiber recombination made this strike as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Bang! The sneaking hound was smashed and had its spine broken, flying out like a rag doll. Physical cleansing is also part of healing. Yuan Zhongyu calmly retracted her staff and gave Li Chu-Chi Jie, Life Echo, in return. The healing amount, boosted by her own vigorous vitality, was frighteningly large. The Team's guard stood frozen in place. I'm a melee healer. The output environment is excellent. Fengxing Tianxia's voice remained steady. Mage King. Break armor. At the same time, Fengxing Tianxia's figure gradually blurred, rapidly moving to find the best attack angle and the enemy's weakness. Try this. The Thunder Magnetic Floating Cannon, on the shoulder of the Thunder Mage King, had already fully charged. Under the passive enhancement of the biological electromagnetic field, the raging thunder element was compressed into a high-penetration particle stream. Boom. The lightning struck precisely on the Centurion's crystal armor on its chest. The originally indestructible crystal instantly shattered under the high temperature and penetration of the lightning, revealing the rotting flesh core underneath. Weak point exposed. Just as the armor shattered, Chenfeng moved. Driven by the neural sequence dual talent, combined with his professional skills, he quickly became a shadow. Under the passive synapse acceleration, the boss's slow falling motion appeared to him as if it were played frame by frame. In the perception of his hunting instinct, the exposed flesh core emitted a deadly red glow. He transformed into a black shadow, leaping off the boss's falling knee. And the Tooth of Origin, in his hand, drew a tragic arc in the air. No unnecessary moves. Simple, neat. The blade precisely pierced into the core, shredding it and pulling it out. All actions were completed within 0.1 seconds. Uft. The Centurion's massive body crashed to the ground, its health bar instantly dropping to 0. Critical hit. Weak point broken. Bleeding. Fatal strike. The surrounding players had not even reacted to what had happened before the battle was already over. This is the dominance of the core 5-man team after their talent awakening. The tank's hardness underwent a qualitative change. Precise control interruptions, healers can take hits and deal damage. And output bursts instantaneously. As the boss fell, a fist-sized crystal, emitting a faint blue light, rolled out. High-purity gallbladder crystal, rare. Li Zihan stepped forward to pick up the crystal and directly opened the system mall interface. High-purity gallbladder crystal, market purchase price, 50,000 biological energy. He clicked sell. The next second, the crystal transformed into flowing light and disappeared into the void, and on the server-wide task panel, the enormous progress bar faintly twitched. Titan Armory biological energy progress, 50,000 points. Not bad efficiency. Chenfeng wiped the blood off his blade. An elite monster can provide 50,000 biological energy. As long as we farm a few more, or if the brothers in the team clear out the small monsters on the periphery, the goal for the first phase can be achieved. He turned around, looking at the morale-boosted members of the Dawn Guild. Everyone, follow orders. Advance the front line. If you encounter something you can't beat, wait for us. High-dimensional perspective Titan Ancient Abyss in space. Ancient Abyss's eyes, resembling nebulae, flickered slightly. He looked at the high-purity gallbladder crystal that was sold to the system, which was instantly decomposed through his biological network, transforming into the purest biological energy, injected into his long dry body, although it is still far from the total of 1 billion. This energy cycle established through monster drops and recovery has already begun to show results. Level 20 brings great improvements. The virus-killing efficiency of elite cells is dozens of times that of ordinary cells. Ancient Abyss feels the energy feedback, brought by the core 5-man team. However, the quantity is still too small. The enemies inside H124 number in the millions. He glanced at the accumulated energy in the background. It is negligible compared to the repair of his body, but it is enough to support a larger-scale consciousness projection summoning. Since the qualitative change has begun, let's trigger a quantitative change once again. The Grand Will of Yuan issued a new directive in the system. Prepare to release a server-wide announcement. The 5th large-scale internal test recruitment is now open. This time, I want an army of 100,000 to turn into 200,000 disasters. Chapter 32 Mobilization Blue Star. A system announcement, like a deep water bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly detonated the entire reality network. Titan, Genesis version preview. 5th internal test recruitment open. In response to the increasingly severe Abyss threat, we need more immune guardians. New quota, 100,000 people. Qualification acquisition method. Random selection across the network. Quota distribution time, 24 hours later. Only 100,000 slots. For billions around the world longing to change their fate, this is merely a 1 in 10,000 chance. In this era, the latest VR gaming cabins can be purchased with money, and major e-commerce platforms are well stocked. However, the activation qualification that can light up the device and connect to Titan, Genesis, is a priceless treasure. Coordinates, Dragon Country Imperial Capital. The headquarters of the Breaking Wall Project team. Ban Zhangwo watched the glaring countdown on the big screen, his cigarette already burned down to the filter. 100,000 slots. Random across the network. His voice was hoarse, and his brows were tightly furrowed. This meant we couldn't just buy out like procuring supplies. Team leader. The technical department has already tried to analyze the lottery algorithm, but it's a black box, completely random, with no backdoor to exploit, reported the staff officer. Ban Zhangwo snuffed out the cigarette, but, his gaze as firm as iron. Since there's no backdoor, we'll pile up the probability with numbers. He pointed at a top-secret document on the table, 1st Titan Special Operations Division Formation Plan. Notify all military districts to have the selected 3,000 Special Forces soldiers log in to grab the slots within the specified time. Additionally, mobilize all non-duty civilian personnel and logistics personnel, a total of 50,000, to register for the lottery. Even if there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance, we must get people in. Moreover, Ban Jingwo paused. Contact Lei Jun. The Dawn Guild is the #1 guild in the game and has strong influence. If the official luck is poor and too few people are selected, we need their assistance to absorb veterans among the casual players for reorganization. Understood. Coordinates, Deep City. A certain internet giant's office building. Li Zihan, data maniac, took off his glasses and rubbed his swollen temples. His desk was piled high with project requirement documents, and his supervisor was still shouting from afar, spitting everywhere as he urged for progress. Li Zihan, what are you daydreaming about? This algorithm model must run through tonight. Li Zihan closed his eyes. Talent mapping, brain domain overclocking. In that moment, the noisy office around him seemed to slow down and quiet. The supervisor's angry, distorted face was decomposed into countless micro-expression parameters in his eyes. Even the characteristics caused by the supervisor's long-term late-night work were clear as day. There's no need to write this inefficient code anymore. Li Zihan opened his eyes, his gaze frighteningly clear. He took out a resignation letter he had printed long ago and gently placed it in front of his supervisor. A resignation letter. Are you crazy? Where are you going? To another world. Li Zihan picked up his coat and walked towards the elevator without looking back. Once outside the building, he took out his phone and sent a message to a private group called Code Utopia, which included top talents he had met in the coder circle. Old friends, stop patching up firewalls for the capitalists. Remember that game I mentioned last time? The new internal test has started. If you get in, remember to contact me. I'll show you another side of the world. Coordinates, a large construction site. In a bustling construction site, workers were struggling to move freshly unloaded cement. Ouch, damn it. Why is this bag wet? It's so heavy. Two strong men worked together to lift a damp bag of cement, their faces turning red and necks thick. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Wang Daqiang, miracle of strength, walked over wearing a hard hat. He didn't say much, reaching out to grab the damp bag of cement, and then, in full view, easily lifted 2 more bags of dry cement onto his shoulder. The total weight was close to 300 pounds. Under the astonished gaze of the workers, Wang Daqiang not only didn't get crushed, but walked steadily, even managing to free one hand to adjust his hat, as if he were carrying a bag of cotton. My goodness, Daqiang, did you take a strength pill? After unloading, Wang Daqiang patted the dust off his clothes, looking at the circle of dumbfounded workers. I want to hide it from everyone. I've been doing quite well in that Titan game recently. This strength comes from there. Daqiang, what kind of game is that? Can we play it? The worker's eyes lit up. You can, but this game doesn't cost money. It requires luck. Wang Daqiang scratched his head. That lottery qualification is hard to get. Everyone should try registering in the next few days. A gaming helmet is enough. It's not expensive. His gaze was sincere. We do physical work. We have strong bodies. Even if we just go in as meat shields, we're in demand. If anyone gets lucky and gets in, remember to find me. I'll take you to level up. It's better than moving bricks for a lifetime. Coordinates, a high-end shooting club. The door was tightly closed, with only a few staff members taking down the sign. Inside the club, Leijun, Lightning King, was polishing his beloved sniper rifle model. 7 or 8 men dressed in casual clothes sat on the sofa, each with an unopened gaming helmet in front of them. Captain, is this thing really as amazing as you said? Asked a man with a crew cut. Although we're retired, our shooting skills haven't dropped. If we can't get into the game, wouldn't all this skill be wasted? It won't be wasted as long as we can get in. Leijun put down the model, his gaze sharp. The bullet feedback and trajectory drop in this game are more realistic than simulated training. However, Leijun looked at the helmets. These helmets are prepared for you, but the account qualifications must be drawn by the system. Everyone must log in to register at midnight tonight. This is both luck and an order. And if we don't get picked, then buy it. Swap it. Leijun said coldly. Even if we have to use our connections abroad, we must get the accounts. This is very important, although it may expand later. Making the first move is crucial. Coordinates, Luyan U.S. home. Luyan Yu, sat beside a wheelchair, which had now been folded up and thrown in the corner. She was teaching her parents how to use the iris recognition feature of the gaming helmet. Dad, Mom, the qualification for this game is randomly drawn. Liu was somewhat worried. Although I want you both to come in, the probability, it's okay, daughter. Her father cheerfully put on the helmet. Your mother and I have accumulated virtue and done good deeds in our lives, so our luck should be decent. If we really get in, we'll cook for you. If we don't get in, we'll just take care of your house. Liu looked at her parents' graying temples and silently prayed. Online conference room. Core team of the Dawn Guild. 5 screens lit up, and everyone had resolved their real-life entanglements. The video call was split into 5 segments. Screen 1. Li Zihan stood at the bottom of the office building, the wind blowing his clothes. I quit my job. I've made enough money. It's time to do something more exciting. I've also called a few good brothers I met on GitHub. Screen 2. At a construction site. Miracle of Strength was sitting on a pile of rebar. I quit too. Wang Daqiang smiled honestly. The foreman wanted to deduct my wages. So I lifted the bulldozer in front of him and changed a tire. He was so scared that he paid me 3 times the wages on the spot and asked me to leave quickly. Wang Daqiang grinned at the camera. I've told my old friends about this. They used to do hard labor. They're strong and obedient. In this round of registering for spots, I had them all sign up, preparing to grab the slots. Scene 3. In a cozy bedroom. Liu turns the camera towards 2 elderly people. Mom and Dad say that although they are old and not great at operating things, they can join the game to help us with logistics. Scene 4. At a private shooting club. My retirement application has been approved, and I have become a special consultant. Leijun smiled and said, from now on, I will be a full-time player. Additionally, the few assault team members I used to lead will also join the game this time. They are all good with firearms and will quickly adapt to the roles of hunter or spiritual weaver. Scene 5. In the home of Feng Xing Tianxia. Shen Feng looks at his teammates on the screen, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Very good. Feng Xing Tianxia looks at everyone, revealing a mysterious smile. It seems everyone is worried about the random draw qualifications, afraid their friends or family won't get a spot. Isn't that right? Li Zihan frowned. From a probability standpoint, our chances of getting our entire friend group in are almost 0. That is true for ordinary people. Shen Feng projected a newly received system email onto the public screen. System email, Titan's gift. Recipient, Feng Xing Tianxia, LV21. Content. In recognition of your outstanding performance as a pioneer, your genetic sequence has been acknowledged by the Titan. You have been granted 5 family extradition beacons. Description. Personnel holding the beacons can skip the lottery phase and directly obtain qualification for the 5th internal test. Spawning near your coordinates. What the hell? Wang Daqiang jumped up from the ground. Isn't this an internal recommendation code? That's right. Shen Feng nodded. As long as players reach LV20 and unlock the talent tree, each will receive varying numbers of slots, totaling 35. This is a privilege for elite players. You were busy handling real-world matters earlier and didn't log in, right? Make sure to claim it later. That's great. Liu exited the video conference at lightning speed and reappeared. I just logged in to confirm the slots. I have 3 slots, Just enough for my parents. Lei Zhan also breathed a sigh of relief. 5 slots are enough to bring my core assault team in. The rest can worry about it themselves. Chen Feng's smile faded, and his expression became serious. Slots are limited. They must go to the most trustworthy and capable people. He stood up, his gaze seemingly penetrating the screen, looking towards the vast abyss. This game is a ticket to the new era and evolution. We must seize the opportunity. Everyone assemble tomorrow to grab people. Grab monsters. In every corner of Blue Star, the fallen former esports champion looked at the announcement on the screen, and the long-extinguished flame in his eyes reignited. In a university dormitory, a group of soon-to-graduate students, confused about their future, frantically refreshed the registration page. Outside a hospital's intensive care unit, desperate patients listened to rumors from fellow patients, trembling as they watched the countdown for game slots. 000000. Titan. Genesis. 5th internal test. Server opening. Welcome back to the embrace of Titan. My kin. Chapter 33. Gathering server status. Online. 5th test begins. 100,000 new units deployed at this moment. The global data torrent converged into a silent thunder, splitting the abyss's silence. Coordinates. Hardcore Sanctuary. This is a magnificent and breathtaking Crimson Hall. Huge myocardial pillars support the dome, and every heartbeat's vibration echoes like ancient war drums in the eardrums of every new player. In the center of the hall, the guiding NPC hero, dressed in silver fluid armor, floated. He has now arrived at the novice spawn point to guide new players. Beside him, 2 rows of towering, silver-winged sentinels stood solemnly, holding light spears. They are high-level guards that players can currently only look up to. Countless beams of white light poured down like a torrential rain. 100,000 new players descended. They were wrapped in white novice clothing, holding uncalcified soft long knives, spiked staffs, or horned-round shields. The crowd instantly overwhelmed the square. Oh my god, this graphics, this touch. Is this the heart? The ground is shaking. So exhilarating. The noise instantly drowned out the sanctuary. And in the center of the crowd, a team of over 1,000 stood out distinctly. Although there were millions of reservations and the chances of winning were slim, the official channel still managed to send in over 1,000 people in various ways. Though they were all in basic equipment, their positioning was extremely meticulous, quickly clearing a vacuum area in the chaotic crowd. The leader, a man with the ID Great Wall No. 1, had a stern expression. He opened the guild panel. Trying to create a guild. System prompt. Creating a guild requires consuming the item Titan Oath Order, guild token, X1. Current inventory does not have this item. As expected, there is a threshold. Great Wall No. 1 frowned slightly. As the first batch of regular troops to enter, if he couldn't even raise a flag, it would be too embarrassing. Just then, an urgent system email accompanied by a special alert sound arrived. Sender, Feng Xing Tian Xia, LV21. Attachment, Titan Oath Order X1. Message, a welcome gift for new comrades. This item is not expensive for high-level players. No need to thank me. Consider it a debt of the Dawn Guild to the country. Chen Feng, Great Wall No. 1 was stunned for a moment, then looked into the distance, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This favor was sold quickly. He decisively clicked to use it. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Great Wall No. 1 for successfully establishing the guild Great Wall Watch. This announcement marked the official involvement of the official forces in Titan Genesis. Meanwhile, apart from the officials, the leaders of the Long Battle Guild and the Imperial Guild were also raising recruitment banners in the square. Long Battle Guild is recruiting. Join us for biological energy, guides, and leveling up. Imperial Guild seeks technical players, with Bachelor S degrees in mathematics or physics preferred. The entire hardcore sanctuary instantly turned into a bustling talent market. Meanwhile, in the liver portal detox camp, compared to the excitement of the heart, there was only thick acidic mist and distant, faint roars. As one of the few safe zones in the liver area, this was the headquarters of the Dawn Guild. To ensure the safety of newcomers, the Core 5 of Dawn temporarily withdrew from the H-124 siege and returned here. By the campfire in the center of the camp, white light flickered. Unlike the thousands of troops in Hardcore Sanctuary, only a dozen figures appeared precisely beside the Core 5 of Dawn. System prompt. Your invited kin have arrived. Wow, why is this place so suffocating? A voice full of dialect exclaimed. 5 men dressed in novice clothing, but as robust as calves appeared next to Dolly's miraculous strength. Taiju. Ergo. Dolly laughed heartily. Going up to punch the lead man. How's it going? I didn't lie to you, did I? Brother Chong, this is too real. The man named Taiju touched the horn shield issued by the system. We're only level 1, and looking at this environment makes me a bit uneasy. No worries. This is a safe zone. Dolly patted his chest. I've given you all 5 slots. Our construction site's brick-moving assault team is all set. On the other side, Lei Jin stood before 5 sharp-eyed men. Unlike Da Qiang's workmates, who were looking around, they instinctively observed their surroundings the moment they landed. Captain, the man codenamed Falcon saluted. 2 other brothers also got accounts and should be preparing to explore the bronchial tubes in the lungs with Great Wall Watch. 5 is enough. Lei Jin looked at these former subordinates. This is the liver area. It's above level 10. If you go out now, it's just asking for death. But that's perfect. I'm having you come here to be instructors, not cannon fodder. In the warmest corner, Yun Zhongyo's parents and a relative curiously looked around. Is this the place where Yuzi fights? Li's father gazed at the distant river flowing with green bile, filled with shock and heartache. This harsh environment. Dad, it will get better here in the future. Yun Zhongyo smiled and distributed a set of gas masks to everyone. Although the safe zone didn't require them, they could reduce discomfort and the heavy, strange smell. The data maniac, on the other hand, looked scholarly, with everyone resembling the standard answers on a test paper. The temporary meeting of the Dawn Guild began after settling this group of special relatives and friends. The situation was clear. Chen Feng pointed at the holographic map. Over at the Heartcore Sanctuary, 100,000 troops have already arrived. As the #1 guild in the entire server, we cannot be silent. We have previously focused too much on elitism, neglecting the low-level fresh blood and maintaining the level gradient. Although it's a bit late, given our reputation among the player base, we aren't too far behind. Maniac, arrange for a few outer members still doing tasks in the lungs to represent the Dawn Guild and recruit people in the square. The requirements aren't high. Follow commands and have strong execution. We need to supplement fresh blood. We can't always rely on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams. Understood. The data maniac nodded. I have already drafted a recruitment post, highlighting our server's #1 progress, top players, the strongest high-end teams, and strategy sharing. The appeal will definitely be enough. Chen Feng then turned his gaze to the several level 1 relatives beside him. As for you all, he looked at them seriously. You are special. Utilizing the privileges of the kin, you have directly crossed the long vascular route to reach the front line. But this also means extreme danger. For the next 3 days, you are not to go anywhere. Going out will likely mean instant death. You will first do logistical tasks in this detox camp. There is plenty of work here. Once your level is slightly higher, you can learn to run knives like those scattered players. In these few days, we will push fiercely towards the H124 fortress to gain experience and resources. Once you level up to 10 through logistical tasks, you can join the front line and fight in the main storyline battles with the main forces. At this moment, the data maniac pulled up the server task panel. Titan Armory biological energy gathering progress. Current progress, 182. Writing a bunch of numbers seems suspicious, so I'll just write the percentage, or if everyone wants to see 18200, I can do that too. The progress is faster than expected. The data maniac analyzed. In these days, we have been farming monsters like crazy. Plus the contributions from scattered players, we have already reached 18. But we are still quite far from unlocking the biopowered armor at 100. As new players enter, the speed of biological energy acquisition will rise exponentially. Chen Feng asserted. However, what we need to do is not wait for them to accumulate slowly, but to seize a big opportunity. The H124 fortress is like a huge, ugly tumor, blocking the main artery. Its thick calcified shell and the flowing acidic moat make countless players hesitate. The boss is yet to show itself. Fengxing Tianxia's gaze was cold as he pointed to the area on the map that was dark red. A fortress of this level must have a high-level boss unit stationed. If it doesn't come out, we will never get the core resources inside. He turned to the data maniac. What did Long Zhan and the dynasty say? All set. The maniac adjusted his glasses. And another 2 massive marching route maps appeared on the holographic map. The Long Zhan guild will feign an attack on the left wall. They are tough and willing to bear most of the firepower. The Dynasty Guild will handle long-range suppression and equipment destruction on the right side. As for us, the Dawn Guild, we will attack the front gate. Since it won't come out, we will smash its lair and force it to come out and fight. Now let's head to the front line and gather with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams. The goal is to break into and attack the H124 Tumor Fortress. This will be the first joint offensive battle of the 3 major guilds in the entire server. Move out. If someone were to look down, they would see 3 forces converging in the same direction. Iron Pillar, left behind in the camp, enviously watched the fully armed backs and turned to his fellow workers, saying, "Did you see that? That's how Brother Chong is now. Not only can he fight himself, but he can also lead thousands of people to besiege the monster leader over there. Brothers, let's not be lazy. We need to quickly gather resources and level up. In a few days, we have to be part of such a grand scene too."